Spinoza's Religion. A new reading of the Ethics. Clare, Carlisle. Spinoza's Religion. Introduction. The question of religion. Benedict de Spinoza did not have a religion, at least not in the usual sense of the word. He was brought up and educated within Amsterdam's Jewish community, from which he was cast out in 1656, at the age of 23. As far as we know, he made no effort to reconcile with this community, leaving it seems, a welcome intellectual liberation. 1 For the remaining 20 years of his life he pursued his philosophical inquiries in conversation with Christians of various sorts, while refusing to convert to Christianity. 2 In the 17th century Spinoza was unusual, perhaps even unique, in engaging closely and deeply with theological questions as a free thinker, deliberately occupying a perspective outside any religious tradition. His masterpiece The Ethics, 1677, shines out even amongst the philosophical works of his most original contemporaries Descartes and Leibniz, for example, as a metaphysical and ethical vision unconstrained by the demands of doctrinal orthodoxy. About a year before his death, while he was completing the Ethics, Spinoza wrote a letter to Albert Berg, a young man who had just converted from Calvinism to Catholicism. Here Spinoza discussed Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and made plain his rejection of dogmatic, sectarian religion. He explained that he knew the truth of his own philosophy in the same way you know that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, for the true is the indicator both of itself and of the false. 3 He asked Berg, who naturally thought his religion superior to any other, "How do you know that your teachers are the best among those who have ever taught other religions, still teach them, or will teach them in the future? Have you examined all those religions, both ancient and modern, which are taught here, and in India, and everywhere throughout the globe? And even if you had examined them properly, how do you know you have chosen the best?" 4. These are good questions, and they are only partly rhetorical. Mocking the pride and competitiveness that often characterize religious sectarianism, Spinoza granted that the organization of the Roman Church is well designed politically, and profitable for many. "I do not believe there is any order more suitable for deceiving ordinary people and controlling men's minds, unless it would be the order of the Mohammedan Church." Yet his irreverence towards sectarian claims to spiritual preeminence also went in more tolerant, more conciliatory directions. "In every church there are many very honorable men, who worship God with justice and loving kindness," he reminded Berg, "for we know many men of this kind among the Lutherans, the Reformed, the Mennonites, and the enthusiasts. So you ought to concede that holiness of life is not peculiar to the Roman Church, but is common to all." Spinoza closed his letter by counseling the eager young convert to recognize the reason God has given you, and cultivate it. 5 In his theologico-political treatise, 1670, he had made similar arguments about Judaism, challenging the idea that the Hebrews were God's chosen people. God is equally beneficent, compassionate, etc. to all, Spinoza argued, adding that as far as intellect and true virtue are concerned, no nation is distinguished from any other. 6. Given Spinoza's resistance to what commonly passes for religion, the title of this book contains an irony, and perhaps for some a provocation. At the same time, it is entirely in earnest. The book offers a new interpretation of Spinoza's ethics which takes seriously the question of its religious and theological import. At the same time, as I argue in detail in my final chapter, it suggests that understanding Spinoza's religion forces us to rethink the concept of religion itself. And this is no coincidence, since our modern category of religion, structured by notions of belief and belonging, ideology and identity, rose to prominence during Spinoza's century. Thanks in part to Jonathan Israel's pioneering history of the Radical Enlightenment, Spinoza is now recognized as an architect of modernity, but was his vision of human beings and their place in the cosmos radically secular, or radically religious. 7 And does this very distinction between religious and secular rest on a distinctively modern concept of religion, which Spinoza challenged in its infancy? How might the ethics lead us to rethink our assumptions about what religion is, and what it means to be religious? Raising these questions leads to a new appreciation of Spinoza's significance. He is rightly seen as a decisively modern thinker. Like other forward-looking philosophers of his century, he turned his back on medieval cosmology and scholastic theology in favor of a more streamlined metaphysics, and took a keen interest in new scientific discoveries. He criticized superstitious religion, and sought to liberate philosophy from the still powerful churches. Yet look a little closer, and we see that Spinoza challenged some of the defining features of modernity. In place of the increasing separation of God from nature, he argued that everything is in God, and even proposed nature as an alternative name for God. In place of modern individualism, with its ideals of autonomy and free choice, he regarded human beings as entirely dependent on God, interdependent on one another, and embedded in a complex ecosystem of causes. He understood the self to be deeply impressionable and porous, constituted by its relations with other things, and he rejected the idea of free choice as a kind of superstition, akin to belief in miracles. 8 While an ethic of restless striving and relentless industry shaped, from Francis Bacon onwards, the modern pursuit of scientific knowledge, Spinoza balanced his own emphasis on effort and activity with an ideal of intellectual rest and intuitive knowing that brings peace of mind, which echoes the ideal of contemplation cherished by pre-modern philosophers, monks, and scholars. 9 Indeed, he argued that resting in God is the highest human good. And while modern capitalist culture spurs a race for productivity and profit, fueled by anxieties which, as Max Weber argued in 1905, can be traced to the 16th century's Protestant theologies, Spinoza insisted that our deepest happiness is found not in production, wealth, or competitive success, but in knowledge. 10 A wise person, he writes at the end of the Ethics, is conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, and always possesses true peace of mind. E5 p. 42s. His own way of life bears witness to this ideal. He lived humbly and modestly, devoted to his philosophical inquiries. Spinoza thus resisted deep tendencies of modern thought, which had begun to shape his own century and would produce the world we inhabit today. He did so not by drifting back into pre-modern science and religion, but by forging an alternative modernity that preserved or developed some of the profound insights of his ancient and medieval forebears, by setting them on new philosophical foundations. For example, the Ethics affirms the traditional theological view that we are thoroughly dependent beings, not by appealing to a Jewish or Christian doctrine of creation, but by arguing that we are modes, which are by definition in another, rather than substances, which are self-sufficient, in themselves. To offer just one further example, as we shall see, there are more. Spinoza echoes Plato's insistence that virtue is synonymous with inner happiness, a view challenged first by superstitious beliefs in posthumous rewards and punishments, and later by the means-end thinking of utilitarianism. Yet his defense of virtue's intrinsic value dismantles the idea of final causes that had structured medieval thought. As its title indicates, the Ethics is primarily a book about how to live a good human life. Like a stripped-down Summa Theologia, it begins and ends with God. For Spinoza, we work out how to live well by understanding our relation to God, to other people, and also, crucially, to ourselves. The core principle of his philosophy, governing his ontology and epistemology as well as his ethics, is that whatever is in God. E1 p15. I call this principle being in God, and regard it as Spinoza's deepest thought. He argues that the highest, most truthful kind of human life is fully conscious of being in God and conscious, too, that every other creature and thing is also a being in God. We will be able to say much more about what Spinoza's religion consists in once we have considered what it means, both conceptually and existentially, to be in God. In his theologico-political treatise, Spinoza drew a decisive distinction between superstition and true religion. This distinction was emphasized by early modern writers as diverse as Calvin, Montaigne, Bacon, Hobbes, and Bell. For all these thinkers, superstition was, as Bacon put it, a deformation of religion. 11 For Spinoza, it meant a form of religious life based on ignorance rather than wisdom, and motivated more by fear of punishment than by love of truth and goodness. He put this point bluntly in his letter to Albert Berg, where he wrote that having become a slave of the Roman Church, you have been guided not so much by the love of God as by fear of hell, the only cause of superstition. 12. Spinoza spent all his life in the Dutch Republic, which had a reformed state church. He had ample opportunity to observe how the Calvinists' emphasis on the stark polarities of salvation and damnation gave rise to unstable emotions, fluctuations of the soul, anemi fluctuations, and particularly oscillations between hope and fear, confidence and anxiety, which caused turbulence both within and between individuals, and within and between religious communities. 13. For Spinoza, superstitious faith typically involved belief in miracles, and practices of worship that approached God anthropomorphically, as if God were a capricious prince demanding flattery in return for favors, or a vindictive despot who had to be placated by submission and adoration. He criticized the anthropomorphic imagination of the common people, who suppose that God is male, not female. 14. He would have been no happier with a feminine image of God, when grammatical requirements force us to refer to God by pronouns such as he, him, and himself, which are unnecessary in Spinoza's Latin text. We should bear in mind that these pronouns are merely a linguistic convention, and do not ascribe a personal or gendered nature to God. Spinoza's critique of certain images of God, and certain forms of religious life, leaves open the question of what a Spinozist true religion would be like. 15. In 1671, he outlined a response to this question in reply to a critique of his newly published theologico-political treatise by Lambert van Veldhuizen, the governor of Utrecht and a Calvinist Christian influenced by the philosophies of Descartes and Hobbes. Veldhuizen had complained that Spinoza, to avoid being faulted for superstition, seems to have cast off all religion. 16. Spinoza wondered what conception of religion could have led Veldhuizen to make this claim. Has someone who maintains that God must be recognized as the highest good, and should be freely loved as such, cast off all religion? Is someone who holds that our greatest happiness and freedom consist only in this love of God irreligious? Or that the reward of virtue is virtue itself, whereas the punishment of folly and weakness is folly itself? And finally, that each person ought to love his neighbor and obey the commands of the supreme power? Not only have I explicitly said these things, I have also proven them by the strongest arguments. 17. These views are indeed defended in Spinoza's theologico-political treatise, and they receive an intricate metaphysical elucidation in the Ethics. Nevertheless, the question of Spinoza's religion has remained in dispute ever since he wrote this letter. Despite his insistence that God must be recognized as the highest good, many of his contemporaries accused him of atheism. In September 1677, a few months after his death, a manuscript of the Ethics that Spinoza's young disciple Tschirnhaus had taken with him to Rome was confiscated by Vatican authorities and added to the Index of Prohibited Books. 18. Successive generations of readers have repeated the charge of atheism, though during the last century this has increasingly been meant as a compliment, as secularist readers championed Spinoza as an early pioneer of their own worldview. An alternative interpretation of Spinoza emerged towards the end of the 18th century, when certain radical thinkers, particularly in Germany, read him as a deeply religious thinker. In 1787, Herder's God, Some Conversations put forward a Christianized Spinozism, setting the scene for novelists to claim Spinoza as a God-intoxicated man. 19. While we can admire Spinoza's romantic readers for their creativity and expansive spirit, their representations of his philosophy are often unreliable. As J. A. Froude wrote in a clear-eyed introduction to Spinozism, published in the Westminster Review in 1855, the Herder and Schleiermacher school have claimed him as a Christian, a position which no little disguise was necessary to make tenable. The Orthodox Protestants and Catholics have called him an atheist, which is still more extravagant, and even a man like Novalis could find no better name for him than a Gotttrunkner man, a God-intoxicated man. With due allowance for exaggeration, such a name would describe tolerably the transcendental mystics, but with what justice can it be applied to the cautious, methodical Spinoza, who carried his thoughts about with him for 20 years, deliberately shaping them, and who gave them at last to the world in a form more severe than had ever been attempted before with such subjects? With him, as with all great men, there was no effort after sublime emotions. He was a plain, practical person. 20. In reading Spinoza as a religious thinker, I take a different path from the various interpretations summarized here by Freud. Pursuing the question of religion in his thought, I expect this pursuit to be most productive if we treat Spinoza's religion as a genuinely open question, rather than a matter of deciding whether to classify it as Christian, Jewish or Buddhist, pantheist, atheist or secular. All these labels have been applied to Spinozism, but none of them is quite right, not only because Spinoza's religious vision is so original that it eludes ready-made categories, but also because his work calls into question the very concept of religion that underlies such classifications. It is, in fact, simplistic to say that the question of Spinoza's religion has been disputed, because the question itself has been so entangled in what Bruno Latour describes as a cascade of category mistakes about the concept of religion. 21 Investigating Spinoza's religion provides an opportunity to confront these mistakes or confusions and to think yet again about what religion means. When the word religio occurs in the Ethics, it almost always signifies a kind of virtue, and is associated with other virtues. This echoes Thomas Aquinas's discussion of religio within the section of the Summa Theologiae known as the Treatise on Justice and Prudence. In the Ethics, religio is never treated as a matter of belief or doctrine. In the theologico-political treatise, religion is associated with certain tenets dogmata of universal faith, but there Spinoza makes it clear that religion consists not in adherence to these doctrines, nor in specific practices of worship, but in a way of life characterized by justice and loving kindness. 22. Treating religio as a virtue might seem to preserve the medieval notion of religion, yet Spinoza understood virtue itself in a new way. My final chapter considers Spinoza's concept of religion in the context of a historical shift that happened during his lifetime, towards an objectifying representation of religion as both a system of propositional beliefs, and a social reality, so that it became possible to speak of a religion, or the Christian religion, in the way we do today. After a long career translating Spinoza, and thereby gaining an unparalleled familiarity with the full range of his writings, Edwin Curley offered the following judgment on Spinoza's religion. The question, I think, is whether the advocates of organized religion are entitled to insist that anyone who does not accept their conception of God does not believe in God. Spinoza's God does have a number of the properties traditional religions ascribe to God. It's an immutable first cause of all things, active everywhere in the universe, uncaused by anything else. It's also, Spinoza would argue, a being humans can love. He thinks the love of God is our greatest good. His God does not issue commands, or perform miracles, or reveal itself to man the way the God of the monotheistic religions is supposed to do. It is not the sort of God you can pray to for help in times of trouble. I can understand thinking that belief in so different a God makes for a different kind of religion. But I also think the ethical importance Spinoza attached to this belief weighs heavily in favor of regarding his view as a genuine, if eccentric, form of religious belief. 23. This book develops an interpretation of Spinoza's ethics which broadly accords with Curley's view, though the extent and orientation of the text's religious eccentricity is one of the questions to be addressed here. Curley is right, I think, to suggest that Spinoza offers a different kind of religion from what we late moderns are used to. But what kind of religion is it? Framing this question in terms of the familiar notions of belief in God or religious belief will lead us in the wrong direction, and obscure the way Spinoza interrogates the very concept of religion. Spinoza's own definition of religion as whatever we desire and do insofar as we know God, E4p 37s, offers a much more promising formula for philosophical thinking about religion, Spinozist or otherwise. This definition helps us to follow a direction indicated by Susan James in her 2012 book Spinoza on Religion, Politics, and Philosophy, which offers a reading of the theologico-political treatise. James argues that while philosophy progressively engulfs theology, philosophy itself becomes a form of religion, sharing its capacity to bind, and transforming devotion to the divine law into rational piety. Rather than focusing on a goal external to true religion, this kind of philosophy cultivates the same end. 24. Most studies of Spinoza's view of religion focus, as James's book does, on the theologico-political treatise. But with her remarks about the relation between philosophy and religion in mind, I ask how the ethics illuminates what, precisely, is religious about Spinoza's thought. Responding to this question will involve putting forward interpretations, some of them quite new, of concepts and arguments familiar to readers of the ethics, the metaphysics of substance and mode, the three kinds of knowledge, the critique of free will, the doctrine of conatus, or striving for self-preservation, the nature of the affects, particularly desire, joy, love, and fear, the intellectual love of God, and the eternity of the human mind. I will also, in my first 2 chapters, reflect on the nature of philosophy, as Spinoza practiced it, and discuss the distinctive literary form of the ethics. Spinoza's principle of being in God makes philosophy inseparable from theology, though he would not himself have put it this way. The word theology, though not quite so open-ended as religion, isn't straightforward either. Spinoza's rather negative remarks about theology and theologians are an obstacle to appreciating the close connection between philosophy and theology in the ethics, and we need to overcome this obstacle by distinguishing between 2 senses of theology, one broad and literal, and the other much narrower and more culturally specific. When I talk about Spinoza's theology, I am using theology in its broad and literal sense, meaning a discourse on God, and on things in their relation to God. While the ethics, which provides a definition of God on its first page, is quite evidently concerned with theology in this sense, Spinoza used the word theology more narrowly, to signify a confessional intellectual practice based on scriptural and ecclesial authority, and tied closely to obedience and faith. In Spinoza's hands, this culturally specific sense of theology, which was deeply embedded in 17th-century debates, became virtually a term of abuse, implying dogmatic sectarianism and even fanaticism. He helped cement a cornerstone of Enlightenment thought by contesting the view, widespread among his Christian contemporaries, that reason ought to be the handmaid of theology. 25 At the end of his theologico-political treatise, he declared that he had shown how philosophy is to be separated from theology, and that neither should be the handmaid of the other, but that each has charge of its own domain without any conflict with the other. 26 In other words, Spinoza argued that philosophy should be emancipated from strictures on religious belief and practice that were enforced by churches and underpinned by belief in the supernatural authority of the Bible, described by Calvin, the supreme religious authority in the Dutch Republic, as a declaration of the Word of God, and the testimony which God has been pleased to deliver concerning himself. 27 If we were to adopt Spinoza's own conception of theology, we would have to say that he offers a philosophy of God without theology. Since the word theology comes from the Greek theos, meaning God, it is perhaps self-evident that theology, in both its broader and its narrower senses, is a form of discourse or inquiry which takes God as its starting point. God is given in theology, and it is this givenness that distinguishes theology from philosophy. If God is given through scriptures mediated by an exegetically and ecclesial tradition, then we have theology in the narrow sense, which Spinoza eschewed. Yet God might be given to human thoughtfulness in many different ways, as a question to explore, as a problem to wrestle with, as a mystery to contemplate, as a belief to justify, as a hypothesis to prove, as a desire to pursue, as a doctrine to expound. For example, we have seen that God is given, or defined, in the first few lines of the Ethics, but to say that the text is engaged in theology does not commit us in advance to any specific mode of theological engagement, let alone to any specific image of God. Today, philosophy and theology are distinct and often separate academic disciplines. Because Spinoza tends to be read more by philosophers than by theologians, the theological significance of his thought is rarely discussed by those best equipped to appreciate it. Philosophers little acquainted with theological concepts such as divine transcendence or with theological debates concerning the relationship between divine and human agency, tend not to consider how Spinoza contributes to these questions. Theologians, accepting philosophers' judgments that Spinoza is a pantheist or an atheist, usually assume that he simply rejects their conception of God, and do not expect the Ethics to reward close reading. I wish to challenge all these assumptions, and show how philosophy and theology are intertwined in Spinoza's metaphysics and ethics. This allows us to draw from the ethics a distinctive account of religion that is, I believe, profound, truthful and compelling. Philosophers need not be persuaded of Spinoza's importance. His most radical ideas have reinvigorated contemporary metaphysics, and he is recognized as a brilliant theorist of emotion and embodiment. In many intellectual contexts, Spinoza now rivals Kant and Descartes as both the compass and the watershed of modern philosophy. 28 For theologians he remains a more marginal figure, yet he brings to theology both critical and constructive insights that should not be ignored. The Ethics articulates a philosophy of being in God that does not require the conceptual architecture of a pre-modern age. It thus shows theologians that they need not choose between seeing human beings, and nature as a whole, as grounded in God, and inhabiting the world explored by their scientific colleagues. For while the Ethics anticipates the critiques of modernity voiced by many humanities scholars and not least by theologians, it refuses to indulge in nostalgia for a bygone cosmology. For this reason, it equips us philosophically to confront specifically modern issues, such as religious diversity, nihilism, and ecological collapse. It also outlines a compelling philosophy of religious life, rooted in Spinoza's principle of being in God, a philosophy of desire, effect and practice, of restlessness and rest, of living well and facing death. This is not to suggest that theologians will find only a mirror of their own views in the Ethics. Like any readers, they can expect to have some of their commitments and assumptions challenged. But they may find Spinoza's alternative modernity surprisingly conducive to their sense of the proper orientation of a human life. When 17th-century readers accused Spinoza of atheism, they usually meant that he challenged doctrinal orthodoxy, particularly on moral issues, and not that he denied God's existence. However, when contemporary scholars interpret Spinoza as an atheist, they are concerned chiefly with his metaphysical position. 29 Given Spinoza's extensive treatment of God's existence, nature, and productive power in Part 1 of the Ethics, entitled De Deo, on God, and his insistence in Part 5 that human blessedness consists in knowledge and love of God, any argument that attributes to Spinoza the kind of atheism espoused by many moderns can proceed only by reading the text with a strategically suspicious eye. Some such interpreters insist that Spinoza was deceiving his readers about what he really thought to keep himself out of trouble. Others argue that his concept of God is so vacuous that he might as well not have used the word deus, and, given that he did use this word, he must have done so for purely pragmatic purposes. 30. These kinds of argument tend to delve behind the text to access the author's intentions, even to unmask his real views. This is a rather questionable enterprise, and I want to approach the Ethics as something more than a representation, more or less trustworthy and sincere, of its author's ideas. For the Ethics is also a literary work of art, and a philosophical instrument, that is designed to have certain cognitive and ethical effects on its readers. At the same time, we should avoid overlooking the author, either on account of a structuralist literary theory, or as a consequence of imagining that philosophical texts are merely vehicles for the arguments to be elicited or reconstructed from them. To overlook Spinoza himself would risk abstracting the text from the work that produced and shaped it, the durational, devotional labor of studying, thinking, writing, and rewriting over the days, weeks, months, years of its author's remarkable life. Reading the Ethics requires us to hold these concerns in delicate balance. While we are letting the text speak for itself rather than treating it as a window onto Spinoza's hidden intentions, or reading it through the lens of those imagined intentions, we want to do so in a way that does not estrange the product from the means of its production. With these methodological issues in mind, there are at least two good reasons to challenge the view that Spinoza was a covert atheist. First, the suspicious reading cannot be proven correct or incorrect, leaving an undecidable question: what if Spinoza did mean everything that he said about God? And second, regardless of whether or not he meant it sincerely and unequivocally, what kind of religion emerges from the Ethics itself? If we simply dismiss these questions, we risk overlooking the theological issues that are quite palpably addressed in the text. Instead of a hermeneutic of suspicion, I propose a hermeneutic of credulity. 31 Let's accept what the text says, and let's assume its author's sincerity, unless his works themselves demand otherwise. This interpretative strategy does not deny the possibility that Spinoza was deceiving his readers, to some undetermined, and indeterminable, extent, but it does not pursue this line of argument. It certainly does not deny that Spinoza is a subtle writer, capable of irony and rhetorical sophistication. 32 Indeed, we must acknowledge the possibility that the ethics is positively, irresolvably ambiguous, lending itself to two equally plausible, equally coherent interpretations, either as a religious philosophy or as a secular philosophy. Perhaps Spinoza's famous phrase Deus sive natura, God, or nature, signals precisely this ambiguity, not a problem to be solved, a matter to be decided, but an affirmative gesture that opens up the concept of God beyond some of its traditional connotations, turning it into a productive question rather than a divisive dogma. It is worth considering that a willingness to abide with and explore ambiguity may be one distinctive feature of a religious reading of the ethics. What if ambiguity must belong to any human conception of God? A long tradition of apophatic theology which denies that God can be fully defined or grasped suggests that God is neither a thing, and so neither an object nor a subject, nor nothing. How, then, should we expect such a God to show up to mark, unambiguously, the difference between a religious worldview and a secular one? It is not as if a religiously conceived universe contains one extra item, which distinguishes it from the atheistically conceived universe. 33. Reading and rereading the ethics with the question of religion in mind, we find ourselves drawn into a circular path of thinking. Reading Part 1, we ask whether the concept of God outlined there is religious. In order to answer this, we turn to Parts 4 and 5 to find out how this conception of God figures in Spinoza's account of our highest good and our ethical life. There we read that our highest good consists in knowledge and love of God. To what extent does this signify something religious? It depends on what Spinoza means by God, which takes us back to Part 1. Following this theoretical circle does not seem to draw us any nearer to an answer. I went around it several times, rather confusedly, before I recalled Kierkegaard's insight that religiousness must be a matter of how, rather than what, and that this how is located in a human being's inwardness. This immediately brings us closer to Spinoza's conception of religion as a kind of virtue, and begins to disentangle us from the objectifying, speculative notion of religion which Kierkegaard was explicitly resisting in the 19th century and which Spinoza was confronting as it crystallized during his own lifetime. 34 As readers of Spinoza, we must exercise caution in objectifying his religion, and even in objectifying the forms of religion he reflected on and criticized. All this raises questions about how we move into and through the interpretative circle of the ethics, how we read the text, how we interpret its philosophical gestures, and how we might appropriate and live out Spinoza's ideas once we have interpreted them. Grasping Spinoza's religion is a question of how we understand God, and how we understand ourselves and others as in God. It is a question of how we think, feel, and act, and how we orient and order our desire. It may be frustrating to find that Spinoza leaves these questions open for us, but it might turn out to be thought-provoking, liberating, and also peculiarly binding to spend time in this open space. Even granting the legitimacy of a suspicious, atheist reading of the ethics, a credulous religious reading will draw out aspects of Spinoza's thought that would otherwise be occluded. This promises to enrich our understanding of the text and expand its semantic range. To what extent can we situate Spinoza's philosophy within a recognizably religious tradition? The autobiographical reflections which begin his early treatise on the emendation of the intellect, discussed in my first chapter, call to mind similar remarks in Descartes' Meditations and Discourse on Method. These works bear witness to the intellectual eclecticism of the 17th century. They reveal the influence of Ignatian spiritual exercises of self-examination and mental purification which Descartes encountered in his intellectual formation, alongside Stoic texts recovered during the Renaissance and widely disseminated in early modern Europe. 35 Spinoza's own formation included at least traces of these influences, since after his excommunication in 1656 he studied with Franciscus van den Endon, a poet, art dealer, and humanist philosopher who had spent 14 years as a Jesuit novice before being dismissed from the order in 1633. Prior to 1656, Spinoza's intellectual and spiritual formation was, of course, intensely Jewish. There is no doubt that Spinoza's philosophy developed in dialogue with both Judaism and Christianity. His critique of religion in the theologico-political treatise is aimed at these two traditions, but he also drew in constructive ways on their scriptural and philosophical resources. According to Warren Zev Harvey, Spinoza anticipated the 20th century concept of a Judeo-Christian tradition and held that Christianity cannot be understood apart from the Hebrew or Jewish tradition. Conversely, he grew up in a Jewish community shaped by complex relations to Christianity. 36 Spinoza cited the New Testament writings of Paul, a Jewish Christian, in support of his own claim that God is the God of all nations. 37 Nevertheless, the specialized character of modern scholarship tends more to separation than to integration, and some scholars have situated Spinoza in an exclusively Jewish intellectual context, identifying Maimonides in particular as both an influence and an opponent. 38 Fewer have explored Spinoza's engagement with Christian thought, and those who do so have tended to focus on the theologico-political treatise rather than the ethics, and therefore on political and historical issues rather than ontological and existential questions. 39 As Spinoza's biographer Stephen Nadler has argued, there is no reason not to be ecumenical here. There are many contexts required for the interpretation of Spinoza's thought, as well as his influence. Research into Spinoza's intellectual sources can only benefit from looking at the variety of backgrounds that make him and his thought so fascinating. 40. Some of the chapters in this book seek to supplement the extensive literature on Spinoza's critical and constructive engagements with Judaism by exploring how the theological interventions of the ethics come into focus within a broadly Christian milieu. While acknowledging Spinoza's deep debt to Jewish texts and practices of reading, we can find good reasons for locating the ethics within the Latinate lineage of Christian thought. After he left his Jewish community, he pursued his intellectual work in this Christian context. Writing his most significant works in Latin, the literary language of Augustine, Aquinas and Calvin, he situated his philosophy in the rich intertextuality of Western Christianity. His critique of superstitious religion was aimed particularly at the Calvinist doctrines and policies of the Dutch Reformed Church, while his metaphysics developed in opposition to the ambiguously Christian philosophy of Descartes, which was shaped by Catholic scholasticism even as it sought to move beyond it. In Leiden, Spinoza encountered the Protestant neo-scholasticism of Francis Burgersdijk and Adrian Heerboerd. 41 Spinoza's neighbors, friends, and correspondents were Christians, some Protestants, some Catholics, others of a nonconformist bent. 42 In his theologico-political treatise he approached what Christians call the Bible as a complete text, comprising the Hebrew Scriptures and the New Testament, and though he read these scriptures with a precociously critical eye, he quoted approvingly, if very selectively, from the letters of Paul and John. He owned several books on Christian theology and ecclesial history, by authors such as Augustine, Calvin and Hugo Grotius. 43 He commented on Christian teachings about the Incarnation, the Resurrection, and the Holy Spirit. And after his death, Spinoza was, so to speak, assumed into the Christian tradition, often as a curiously magnetic danger zone from which thinkers had to distance themselves, as if at risk of contamination, but also as a spur to theological thinking, for the ethics quickly established him as a major thinker of the Western philosophical canon, a discourse in which Christian theology remained inseparable from philosophy for at least 2 centuries. Spinoza deeply influenced Leibniz, Kant, Schelling, Schleiermacher, Hegel, Feuerbach, and George Eliot, all of them Christian thinkers in more or less unconventional ways. However, placing Spinoza in this theological tradition brings problems of its own. Spinoza lived and worked in a Christian context while refusing to become a Christian. His life might have been much easier if he had given in to his friends' entreaties to convert to Christianity, and he chose not to do so. He believed that remaining outside any church, or university, allowed him greater freedom to philosophize. Assimilating Spinoza either to Jewish religious thought or to Christian theology would deny him the productive and liberating position of intellectual outsider, which he maintained throughout his philosophical career. This outsider perspective was not simply a contingent historical circumstance, but fundamental to his thought. 44 On the other hand, situating Spinoza within modern secularism with its objectification of religion would be an equally forced assimilation, suppressing the theological orientation of his work. If we locate Spinoza in a religious tradition, then, we may follow the example he set in his own life, by placing him in dialogue with Christian theologians without attempting to convert his philosophy to Christianity. It is true that as this dialogue unfolds, surprising affinities may emerge between mainstream Christian thought and Spinozism, but my aim in this book is not to compare Spinoza with Christian thinkers. It is not clear what this comparison would accomplish, and pointing out similarities and divergences between thinkers tends to be a rather superficial exercise. Nor am I setting out a historical argument about the sources of the ethics, establishing the extent of Spinoza's engagement with, say, Augustine or Aquinas would involve detailed philological work which would be unlikely, in the end, to yield definite conclusions. Rather, my purpose in situating the ethics in a theological milieu is to open up a shared conceptual space, inhabited by thinkers of different religious traditions, or of different moments within the same tradition. This opening brings into view the distinctive philosophical task, the distinctive concept of religion, and the distinctive sequence of questions that follow from the principle of being in God. My purpose is to see more clearly how Spinoza undertakes this task, how he explores this concept, and how he addresses these questions. I should probably confess that the interpretation of Spinoza offered in this book reflects, in some respects, my own religious orientation. I grew up without a religion, and while I am drawn again and again to the philosophical question of God and find my inner life shaped by religious ideas, art, exemplars, and practices particularly from Indian traditions and from the more contemplative strands of Catholic thought, I do not fit easily into any religious category. I have come to think that religion, for me, is not a matter of identity at all. So I wonder whether, in refusing to categorize Spinoza's religion, I am any different from other scholars who interpret Spinoza in their own image. But I do not take myself to be reading Spinoza through the lens of pre-established and firmly held opinions or beliefs. On the contrary, although I have studied and taught philosophy and theology for more than 20 years, and should perhaps be expected to have formed opinions about religious questions, I have until quite recently felt rather tentative and uncertain about my relationship to these questions. My experience did not match the ready-made images of religion I saw around me, and so I wondered whether I was getting something wrong. For example, the questions "Does God exist?" and "Do you believe in God?" confused me. Neither yes nor no feels like the right answer, and this is not because I am agnostic, but because the wording of these questions seems somehow to lead away from what is meaningful and important to me. Are you religious? Is, similarly, a perplexing question, to which the best answer I can offer is a not very illuminating yes and no. Reading Spinoza more deeply and pursuing the question of his religion has helped me to think more clearly and confidently about my own religious inclinations and to understand my resistance to the ways religion is usually represented and discussed. Finally, let me say a few words about the book's structure. Setting out to write chapters that would advance a cumulative argument, I found that the subject matter resisted me. Perhaps this was partly due to my own limitations, but I suspect it also has something to do with Spinoza's thought, which does not seem to lend itself to linear exposition, an issue I explore in Chapter 2, on the literary form of the ethics. George Eliot, who produced the first English translation of the Ethics in the 1850s, and whose fiction evinces the text's deep influence on her intellectual formation, wrote of her novel Daniel Deronda that I meant everything in the book to be related to everything else there. 45 Spinoza might well have said the same thing about the ethics. The key elements of his thought considered in this book: the nature of human thinking and knowing, the metaphysical distinction between substance and modes, and the relation between God and human beings, human striving and desire, our participation in divine nature, the distinctive affect named acquiescentia in esse ipso, which in its highest form means both resting in God and loving God, the eternity of the mind, and the concept of religio itself cannot be divided neatly between chapters. For this reason, my chapters are rather essayistic, each is relatively self-contained, with its own center of gravity. What is peripheral in one chapter becomes central in another. One advantage of this form is, I hope, that readers who find one or two of the chapters too demanding and some of them are more challenging than others can skip these without giving up on the rest of the book. Perhaps some readers will think it a disadvantage that the areas of convergence between the chapters give rise to occasional repetitions. Yet, as I suggest in Chapter 2, repetition can be a productive force within a text, just as it can be a productive force in life and perhaps especially in religious life, which so often involves returning, again and again, to a truth we already know. Point 46. Chapter 1. Philosophy and Devotion. He felt so strong an inclination to inquire after truth, that he renounced the world in a manner, the better to succeed in that inquiry. Not contented to free himself from all manner of business, he also left Amsterdam, because the visits of his friends too much interrupted his speculations, and retired into the country, where he meditated without any hindrance, and made microscopes and telescopes. He was so well pleased with meditating, and putting his meditations into order, and communicating them to his friends, that he spent very little time in any recreation, and was sometimes 3 whole months without stepping out of doors. Though he lived a very retired life, his name and his reputation flew everywhere. Freethinkers resorted to him from all parts. The Palatine court desired to have him, and offered him a professorship of philosophy at Heidelberg. But he refused it, as being little consistent with his great desire of inquiring into truth without any interruption. Point 1. Pierre Bell wrote this description of Spinoza around 1700, 2 decades after the philosopher's death in 1677. The passage begins and ends with his longing for truth, which brought him fame yet caused him to retreat from the world. Bell tells us very little here about what Spinoza was actually doing. We learn what he was resolutely not doing: living in a city, receiving visits, going out, taking up a professorship. Instead, he was meditating and inquiring. But what did this task consist in? Was Spinoza just sitting there, in his quiet, modest rooms? If a human being has a great desire for truth, how does he follow this desire? Perhaps with this deep, urgent question hanging in the air, Bell was as interested in Spinoza's life as in his unorthodox philosophical views. The biographical synopsis in Bell's entry on Spinoza in his monumental Dictionnaire historique et critique includes some dramatic turning points: an affecting encounter with a young woman who taught Spinoza Latin, the cherem, or ban, imposed by Amsterdam's Jewish community in 1656, when Spinoza was 23, an assassination attempt. Yet Bell seems more fascinated by the contradiction between Spinoza's reputation as a peace-loving, righteous man, and the monstrous scheme contained in the philosopher's works. He is especially indignant about the horrid ideas which Spinoza gives us of God, and finds it strange that those who were acquainted with him, agree in saying, that he was a man of a social disposition, affable, honest, obliging, and very regular in his morals. But after all, Bell adds, we ought not to be more surprised at it, than to see people who live an irregular life, though they are fully persuaded of the truth of the gospel. Point 2. Bell denounced the atheism he discerned in Spinoza's theologico-political treatise, a pernicious and execrable book and opera posthuma, 1677, which included the ethics. Point 3. Yet he also found in these works echoes of various religious teachings, Persian Sufism and Kabbalism, some ancient Indian doctrines, the contemplative practices of a Chinese sect named Fo Kiao, founded around the same time as Christianity. Bell explained that these Chinese quietists practiced extreme stillness. It was not sufficient to continue several hours without any motion of the body, the soul must likewise be immovable, and lose its thought. The Fo Kiao believed that after a man has arrived at the state of quietude, he may follow the ordinary course of life outwardly, and teach others the commonly received doctrine. It is only in private and inwardly that he ought to practice the contemplative exercise of beatitude. For Spinoza, too, lived harmoniously amongst his ordinary Christian neighbors, and encouraged them to abide by the commonly received doctrine. And Bell may well have wondered whether this notorious philosopher's predilection for a quiet life had anything in common with the spiritual exercises of these exotic mystics. The first full biography of Spinoza was published in 1706 by Johannes Carlisle, a Lutheran minister of the parish in The Hague where Spinoza spent his last 7 years. Carlisle moved to the parish in the 1690s, and never met Spinoza. He heard about him from several acquaintances, including his former landlady, who remembered him fondly. If he was very frugal in his way of living, his conversation was also very sweet and easy. He was, besides, very courteous and obliging. He would very often discourse with his landlady, especially when she lay in, and with the people of the house, when they happened to be sick or afflicted. He never failed then to comfort them, and exhort them to bear with patience those evils, which God assigned to them as a lot. He put the children in mind of going often to church, and taught them to be obedient and dutiful to their parents. When the people of the house came from church, he would often ask them what they had learned, and what they could remember of the sermon. He had a great esteem for Dr. Cordes, my predecessor, who was a learned and good-natured man, and of an exemplary life, which gave occasion to Spinoza to praise him very often. Nay, he went sometimes to hear him preach, and he esteemed particularly his learned way of explaining the Scripture, and the solid applications he made of it. He advised at the same time his landlord and the people of the house, not to miss any sermon of so excellent a preacher. It happened one day, that his landlady asked him, whether he believed she could be saved in the religion she professed. He answered, "Your religion is a good one, you need not look for another, nor doubt that you may be saved in it, provided, whilst you apply yourself to piety, you live at the same time a peaceable and quiet life." When he stayed at home, he was troublesome to nobody. He spent the greatest part of his time quietly in his own chamber. When he happened to be tired by having applied himself too much to his philosophical meditations, he went downstairs to refresh himself, and discoursed with the people of the house about anything that might afford matter for an ordinary conversation, and even about trifles. He also took pleasure in smoking a pipe of tobacco. 5. Carlisle, like Bell, describes a man who spent most of his time quietly in his own chamber, devoted to his philosophical meditations. Though Spinoza seemed to move easily between these solitary meditations and commonplace social intercourse, Carlisle also suggests that he was unworldly, caring little for external signs of success and status. He was not only frugal, but scruffy. As for his clothes, he was very careless of them. One of the most eminent councillors of state went to see him, and found him in a very slovenly morning gown, whereupon the councillor blamed him for it, and offered him another. Spinoza answered him, that a man was never the better for having a finer gown. To which he added, "It is unreasonable to wrap up things of little or no value in a precious cover." 6. More recent biographers have shown that there was a worldly side to Spinoza. While he lived in Rheinsberg he met frequently with several close friends, and often travelled to neighbouring cities. As a young man he was fond of the theatre. 7. Perhaps he became single-minded only during his last years, when he wanted to secure his reputation by completing the Ethics. The modern critical eye looks unkindly on naivety, and it would no doubt be naive to treat early sources like Bell and Carlisle as authoritative because of their proximity to people who knew Spinoza personally. But it would also be unwise to dismiss the questions raised by their accounts of Spinoza's way of life, questions that are particularly pertinent to a philosopher who gave the title of Ethica to his great work, the fruit of 20 years of intellectual labor. All those hours spent meditating, whatever this means, were, to state the obvious, part of Spinoza's life. He chose to spend most of his time on philosophy and organized the rest of his life around this occupation. We can treat the literary portraits by Carlisle and Bell as an invitation to consider the ascetic, contemplative, and devotional elements within Spinoza's philosophical labor. Devotion need not be an expression of blind faith. It can be animated by desire blended with cognition, in the first place, recognition of a deep, lasting value and importance that is non-negotiable, irreplaceable, perhaps even unconditional. When we are devoted to something, we give ourselves our time, our attention, our resources to it freely, though also with a feeling that this is something we must attend to. Devotion apprehends its object as necessary, not logically necessary, nor causally necessary, but spiritually necessary. 8. This is a necessity that we feel, that we undergo, as Etienne Souria put it in his remarkable 1956 lecture on the mode of existence of the work to be made over a affair. 9. Its apprehension is not merely theoretical, but entails a repeated response, is moved to express itself again and again. Though devotion may frequently lapse in distraction, doubt, or fatigue, the devotee will sooner or later be drawn back to what she knows, however inarticulately, to be her highest good. The Latin word religio, a binding, touches on this quality. The bonds of religious devotion can be an existential anchor as well as a servitude. The steadfastness of a devout life contrasts with the instability of anemic fluctuations, the anxious souls lurching between hope and fear that Spinoza diagnosed within superstitious faith. Though he was never in the grip of such a faith, Spinoza hinted that he, too, suffered from anemic fluctuations, and that his philosophical labors sought a remedy that would bring him lasting peace. The opening sentence of his unfinished treatise on the emendation of the intellect reads as follows: After experience had taught me that all the things which regularly occur in ordinary life are empty and futile, and I saw that all the things which were the cause or object of my fear had nothing of good or bad in themselves, except in so far as my mind was moved by them, I resolved at last to try to find out whether there was anything that would be the true good, capable of communicating itself, and which alone would affect the mind, all others being rejected, whether there was something which, once found and acquired, would continuously give me the greatest joy, to eternity. 10. Here Spinoza suggests that his philosophical quest was motivated not only by a longing for goodness, joy, laetitia, and happiness, felicitas, but also by his experience of painful emotions. Indeed, he first writes of fear, emptiness, and futility, before announcing his search for the true good. It seems that Spinoza's desire for what he calls his new goal was at least inseparable from, and possibly shaped by, his troubling effects and particularly his fears. The opening to the treatise on the emendation of the intellect is written in an autobiographical voice that calls to mind Descartes' Meditations and Augustine's Confessions, texts shaped by Christian contemplative practice, while its form reflects the exercises of classical rhetoric, particularly in Cicero and Seneca. 11. Though its date of composition is uncertain, this is probably Spinoza's earliest known philosophical work. Its translator Edwin Curley argues that it was written before September 1661, when Spinoza was nearly 30 years old, not an old man, but far enough past his youth to look back on a phase of his adult life. 12. Before Spinoza pursues the epistemological questions that are the focus of the treatise, he devotes a few pages to a broader discussion of his philosophical task, which offers a fascinating introduction to his philosophical work as a whole. In Curley's translation, forms of the verb to devote recur a few times in this text. This does not translate the Latin devotio, which comes from the verb devolvere, meaning to vow, to offer, to dedicate, and is found nowhere in the treatise. 13. Rather, devote translates dare operam, a common idiom meaning give attention to. Dare means to give or to offer, operam is the accusative form of opera, a noun meaning work, labor, exertion, effort, and often implying taking trouble or pains over something. The notion of attention expressed in the idiom makes it clear that the labor in question is not primarily physical, it is an offering of consciousness, or thoughtfulness, along with time and effort. When Spinoza uses this phrase dare operam to describe his investment in his philosophical task, he is talking about devoting himself to his pursuit of truth, because he finds it both difficult and important. Devotion in this sense is not necessarily an overtly reverential attitude. It is, rather, the act of registering the value of something by paying whatever costs of energy, time, effort, and attention, the basic resources of one's life, it requires. 14. Sauria's description of the tremendous labors of artistic and intellectual creation certainly captures Spinoza's devotion to his work to be made, the ethics, the kind of work that does not exist without ceaselessly demanding, over the course of one's vital journey, 1,000 efforts of fidelity, 1,000 painful acceptances of all that this work seeks to obtain through the world, and 1,000 costly rejections of all that is not compatible with it. 15 We should be a little wary, however, of the way modern writers tend to associate ascetic discipline so closely with labor and exertion, even a kind of spiritual athleticism, implying relentless industriousness and productivity. This risks overlooking Spinoza's view that the highest human good is a form of striving that involves deep rest. 16 For Sauria, there is something in the not yet completed œuvre affaire that seems to deserve the gift of a soul and at times of a life, requiring the maker to renounce himself for the sake of the work. 17 He describes this work or making as spiritual, and this is echoed in Michel Foucault's remarks about philosophy and spirituality in his 1982 lecture course on the hermeneutics of the subject. In his introductory lecture, Foucault argued that philosophy and spirituality belonged together in ancient thought from Socrates, the Stoics, and the Cynics to medieval Christian asceticism and were separated in modern philosophy, from Descartes onwards. 18 Perhaps this historical thesis was challenged by his audience, for in his second lecture Foucault admitted that it was completely arbitrary to locate the break between philosophy and spirituality in a Cartesian moment, and revised his thesis to suggest that it was the scholastic, that is, Aristotelian, theology epitomized by Aquinas's writings that initiated the break with spirituality. 19 Though Foucault did not reflect on the spiritual elements within Descartes' writings, he suggested that the first 9 paragraphs of Spinoza's treatise on the emendation of the intellect linked the problem of access to the truth to a series of requirements concerning the subject's very being, posing the question, how must I transform my being? 20. It is no coincidence, then, that Foucault's definition of spirituality expresses something important about the kind of philosophical work Spinoza was engaged in. We will call philosophy the form of thought which asks what it is that enables the subject to have access to the truth, and which attempts to determine the conditions and limits of the subject's access to the truth. If we call this philosophy, then I think we would call spirituality the search, practice, and experience through which the subject carries out the necessary transformations on himself in order to have access to the truth. We will call spirituality, then, the set ensemble of these researches, practices, and experiences, which may be purifications, ascetic exercises, renunciations, conversions of looking, modifications of existence, etc., which are, for the subject's very being, the price to be paid le prix à payer for access to the truth. 21. What Foucault here calls spiritualite resembles the account of devotion that emerges from the opening of Spinoza's treatise on the emendation of the intellect. Just as Sauria's spiritual œuvre affaire demands costly renunciations, so Foucault's spiritualite involves the requirement to pay a price for the truth, a price that may take the form of various kinds of researches, practices and experiences, yet will always consist of an actual quantity of time, effort, and attention. This economic requirement is nicely expressed in English idioms such as spend time and pay attention. Foucault emphasizes the existential investment demanded by spiritualite. Spirituality postulates that the truth is never given to the subject by right, but only at a price that brings the subject's being into play. For as he is, the subject is not capable of truth. There can be no truth without a conversion or transformation of the subject. 22 Devotion is never abstract, it always has duration, and it must leave its mark, whether outwardly or inwardly, on the devotee. Over the first few pages of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, Spinoza describes his slow conversion from one way of life to another. As Pierre-François Moreau has shown, it is a first-person narrative of a conversion, an inward journey, that echoes Augustine's Confessions, though Spinoza's movement is not, of course, a conversion to orthodoxy, nor does it respond to an external call or a superior authority. It is, instead, a natural conversion. 23 Nevertheless, it is strikingly similar to Augustine's description of the philosophers striving to be wise. What are we doing when we diligently strive to be wise? Do we not seek, with as much energy as we can command, to gather our whole soul somehow to that which we attain by the mind, to station ourselves and become wholly entrenched there, so that we no longer rejoice in our own private goods, which are bound up with ephemeral things, but instead cast aside all attachment to times and places and apprehend that which is always one and the same? While we are striving thus, as long as we do so wholeheartedly, then we are on our way. 24. Spinoza also echoes Augustine in showing that this existential change is radical, as well as is gradual. His conversion meant leaving behind not merely frivolity and shallowness, but the entire worldly way of being, encompassing much that seemed attractive and admirable, enshrined in the core collective values he discerned in his culture: wealth, honor, and sensual pleasure. 25. These three notions occurred often in classical rhetoric, which Spinoza takes as a model for his own experience as a young man. 26. He describes himself wishing to become absolutely single-minded. He wanted the true good alone to affect his mind, all other goods being rejected. He suspected that seeking wealth, honor, and sensual pleasure was incompatible with his pursuit of the true good, not because these things necessarily conflicted, in themselves, with the true good, but because the human mind tends to become so distracted, consumed, and lost in pursuing them that it is unable to gather its energies for the good that brings eternal happiness. 27. Spinoza found himself most attached to honor, gaining the esteem of other people. He had learned quickly that after the enjoyment of sensual pleasure is past, the greatest sadness follows, yet he continued to find the desire for honor to be deeply distracting, for honor is always assumed to be good through itself and the ultimate end toward which everything is directed. 28. He saw how the lure of honor is magnified by the social constitution of this good, grounded in the fact that we are highly conscious and acutely sensitive social beings. After early infancy, to be a human being in the world is to be aware of oneself as visible to other people, and as subject to their judgments. Our sophisticated, reflexive sociability makes honor a powerful human value, and Spinoza perceived it to be a dangerously inhibiting force. Honor has this great disadvantage: to pursue it, we must direct our lives according to other people's powers of understanding, fleeing what they commonly flee and seeking what they commonly seek. 29. Spinoza hints at his own struggle to let go of the pursuit of honor. I saw, of course, the advantages that honor and wealth bring, and that I would be forced to abstain from seeking them, if I wished to devote myself seriously to something new and different. For some time, he explains, he hoped to reach his new goal without changing the conduct and plan of life which I shared with other men. Often I tried this, but in vain. 30. Eventually he saw that all these things, wealth, honor, sensual pleasure, stood in the way of my working toward this new goal, indeed were so opposed to it that one or the other must be given up. 31. The first 7 paragraphs of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect describe an inward revolution. At first glance, primo enim intuit, Spinoza worried that he was losing something certain for something uncertain, yet after an earnest exercise of attention, post quam, huic rei incuburam, and persistent meditation, assidua autem meditationi, he saw that, on the contrary, he would be giving up certain evils for a certain good. 32. This exemplifies the conversion of looking that Foucault identifies as a spiritual element of philosophy. However, even after grasping the certainty of the true good, Spinoza's conversion to his new goal was slow, because his mind needed not merely to understand the nature of the true good, but to attend to it for an extended period of time. 33. A philosopher must do more than glance at the truth. Spinoza now found himself seeking a wisdom that would change his life, give him lasting joy, and this would not consist in the momentary acquisition of a piece of knowledge. Rather, the true good had to occupy his mind. It was, so to speak, a matter of changing the way his consciousness spent its time. His attention had to stop being absorbed by thoughts of wealth, pleasure, and honor, and dwell in the company of the new goal of eternal joy. By persistent meditation, I came to the conclusion that, if only I could resolve wholeheartedly modo possem penitus deliberare to change my plan of life, I would be giving up certain evils for a certain good. But not without reason did I use these words, if only I could resolve in earnest. For though I perceived these things so clearly in my mind, I still could not, on that account, put aside all greed, desire for sensual pleasure, and love of esteem. I saw this, however, that so long as the mind was turned toward these thoughts, it was turned away from those things, and was thinking seriously about the new goal. That was a great comfort to me. For I saw that those evils would not refuse to yield to remedies. And although in the beginning these intervals were rare, and lasted a very short time, nevertheless, after the true good became more and more known to me, the intervals became longer and more frequent. 34. It was, in other words, a matter of time of duration, a concept that would become a key element in Spinoza's mature philosophy. The Latin noun that Curly translates usually as goal, but also as plan of life, is institutum. This signifies not only intention, decree, and principle, but also custom and habit, which involve a certain duration. This semantic range is also suggested by Calvin's title for his monumental work, Institutes of Christian Religion. Spinoza is describing the process of adopting a new habit, or more precisely a new practice, if we understand practice to be a habit that is deliberately adopted and cultivated. 35 This practice became deeper and stronger through a combination of duration and repetition. At first, his intervals of attention to the good were rare, and lasted a very short time. As he continued to devote himself to the practice, the intervals became longer and more frequent. As this passage shows, Spinoza's conversion was also a matter of desire. He found that clear perception was not enough to free him from his old desires. Gradually his mind spent less time wanting, and thus attending to, transient goods, and more time longing for, and thus attending to, the true good, though it did not yet fully know what this good consists in. Spinoza, like Descartes, found that while certainty, clarity, and distinctness were the benchmarks of truth, these epistemic qualities did not constitute a resting place for his philosophical inquiry. For though I perceived these things so clearly in my mind, I still could not, on that account, put aside all greed, desire for sensual pleasure, and love of esteem. 36 This was because his philosophical project was ethical in the deepest sense. It concerned the way he spent his time, or in other words how he lived, what he did with his mind and body, where he directed his consciousness, attention, and desire. It required wholehearted resolution. The Latin adverb penitus is aptly translated as wholeheartedly, since it means thoroughly and deeply as well as inwardly. This allusion to the depth and inwardness of a human being may help us to make sense of the way Spinoza writes about the importance of his philosophical task. Remarkably, he suggests that pursuing the true good was a matter of life and death for him, making him feel subject to a certain necessity or imperative to pursue it. I saw that I was in the greatest danger, and that I was forced me coggi to seek a remedy with all my strength, however uncertain it might be, like a man suffering from a fatal illness, who, foreseeing certain death unless he employs a remedy, is forced to seek it, however uncertain, with all his strength. For all his hope lies there. But all those things people ordinarily strive for, not only provide no remedy to preserve our being, but in fact hinder that preservation, often cause the destruction of those who possess them, and always cause the destruction of those who are possessed by them. 37. What kind of death and destruction is Spinoza envisaging here? Although he mentions that pursuing wealth, honor, and pleasure can place people in physical danger, it seems unlikely that he is referring only to biological death. 38 He suggests that pursuing things that are not true goods, in other words, wasting his time, is akin to suffering from a fatal illness. Spinoza seems to have in mind a kind of illness and thus a kind of health and flourishing that is not merely physical. This brings us back to the concept of spirituality that Foucault recovered from ancient philosophy. Spinoza felt the need, the necessity, to preserve his bodily, affective, and spiritual life with the wholeness and depth of his being, because it was precisely this existential wholeness and depth that was in danger of destruction if he neglected to pursue the true good. Having thus emphasized the high stakes of his project, Spinoza explains that the threats to life that concerned him can be traced to the fact that all happiness or unhappiness is placed in the quality of the object to which we cling with love. 39 It is a question of what we love, what we desire, of that to which we attach ourselves inwardly. For strife will never arise on account of what is not loved, writes Spinoza, nor will there be sadness if it perishes, nor envy if it is possessed by another, nor fear, nor hatred, in a word, no disturbances of the mind commotions anemi. 40 Being seized by powerful affects which agitate the mind or soul constitutes a grave danger to our being. 41 All these disturbances happen, Spinoza continues, only in the love of those things that can perish, as wealth, honor, sensual pleasure can do. But love amour toward the eternal and infinite thing feeds the mind animum with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This is greatly to be desired desiderandum, and to be sought with all our strength. 42. Spinoza's gradual conversion from one way of life to another consisted in a reordering of his desire and love. Like Augustine, he found that his heart was turning from what is transient, perishable, and destructive, to what is eternal, infinite, and sustaining. Having noted that the greatest danger Spinoza sought to avert was the disturbance of his animus, his mind, soul, or life force, and perhaps its eventual destruction, it is worth pausing to note also how he characterizes a soul that is at peace, free from such disturbances. In the course of describing the mind's immersion in sensual pleasure, Spinoza writes that the mind animus is so caught up in it, as if at peace in a true good acci in aliquot bono quiesceret, that it is quite prevented from thinking of anything else. 43 Although the goodness of pleasure is illusory and futile, single-minded absorption in pleasure mimics the purity of mind that distinguishes devotion to the true good. Here, the state of being at peace in a true good is expressed by the verb quiescere, meaning to rest. The root quies denotes quietude and stillness, as well as repose. Quiescere, like the English verb to acquiesce, is generally used transitively with the preposition in, and this is how Spinoza uses it in this passage. Acci in aliquot bono quiesceret, as if it, i.e., the mind rests in something good. This gestures to an idea which we can follow to the last pages of the Ethics: a human being's proper relation to the good is to rest in it. Fundamental to the Ethics is the ontological distinction between duration and eternity, which corresponds to an existential, an experiential, distinction between fluctuation and stillness, restless desire and satisfaction. Repose in the good was, indeed, the new way of being which Spinoza was seeking to attain. His mind suffered from commotions or fluctuations, disturbance or unrest, and he wanted to find peace. His mind's unrest involved the affects named in the opening pages of this early treatise: hatred, envy, sadness and, above all, fear. Spinoza wanted to replace these disturbing, unstable emotions with affects that would empower his being: love instead of hatred, generosity instead of envy, joy instead of sadness. And to fear is opposed not hope, which would be yet another agitating emotion, but peace. 44. In the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, Spinoza does not discuss generosity, or any other antidote to envy. He does, however, reveal his ethical commitment to the flourishing of other people when he finally explains what he understands by the true good and the highest good. The concept of goodness is a complicated matter for Spinoza, who insists that good and bad are partial, relative terms. One and the same thing can be called both good and bad according to different respects. The same applies to perfect and imperfect. For nothing, considered in its own nature, will be called perfect or imperfect, especially after we have recognized that everything that happens, happens according to the eternal order of nature. 45 Nevertheless, he continues, we naturally seek a model of perfection that emerges when we conceive a human nature much stronger and more enduring than our own. 46 In this early text, Spinoza does not resolve the tension between his critique of the very notion of goodness, and his emphatic claim. Grounded, he tells us, in his own experience, that pursuing the true good is the most important thing a human being can do. 47 However, he does clarify his views about the good in some important ways. Anything that helps an individual to attain the goal described at the beginning of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect is, he affirms, a true good, but the highest good is explicitly social, to arrive together with other individuals if possible at the enjoyment of this goal. Spinoza clarifies that this enjoyment involves the knowledge of the union that the mind mens has with the whole of nature. 48. So while Spinoza begins by presenting his pursuit of the true good as a personal and apparently rather solitary project, motivated by his own sense of being in the greatest danger, by the time he realizes that the highest good is an empowered human nature, he wishes to enjoy this nature together with other individuals. Indeed, he assumes a responsibility to cultivate this collective enjoyment. He wants to teach other people so that their minds and hearts will be brought into harmony with his own. This, then, is the end I aim at, to acquire such a nature, and to strive that many acquire it with me. That is, it is part of my happiness to take pains operam dare that many others may understand as I understand, so that their intellect and desire intellectus et cupiditas entirely agree with my intellect and desire. To do this it is necessary, first to understand as much of nature as suffices for acquiring such a nature, next, to form a society of the kind that is desirable, so that as many as possible may attain it as easily and surely as possible. 49. Moreover, Spinoza advocates attentiveness to collective social endeavors such as the education of children, medical research, and mechanics, by which he means the development of new technologies to make material life easier. Alongside this movement from an unsociable, or even antisocial, attitude to a deep interest in collective empowerment, is a similar movement in Spinoza's attitude towards worldly pursuits. He began by describing his need to abstain from seeking wealth, honor, and sensual pleasure, and to detach himself from his love of those things that can perish. His suggestion that seeking these conventional human goods is incompatible with seeking the true good invokes an image of the philosopher swimming against the stream of ordinary norms and values, refusing to direct his own life according to other men's powers of understanding. 50. However, Spinoza goes on to rehabilitate wealth, honor, and sensual pleasure. Once he began to attend seriously to his new goal, he explains, he perceived more clearly the nature of these relative goods. I saw that the acquisition of money, sensual pleasure, and esteem are only obstacles so long as they are sought for their own sakes, and not as means to other things. But if they are sought as means, then they will have a limit, and will not be obstacles at all. On the contrary, they will be of great use in attaining the end on account of which they are sought. 51. Spinoza reports that gaining this new insight actually helped him to focus on his new goal. He experienced longer and more frequent intervals of attentiveness to the true good after seeing that the acquisition of wealth, honor, and sensual pleasure need not be obstacles, and that, on the contrary, they could aid his philosophical task. His progress towards the true good came not only by seeing through the emptiness and futility of ordinary goods, but also by resolving the conflict, within his own soul, between the conventional, collective values of his society and his own deepening love of a higher good. With this resolution in view, the opening of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect culminates in 3 rules of living. To speak according to the power of understanding of ordinary people, and do whatever does not interfere with our attaining our purpose. For we can gain a considerable advantage, if we yield as much to their understanding as we can. In this way, they will give a favorable hearing to the truth. To enjoy pleasures just so far as suffices for safeguarding our health. Finally, to seek money, or anything else, just so far as suffices for sustaining life and health, and conforming to those customs of the community that do not conflict with our own. 52. Spinoza introduces these rules by insisting that before anything else, before reforming social organization, education, medicine, and so on, we must devise a way of healing the intellect, and purifying it, as much as we can in the beginning, so that it understands things successfully. All our activities and thoughts are to be directed to this end. 53. The remainder of Spinoza's unfinished treatise concentrates on this project of intellectual therapy. However, he points out that while we pursue this end, and devote ourselves to bringing the intellect back to the right path, it is necessary to live. 54. He acknowledges a deep practical circularity here. We need to improve our minds in order to gain clear sight of the highest good, but we can make no progress in this so long as our minds are disturbed and disoriented by desires for what are not, in themselves, worthy goods. In other words, people live improperly because they are ignorant, but they cannot become less ignorant if they do not conduct themselves properly. Spinoza's proposed solution is to assume certain rules of living as good while in the process of gaining true knowledge of the good. 55. Here he closely echoes Descartes, who in Part 3 of his discourse on method lists 3 maxims forming a provisional moral code to abide by while he is undergoing his intellectual training, and compares this code to a temporary residence in which to live comfortably while rebuilding his house. 56 Spinoza's 3 rules reflect his view that the human good should be pursued collectively, and his pragmatic commitment to social life and its conventions. They externalize the integration he achieved, within himself, of the established values of his community and his countercultural inclination towards a higher good, which had hitherto pulled him in contrary directions. The first 17 paragraphs of Spinoza's treatise thus describe an arc of withdrawing from the ordinary social world and returning to it, of giving up this world and getting it back again. This is a movement of negation, followed by affirmation. His ascetic denial of worldly values and attachments is followed by a new sense of comfort in the world. This double movement fits with the early biographical accounts of Spinoza's habits of living in his later years, the long hours spent alone in his room in meditation, followed by mundane, easy conversations with his landlady and her family, in which he accepted and encouraged their conventional piety. It also fits with the way Spinoza avoided formal recognition by turning down a university professorship, yet was dedicated to communicating his philosophy in the most effective written form he could devise, arranging for the fruit of this intense labor, the Ethics, to be published shortly after his death. Yet this arc is not simply biographical. It belongs to a philosophical tradition of thinking about how to live in the world while reaching for a truth that may transcend the readily available concepts and ideals of ordinary society. It thus echoes the parable, or visualization, of the cave in Plato's Republic. The philosopher turns his soul toward the light and climbs out of the dark cave of his social world, where everyone is ignorant and in chains, but then he returns to the cave to share his insight with his neighbors. 57 It also echoes the story of Jesus, who retreated to the wilderness of the desert, then returned to the towns and cities of Judea to teach the crowds. Of course, returning to the world did not turn out very well for Socrates or for Jesus, and Spinoza, whose watchword was caught, took a quieter, more prudent route into his 17th-century world. Nevertheless, the arc inscribed within the opening to the treatise on the emendation of the intellect indicates what kind of rotation is required for the turning of the soul described in the Republic. The soul turns not only away from the world and towards the true good, but then having spent time with this true good, appropriated it, found rest in it, turns towards the world again. It is not a 180-degree turn, but comes full circle. This does not mean that it is any less of a transformation. On the contrary, it accomplishes a new way of being in the world, holds out the possibility of transforming other souls, and aspires to change a whole society. As we have seen, Foucault suggests that spirituality, the labor of philosophy, may involve a conversion of looking. In the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, Spinoza describes a conversion of looking at the world, as well as a conversion of his faith in and attention to the true good. 58 He also moves between uncompromising spiritual idealism and clear-eyed pragmatism about social realities. These features bring complexity to his account of the best kind of human life, and ambivalence to the role of conventional religion within it. 59 The theologico-political treatise combines a rigorous critique of superstitious beliefs, underpinned by a critical analysis of both Jewish and Christian scriptures, with the defense of the attitude Spinoza expressed towards his landlady: "Your religion is a good one, you need not look for another, nor doubt that you may be saved in it, provided, whilst you apply yourself to piety, you live at the same time a peaceable and quiet life." In that text he suggests that the truth of a person's beliefs is less important than their ethical conduct, a view that rehabilitates a broad range of religious ideals and practices, so long as they are adopted in the right moral spirit and contribute to justice and loving kindness. The Ethics, however, traces a narrower and more demanding path, drawing normative distinctions between truth and falsehood, adequate and inadequate cognition, and describing the rare beatitude that rests on intuitive knowledge of God. This difference between Spinoza's 2 great works, a difference concerning the status of truth, signals neither inconsistency nor a change of heart. Rather, it reflects his long effort to work through a tension already present in the opening pages of his treatise on the emendation of the intellect. He could address this tension only by writing two quite different books. The theologico-political treatise treats religious questions under their social and political aspect, while the Ethics is a work of philosophy giving form and expression to Spinoza's great desire of inquiring into truth, to borrow Pierre Bell's words. The theologico-political treatise is oriented primarily to a reordering of political and ecclesial power, the Ethics to a reordering of ethical and existential power. At the very end of the Ethics, Spinoza names three features of the accomplishment of wisdom: it is excellent, it is difficult, it is rare. The wise person, insofar as he is considered as such, is hardly troubled in spirit, but being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, he never ceases to be, but always possesses true peace of mind. If the way I have shown to lead to these things now seems very hard, still, it can be found. And of course, what is found so rarely must be hard. For if salvation were at hand, and could be found without great effort sine magno labor, how could nearly everyone neglect it? But all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. E5p42s. Spinoza's extraordinary dedication to his philosophical work is evidence of his own devotion to this highest good. He also inspired devotion in others. Henry Oldenburg, for example, after visiting Spinoza at his lodgings in 1661, wrote to him from London that when I visited you recently in your retreat in Cicessuituo at Rheinsberg, I found it so difficult to tear myself away from your side, that now I am back in England I hasten to reunite myself with you, so far as it is possible, even if it is only by correspondence. What I, in my weakness, can provide, you may consider yours. Oldenburg signed himself yours in all love and devotion, tuus omni affectio, et studio. Point 60. In reply, Spinoza wrote that I think that friends must share all things, especially spiritual things, cogito amicorum omnia, principiu spiritualia, deberi esse communia. Point 61. In a similarly affectionate letter, his friend Simon de Vries expressed his envy at a young student named Caesarius who was lodging with Spinoza, and could talk to you about the most important matters at breakfast, at dinner, and on your walks, but consoled himself with the thought that he could commune with Spinoza from afar, though our bodies are separated from one another by such a distance. Nevertheless you are very often present in my mind, especially when I meditate on your writings and hold them in my hands. Point 62. His circle of friends recognized something of deep, rare value in Spinoza, a connection to something which they also longed for, and they were eager to respond to this by offering something of themselves to him: attention, time, money. They tried to persuade him to let them support him financially, offers which Spinoza tended to decline, or help him publish his work. After his death, they worked for 10 months preparing his Ethics for publication and producing a Dutch edition. These biographical details fit with his remarks in the Ethics about the importance of like-minded friends, and they also fit with the earliest literary portraits of Spinoza's devout life, pure-hearted, single-minded, religiously dedicated to inquiry into being and truth. Spinoza consistently called the object of this inquiry God, and he argued that blessedness consists in a kind of union with God, a sharing in God's nature. Because this really is the highest human good, his closest readers, like his closest friends, find that the Ethics both elicits and gives shape to their own devotion to truth, however intermittent this may be. Chapter 2. What is the Ethics? Spinoza made his living as a lens grinder, a profession that requires great skill and delicacy. His production of the Ethics also exhibits fine craftsmanship. Spinoza honed his text like glass, striving for clarity, attending minutely to the form and function of the finished object. 1. Many philosophers write extensively, composing treatise upon treatise, essaying new subjects, adding branch lines to their intellectual network. Think of how Plato's dialogues stage an epic yet inconclusive conversation, how Kant extended his critical philosophy by writing a second and a third critique, how Hegel's system towers like a high-rise building with panoramic views, how Kierkegaard's authorship flowed like surging water, driving the currents and torrents of his inner life through diverse literary channels. Though he wrote several works and experimented with literary genre, Spinoza labored intensively, spending over 8 years on the text that became the Ethics. Point 2. The form of this work is sculptural, architectural. It resembles an exquisitely carved crystal, cut as intricately on the inside as on the outside, hollowed into numerous interconnected chambers and corridors, its myriad colorless surfaces precisely formed and highly polished. Once any text has been written, it has a double life. As a static or atemporal text it exists all at once, complete, while as a dynamic text it unfolds as a linear process through the act of reading. In the case of the Ethics, this doubleness is inscribed in the form of the work, producing two entities quite different in size, shape, and significance. The static Ethics presents a theoretical system, set out according to the deductive order devised by Euclid to prove his geometrical theorems. Point 3. Its literary style is strikingly restrained, almost devoid of rhetoric, as Pierre Bell noted in his Dictionnaire philosophique et critique. Spinoza has confined himself to a great precision in writing, without making use of figurative language, which so often prevents us from having just ideas of a body of doctrine, for with the exception of summary sections, such as the definitions of the affects at the end of Part 3 and the appendix to Part 4, there is little repetition in this text, for repetition has no theoretical value. Nothing is added to a philosophical system by reiterating one of its axioms or propositions. By contrast, the dynamic ethics which unfolds in the act of reading is replete with repetitions. Take, for example, the first proposition of Part 1 and its demonstration. P1. Substance is prior in nature to its affections. Dem. This is evident from def. 3 and 5. Here the reader is directed to recall definitions 3 and 5, which she read a few moments earlier. She either brings them immediately to mind, or glances back at them to refresh her memory. And so she proceeds through the Ethics. Each time Spinoza demonstrates a proposition by invoking an earlier element of the text as its logical foundation, she returns to that earlier element, whether by recollection or by flipping back through the pages of the book. Tracing the cross-references tunneling through the text discloses a web of argumentative lines beneath its surface. When the Ethics is read sequentially, the act of reading follows a looping line, halting and circling back again and again to revisit elements of the text, as directed by Spinoza's demonstrations. Of course, like most philosophical texts, it can also be studied out of sequence. If a reader is focusing on a topic discussed in a cluster of propositions from the middle of the book, for example, she will need to trace their conceptual foundations back through to earlier parts in order to understand them fully. Point 5. Whether the text is read forwards or backwards, it generates repetitions. These repetitions are enacted by the motion of reading, and they exhibit, in time, a certain logical structure, what Spinoza calls the order and connection of ideas, E2p7. If the static, atemporal ethics presents a theoretical system, the dynamic text constitutes a practical system. This means that the text is not only a representation of reality, but also a kind of training manual designed to lead the reader through a cognitive process that will shape her mind's habits of thinking. Point 6. We should remember that a circle of Spinoza's acquaintances studied his works together, and that at least some of his texts were written with this group of students in mind. A letter to Spinoza from Simon de Vries documents their study meetings. One of us, but each one takes his turn, reads through, explains according to his own conception, and then proves everything, following the sequence and order of your propositions. When something proved difficult to understand, one of the group would write to the philosopher to ask for clarification, so that we may be able to defend the truth against those who are superstitiously religious and Christian, and to stand against the attacks of the whole world. Point 7. Spinoza probably envisaged the finished version of the Ethics being studied in this way after his death. A practical system is a discipline, an order or a rule that, when properly followed, forms or reforms the practitioner in a certain way. Recalling Foucault's description of a philosophy that is also a spirituality, we can regard the dynamic ethics as a spiritual exercise, a practice of reading which guides the reader through conversions of looking and modifications of existence. Point 8. While repetitions are superfluous within a static theoretical system, they are indispensable to this kind of dynamic, temporal, practical system. Because most readers come to the ethics with minds dimmed by entrenched customs and prejudices, they are at least partially resistant to the discipline it offers. Repetition, though not itself rational, can be put in the service of reason to overcome this resistance. Philosophers in the early modern period were fascinated by the way repetition modifies the human mind. Descartes, Hobbes, Spinoza, Malebranche, and Locke, followed by Hume and Reid, theorized about the role of repetition in processes of habituation and habit formation, custom and learning. In 1655, Hobbes defined habit as motion made more easy and ready by custom, that is to say, by perpetual endeavor, or by iterated endeavors, and Locke echoed this definition in his 1690 essay concerning human understanding, which states that habit is the power or ability in man, of doing anything, when it has been acquired by frequent doing the same thing. 9 These general reflections on the effects of repetition were applied to the invisible activity of the human mind, in other words, to the process of thinking. In his Search After Truth, 1674, Malebranche hypothesized that animal spirits move along paths formed by traces in the brain. When the spirits have passed through these traces many times, they enter there more easily than other places, and thus habitual patterns of thinking, cognitive paths of least resistance, are formed in the mind. 10 Locke added a new chapter on the association of ideas to the fourth edition of the essay concerning human understanding, published in 1700.11. It is not surprising, then, that Spinoza's Ethics, considered as a theoretical system, contains an account of the psychological process whereby repetition produces a certain order of ideas in a person's mind. Here, however, this account explains how the ethics itself, considered as a practical system, is meant to work upon the mind of the reader. Part 2 of the text, which focuses on the nature of the human mind, identifies three kinds of cognition: opinion or imagination, reason, and intuition, science ntia intuitiva. Point 12 Imagination signifies the activity of undisciplined, spontaneous, everyday, habitual thinking, which in contrast to the other two types of cognition produces inadequate ideas. This imaginative process unfolds according to a basic principle of Spinoza's natural philosophy: bodies are affected by other bodies. When a body comes frequently into contact with an external body, it changes its surface and, as it were, impresses on it certain traces, vestigia, e2postv. In other words, bodies are characterized by plasticity. They are receptive to changes and may be modified by them, but they can also hold their form, so that traces remain in bodies to mark the ways in which they have been affected. Images are thoughts generated in this way, mental correlates of bodily traces. Imaginative thinking links together a series of images in the mind, according to a principle of association that is engendered by repetition. For example, explains Spinoza, from the thought of the word pomum a Roman will immediately pass to the thought of the fruit, which has no similarity to that articulate sound and nothing in common with it except that the body of the same man has often been affected by these two, that is, that the man often heard the word pomum while he saw the fruit. And in this way each of us will pass from one thought to another, as each one's association consuetudo has ordered the images of things in the body. E2p18s. We fall into error when the order established by the habits of the imagination is confused with the nature of things. Point 13 In the appendix to Ethics I, Spinoza identifies several prejudices which persist because people judge things according to the disposition of their brain, and imagine, rather than understand them. He argues that all the notions by which ordinary people are accustomed to explain nature are only modes of imagining, and do not indicate the nature of anything, only the constitution of the imagination, E1APP. He illustrates this point by comparing the way two individuals will interpret the same sign. Each of us will pass from one thought to another, as each one's association has ordered the images of things in the body. For example, a soldier, having seen traces of a horse in the sand, will immediately pass from the thought of a horse to the thought of a horseman, and from that to the thought of war, and so on. But a farmer will pass from the thought of a horse to the thought of a plough, and then to that of a field, and so on. E2p18s. Towards the end of Ethics 2, Spinoza extends his analysis of habitual thinking in considering general concepts, which he calls universal images. Here, the image in question is not a mark in the sand, but the notion of humanity. This will vary according to our bodily dispositions. For example, those who have more often regarded men's stature with wonder will understand by the word man an animal of erect stature. But those who have been accustomed to consider something else, will form another common image of men, for example, that man is an animal capable of laughter, or a featherless biped, or a rational animal. And similarly concerning the others, each will form universal images of things according to the disposition of his body. E2p40s1. Again, Spinoza is suggesting that the way we interpret images reveals more about our past experience than about the nature of things. The chains of images in our minds reflect our particular habits, and no one will share exactly the same concatenations of images with another person. As Hume would argue more forcefully in the 18th century, imaginary or habitual thinking is subjectively ordered, and there is nothing to guarantee its application to the objective order and connection of things. Point 14. Spinoza claims that the mind has only a confused knowledge, of itself, of its own body, and of external bodies, so long as it is determined externally, from fortuitous encounters with things. E2p29s. This knowledge by association is without order for the intellect, since it is drawn from random experience. E2p40s2. Spinoza's account of the inadequate cognition formed by opinion or imagination shows the kind of minds, the patterns of thinking, the structures of attention he expected people to bring to the task of reading the Ethics. When we attend to our own mental activity, his critique of imaginative thinking begins to appear even more radical than his critique of Descartes' metaphysics, or of Calvinist theology. A little introspection discloses a constant stream of thoughts passing through our minds. Jumping from one train of associations to another, we realize that we are seldom the authors of our thoughts. It is difficult to disrupt the flow of images or ideas for longer than a few seconds, such is the force of habit. And it takes real effort to sustain a rational train of thought without distraction, even for a couple of minutes. In criticizing imaginative thinking, Spinoza was not talking about an aberration, nor about something that is confined to a certain group of people, the uneducated, the stupid, or the insane, but calling into question virtually all our ordinary mental activity. Spinoza thought that genuine knowledge is gained by making the transition from imagination to reason, from the first to the second kind of knowledge. He emphasized that this transition is difficult. It involves a disruption of ordinary patterns of thinking, and a reordering of thought, a cognitive conversion from the order of habit which is generated and consolidated by repetition to the order of nature. Unlike Hume, Spinoza argued that the causal order of things is paralleled by a logical order and connection of ideas, which we can discern through reason. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things, E2p7, and truly knowing something means understanding its causes, grasping how it fits into the whole of nature, to which it belongs and on which it depends. Our thinking needs to be trained to follow the connection of ideas which happens according to the order of the intellect, by which the mind perceives things through their first causes, and which is the same in all men. E2p18s. Spinoza's analysis of ordinary habitual thinking shows how repetition can produce lasting associations in the mind. When his demonstrations direct the reader to return to previous propositions, bringing them repeatedly to mind, he reinforces the logical order and connections of ideas which the text has already traced. This process accomplishes not simply a demonstration of the validity of Spinoza's propositions, but a training in orderly, adequate cognition. Such a training will discipline the imagination to bring it into harmony with rational understanding. Defining imaginatio as the first kind of cognition, Spinoza explains that it is a kind of thinking formed from signs, e.g., in hearing or reading certain words we remember things and form ideas of them similar to those which the things themselves first produced in us, E2p40s2. We might apply this definition to the ethics itself, considered as a practical system that involves hearing and reading certain words, and we can also note that this account of imaginatio refers to remembering, or recollection, which is precisely what occurs when Spinoza cites previous propositions. The reader must call these elements to mind again. Furthermore, the mathematical example used to illustrate the difference between the first and second kinds of cognition refers to the demonstrations within Euclid's Elements, the literary model for the ethics. Merchants find the fourth proportional number either because they have not forgotten what they heard from their tutor Magistro without any demonstration, or because they have often tried the same process, or on the ground of the demonstration of Proposition 19, Book 7 of Euclid, E2p40s2. The first case is imaginatio, the second is ratio. In the Ethics, Spinoza, as tutor, guides his readers through the demonstrations, leading them by the hand, as it were, E2 preface, through a training that involves often trying the same process until their thinking proceeds from an understanding of his demonstrations. This process does not abandon imaginatio, but refashions it, so to speak, in the image of reason. There is, of course, a third kind of cognition, scientia intuitiva, intuitive knowing. Its significance becomes clearer in Part 5 of the Ethics, and we will return to it in later chapters of this book, in particular, in Chapter 6, on Spinoza's concept of acquiescentia, we will see how scientia intuitiva grounds the mind's capacity for repose, for resting in itself, and at the same time resting in God. Spinoza's thinking on this point has deep sources. Medieval thinkers contrasted the mental exertion of ratio with a more restful, contemplative, intuitive kind of knowing, which participates in God's intellectus. Thomas Aquinas traced this philosophical ideal to the fourth of the 10 Commandments recorded in Exodus 20: remember the Sabbath day, and keep it holy, which for Aquinas implied a moral precept directing the mind to rest in God, quis mentis in Deo. Point 15. As the Thomist philosopher Joseph Piper explained in his 1948 essay Leisure, the Basis of Culture. The Middle Ages drew a distinction between ratio and intellectus. Ratio is the power of discursive, logical thought, of searching and examination, of abstraction, of definition, and drawing conclusions. Intellectus is the capacity of simplex intuitus, of that simple vision to which truth offers itself like a landscape to the eye. Man's knowledge is both these things in one, according to antiquity and the Middle Ages, simultaneously ratio and intellectus, and the process of knowing is the action of the two together. The mode of discursive thought is accompanied and impregnated by an effortless awareness, the contemplative vision of the intellectus. Point 16. While ratio requires real hard work, the simple, intuitive vision of intellectus is not work. Point 17. Piper argues that the possibility of intellectual rest was already in danger of being lost in the early modern era. Of course, any claim with such a sweeping historical scope is inevitably a generalization, and another side to this story is the renewed interest in the Stoic ideal of tranquility among 16th and 17th century thinkers. Nevertheless, Piper's suggestion that during this period the pursuit of knowledge came to be construed solely as effortful work is borne out by Spinoza's own criticism of Francis Bacon, an early architect of modern science. In a 1661 letter to Henry Oldenburg, Spinoza criticized Bacon's view that the human intellect cannot stop or rest. Point 18. This points to the broader context for Spinoza's insistence on a third kind of knowing. The Ethics resists the tendency of modern thought to see ratio as the highest form of knowledge, and thus to deny the mind's repose. Spinoza's concept of scientia intuitiva places intellectual rest, alongside intellectual striving, at the heart of the human good. The mind's awareness of its own cognitive activity is, I think, a paradigmatic instance of scientia intuitiva. Shortly after Spinoza introduces his distinction between three kinds of cognition at E2p40s2, he states that he who has a true idea at the same time knows simulsit that he has a true idea, E2p43. This echoes his earlier remark that as soon as simulac someone knows something, he thereby knows that he knows it eo ipso sit, E2p21s. By idea Spinoza means an act of thinking, an act of understanding, not a static representation like a picture on a tablet, E2p43s. Any act of thinking can be identified by its content, by what it is thinking about. For example, when I read the Ethics, I have a succession of ideas about substance, mode, attribute, desire, joy, sadness, virtue and all the other things discussed in the text. But an idea can also be considered in itself, without reference to its content, simply as an activity of thinking. Spinoza calls this the form of the idea insofar as this is considered as a mode of thinking, without relation to the object, E2p 21s. To pursue the same example, when I read and understand a proposition in the Ethics, I am aware of my own understanding. I have a true idea of the proposition, and at the same time I cognize my act of thinking, I know that I have a true idea. This is an instance of science ntia intuitiva, and we can see how it accompanies ratio, the second kind of knowing. Through ratio I grasp a proposition, and at the same time, through science ntia intuitiva, I know that I am understanding it. One of the distinguishing features of science ntia intuitiva is its immediacy or simultaneity. It arises as soon as the act of thinking takes place. As soon as we have a true idea, we have an idea of this idea. Whereas in the case of ratio we can distinguish between what is known and the act of knowing it on the one hand, say, a proposition in the Ethics, and on the other hand my act of understanding it in the case of science ntia intuitiva. What is known and the act of knowing coincide. My mind knows itself, my act of understanding is both known and knowing. These are one of the same thing, which is conceived under one and the same attribute, viz. thought, E2p 21s, and this accounts for science ntia intuitiva's immediacy. 19. Spinoza's own example of science ntia intuitiva is not grasping a proposition in the Ethics, but the mathematical example that he uses to illustrate all three kinds of cognition. In the case of the simplest numbers, he remarks, neither the first nor the second kind of cognition is required to find the fourth proportional number. Given the numbers 1, 2, and 3, no one fails to see that the fourth proportional number is 6, E2p 40s2. Because we see in one glance that 2 is twice as big as 1, we can immediately infer the number twice as big as 3, i.e., 6. This is precisely the kind of self-evident seeing that is accompanied by a reflexive grasp of its truth. As soon as we have the true idea that the fourth proportional is 6, we know that we have the right answer. We cognize our own act of understanding. Yet a very simple mathematical truth is so self-evident that we may pay little attention to the fact that we understand it. Perhaps a more palpable instance of science ntia intuitiva is the sense of realization and recognition that comes when we suddenly grasp something that was previously obscure. In this case, we really feel the transition in our mind, as we pass from not understanding something to understanding it. This transition is so evident, the contrast is so stark that it is impossible not to notice it. To use Spinoza's own metaphor, it is like lighting a candle in a dark room, CE2p 43s, and this is why, when we describe a sudden realization, we sometimes say that it dawned on me. The Ethics itself provides very ample opportunities to experience this dawning, the passage from darkness to light, from confusion to understanding, and to thereby feel our own intellectual activity, our own power of thinking. This is always an effective breakthrough, too, a passage from the frustrated, fumbling impotence of bewilderment to the happy power of clear vision. It can take time, minutes, days, years to fully understand a single proposition, yet as soon as understanding comes, we recognize its truth and at the same time know that we have grasped this truth. I should add, furthermore, that although knowing our own intellectual activity is the paradigmatic instance of science ntia intuitiva, we may also know other things in this way. Again, the Ethics itself exemplifies this. The text is an articulation of Spinoza's intellectual activity. When we grasp one of its propositions, or a sequence of propositions, we are seeing not a mute image like a picture on a tablet, but an act of thinking. The immediacy that characterizes our knowing of our own knowing applies here too. We might even say that our activity of thinking and Spinoza's activity of thinking become one and the same. Thus science ntia intuitiva permits its own kind of repetition, though one might argue that the different spatial temporal conditions of these intellectual activities, Spinoza in the Netherlands in the 17th century, myself in London in the 21st century, are rendered so irrelevant by the immediacy of intuition that this is communion rather than repetition. And we form a community of readers, all of us, insofar as we understand the ethics, sharing in the same reflexive intellectual activity. This too is intuitive repetition, and it is a great joy. Like Spinoza's very first readers, we do not encounter the ethics alone, as we read and understand, maybe by very gradual degrees, we are participating together in understanding itself, participating, in other words, in the attribute of thought, in God's power of thinking. The metaphysics which grounds these cognitive possibilities will be explored in chapters 3 and 5. So the famous passage on the three kinds of cognition offers a reflexive account of the work of the text itself, suggesting that the ethics operates in all three modes of cognition, and seeks to bring them into agreement in its readers' minds. As Spinoza already perceived when he wrote his treatise on the emendation of the intellect, this cognitive conversion has a deep ethical significance. In the ethics he deploys the distinction between activity and passivity to argue that the conversion from habitual thinking to rational thinking will necessarily be empowering. As we develop adequate knowledge, we become more active, less subject to the vicissitudes of fortune which bring us into contact with this or that external influence, generating this or that sequence of associations. By exercising rational thought we come to understand the nature of things, to see how things affect one another, and this empowers us to order our own experience in a way that harmonizes with reality and promotes our happiness. While imaginative, habitual thinking is based on random experience and subject to its vicissitudes, rational thinking provides the basis for a wiser, more philosophical way of life. The distinction between habit and experience on the one hand, and reason on the other, is a familiar trope of early modern and Enlightenment thought. This distinction was often correlated with a body-mind dualism in more or less normative ways, and of course Spinoza's metaphysics cuts through the dualism promoted by Descartes and his followers. His own distinction between thinking that is ordered by experience, and thinking that is ordered by reason, the distinction between the first and second kinds of cognition set out in E2P40S2 is unsettled by the fact that the ethics, considered as a dynamic text constituted by an act of reading, is itself an experiential phenomenon. Like any other literary work, it is experienced by the reader as it unfolds in time. But the ethics configures the experience of reading in a certain way. As we read, our minds follow its geometrical method, moving between ideas in a logical sequence. The dynamic text thus inculcates the discipline of rational thinking, as well as offering moments of science ntia intuitiva. Although the habitual patterns of the imagination need to be undone and replaced by rationally ordered thinking, the force of habit can be weakened only by a corresponding counter-force. Rationality needs to be entrenched by repetition. In Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza returns to the subject of repetition, and suggests that it has a vital role in reordering his readers' thinking according to the intellect. Here the context is explicitly ethical. Spinoza is explaining how our emotions can be brought into harmony with a rational understanding of both ourselves and others. Point 20. So long as we are not torn by affects contrary to our nature, he writes, we have the power of ordering and connecting the affections of the body according to the order of the intellect. E5P10. Once we completely understand our emotions, he argues, we will cease to be passively subject to them. However, as he already saw when he composed his treatise on the emendation of the intellect, while we devote ourselves to bringing the intellect back to the right path, it is necessary to live. Point 21. Complete self-knowledge is extraordinarily difficult to accomplish, and so long as we do not have perfect knowledge of our affects, the best thing we can do is to conceive a correct principle of living, or sure maxims of life, to commit them to memory, and to apply them constantly to the particular cases frequently encountered in life. E5P10S. Here the psychological mechanism whereby repetition generates and enforces habitual, imaginative thinking becomes the remedy for the condition which it had helped to produce. In the ethics, cognitive repetition thus exemplifies what Jacques Derrida called a pharmakon, a device that is both a poison and a cure. Point 22. Like the Stoics, Spinoza is advocating imaginative practices that will retrain the mind to follow a certain order of associations. Point 23. By way of an example, he suggests that the Christian exhortation to love your enemies, see Matthew 5:44 and Luke 6:27, or, as he rephrases it, the maxim that hate is to be conquered by love, by not repaying it with hate in return, should be joined to the image of wrongdoing by frequently meditating on the common wrongs of men, and how they might be warded off best by nobility. Sufficient repetition will entrench the maxim as a habitual thought that will always be ready for us when a wrong is done to us. Similarly, he suggests that the emotion of fear can be conquered if we recount and frequently imagine the common dangers of life, and how they can be best avoided and overcome by presence of mind and strength of character, E5p10s. As he explains how these imaginative practices change the mind's patterns of thinking, Spinoza refers back to his analysis of habituation in Ethics 2, particularly E2p18, which is cited in E5p10s, E5p12 and E5p13. He states that as an image is related to more things, the more frequent it is, or the more often it flourishes, and the more it engages the mind, E5p11, and that the more an image is joined with other images, the more often it flourishes, E5p13. This helps to explain what is happening when Spinoza's text directs the reader to recall or reread an earlier proposition. For this is not mere repetition, rather, it is a repetition that involves variation. If a particular proposition is cited, say, 6 times over the course of the Ethics, each time the reader is sent back to it from a new place, the proposition is reiterated in association with 6 different propositions, with different conceptual contents. The more an image is joined with other images, the more often it flourishes, and the revisited proposition functions just like an image that recurs in relation to many different images, and thus increasingly engages the reader's mind. It is possible, indeed, to analyze the dynamic structure of the ethics considered as a practical system, a philosophical discipline, a spiritual exercise by measuring the frequency of each proposition. A small number of propositions are never cited, they are encountered just once in a single reading of the text. Others are repeated multiple times, demanding the reader's attention again and again. Each proposition thus gains a certain intensity, or intensive power. Within the text's architecture, this semantic power might be imagined as a weight or density which registers the proposition's significance in bearing a certain conceptual load. Propositions that are cited many times do a lot of work, both theoretically and practically. They support a large proportion of Spinoza's theoretical system, and through the practice of reading the Ethics they vigorously engage and form the mind of the reader who returns to them repeatedly. Just as Spinoza thought that individual entities, or modes, while inseparable from their relations to other modes, can be distinguished by their degree of power, so the interconnecting propositions of the Ethics have differing potencies. Point 24. Reading the text in this way, we can identify a number of superpropositions, a term I reserve for those elements. There are definitions and scholia as well as propositions in this category, which are cited more than 10 times. Often these superpropositions carry extensive scholia. 10 is an arbitrary number, but it yields a manageable selection of superpropositions, 4 from Part 1, 11 from Part 2, 9 from Part 3 and 2 from Part 4.25. These are listed at the end of this chapter. Of course, simply counting the number of citations per proposition is simplistic. For example, a proposition might be cited just 3 times, but if these citations occur in demonstrations to 3 superpropositions, then the proposition supports elements which themselves bear a lot of the text's weight. No doubt someone could devise an algorithm to calculate the intensity of each element of the Ethics. Point 26. Nevertheless, our unsophisticated list of 25 superpropositions yields some rough yet interesting results. The 2 most powerful elements of the text are both in Part 3. The scholium to E3p11, cited 27 times, explains that the human mind can undergo great changes, and pass at one time to a higher and at another to a lower degree of perfection, and defines the affects of joy and sadness in terms of these transitions to greater or lesser perfection. E3p7, cited 25 times, asserts that the striving by which each thing strives to persevere in its being is nothing but the actual essence of the thing. Spinoza's definition of God, E1d6, is by far the most cited definition in the Ethics. By God I understand a being absolutely infinite, i.e., a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, of which each one expresses an external and infinite essence. From Part 2 of the text, the distinction between three kinds of cognition at E240S2 and the discussion of imagination and error at E2P17S both make the list, as does the proposition that underpins Spinoza's metaphysical parallelism: the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things, E2P7. Spinoza argues that we know a thing by knowing its cause, and no doubt he also held that his readers would understand any particular proposition of the Ethics once they understood all the elements' definitions, axioms, postulates, propositions. It rests upon point 27, just as our understanding of a particular thing, for example, an organism, a meteorological event or a human emotion, expands as we trace the complex series of causes which conspire to produce it, so within Spinoza's philosophical system a complete grasp of any proposition depends on tracing the proliferating sequences of elements that constitute its conceptual foundations. To truly understand a proposition, the reader must first return to the elements cited in its demonstration, and then reach further back to all the elements cited in the demonstrations of these elements, and so on. This process yields an explication of each proposition and of its necessity. It also intensifies those propositions which constitute the foundation stones of Spinoza's system. Take, for example, a superproposition from Part 1, whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God, E1P15. This is cited 17 times in the Ethics, and these 17 elements are in turn cited 65 times, and these 65 elements are cited 146 times. In other words, if a reader were to trace Spinoza's argumentative lines by three conceptual steps, and she could, of course, follow his directions more diligently still, and trace every single proposition back to its first foundations, she would revisit E1P15 a total of 228 times, always from a different starting point. Most of the propositions in the Ethics are traversed by argumentative lines that reach back to Part 1 of the text, of God, and most frequently to the superpropositions of this part, E1P11, which affirms God's necessary existence, and E1P16, which states that infinitely many things follow in infinitely many modes from God's nature, along with Spinoza's definition of God, and E1P15, whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God. In Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza refers to God and to E1P15 immediately after discussing how the frequency and connectedness of images engages the mind. E5P11, as an image is related to more things, the more frequent it is, or the more often it flourishes, and the more it engages the mind. E5P12, the images of things are more easily joined to images related to things we understand clearly and distinctly than to other images. E5P13, the more an image is joined with other images, the more often it flourishes. E5P14, the mind can bring it about that all the body's affections, or images of things, are related to the idea of God. Democrat, there is no affection of the body of which the mind cannot form some clear and distinct concept, by E5P4. And so it can bring it about, by E1P15, that they are related to the idea of God, QED. The spiritual exercise of reading the Ethics is not, then, simply a formal training in logical thinking. It inculcates the practice of relating all images of things to the idea of God, a practice mirrored in the structure of the text, which relates propositions about many different aspects of human activity and experience to propositions about God. To associate things with the idea of God is to connect them to the idea of their first cause, and for Spinoza this is precisely what it means to have genuine knowledge. In offering readers a spiritual exercise that links things to the idea of God, and entrenching these associations by repetition, the Ethics resembles many religious practices, such as daily prayer, devotional reading, and rituals of worship. It differs, of course, in offering a cognitive practice of inquiry. The Ethics is well suited to readers who, like Spinoza himself, are drawn to philosophy, and to the intellectual knowledge of God. Spinoza knew that people vary greatly in their mentality, and there is no reason to think that he wished to prevent anyone from following religious rituals which link things to God in ways that were chiefly devotional or contemplative, perhaps using figurative language and imaginative thinking, for example, by giving thanks to God for a shared meal, by regularly repeating the prayer Jesus taught his followers, or by laying out a prayer met 5 times daily. 28 When such rituals were bound up with superstitious beliefs which gave rise to troublesome emotions, and when they were enforced by ecclesial authorities seeking to inhibit freedom of thought, then Spinoza was very critical of them. But the rituals themselves might be seen as complementary to the spiritual exercise of the ethics, rather than contrary to it. Though I have used architectural metaphors, drawn from the domain of extension, to convey the theoretical and practical power of the ethics and to identify the system's strongest foundations, its thickest load-bearing columns, we might also express its power by the metaphor of light, which has degrees of intensity. According to this metaphor, the text is a work of enlightenment. This has to be understood against the background of a particular configuration of darkness, or ignorance, which Spinoza discerned amongst his contemporaries. We might create a map of the ethics that would resemble the constellations of the night sky, with some stars the most intensive propositions burning brighter than the others. As we have seen, the elements recurring most often in the dynamic text are those which Spinoza wants to impress most forcefully upon his readers' minds. It may turn out that these bright stars of Spinoza's philosophical constellation are points which correct his readers' deepest, darkest errors: belief in an anthropomorphic God, the idea that human beings are self-sufficient substances, which possess free will, fear of punishment and death, an individualistic and instrumental attitude to virtue and happiness, misguided conceptions of the nature of the human mind, and thus of elemental emotions such as desire, joy, sadness, love, and hatred. Perhaps Spinoza's superpropositions signal where the most intensive work of enlightenment needs to be carried out. Appendix: Superpropositions in the Ethics. Below I list the 26 superpropositions in the Ethics. A couple of the longer ones have been abridged, with the number of direct citations of each given in brackets. Most of these elements will be explored in detail in the chapters to follow, but this list offers an overview, or a reminder, of the key points of Spinoza's philosophy. Definition of God. 1d6. By God I understand a being absolutely infinite, i.e., a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, of which each one expresses an external and infinite essence. 13. God exists necessarily. 1p11. God, or a substance consisting of infinite attributes, each of which expresses eternal and infinite essence, necessarily exists. 10. Being in God. 1p15. Whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God. 17. Modes follow necessarily from God. 1p16. From the necessity of the divine nature there must follow infinitely many things in infinitely many modes, i.e., everything which can fall under an infinite intellect. 17. Parallel between the attributes of thought and extension. 2p7. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. 12. The human mind. 2p11. The first thing that constitutes the actual being of a human mind is nothing but the idea of a singular thing which actually exists. 11. The human mind is part of God's intellect. 2p11c. From this it follows that the human mind is part of the infinite intellect of God. Therefore, when we say that the human mind perceives this or that, we are saying nothing but that God, not insofar as he is infinite, but insofar as he is explained through the essence of the human mind, or insofar as he constitutes the essence of the human mind, has this or that idea, and when we say that God has this or that idea, not only insofar as he constitutes the nature of the human mind, but insofar as he also has the idea of another thing together with the human mind, then we say that the human mind perceives the thing only partially, or inadequately. 11. The human mind perceives its object, the body, entirely. 2p12. Whatever happens in the object of the idea constituting the human mind must be perceived by the human mind, or there will necessarily be an idea of that thing in the mind, i.e., if the object of the idea constituting a human mind is the body, nothing can happen in that body which is not perceived by the mind. 10. The human mind is the idea of the body. 2p13. The object of the idea constituting the human mind is the body, or a certain mode of extension which actually exists, and nothing else. 19. Ideas of external things. 2p16. The idea of any mode in which the human body is affected by external bodies must involve the nature of the human body and at the same time the nature of the external body. 11. The mind affirms the present existence of whatever it perceives. 2p17. If the human body is affected with a mode that involves the nature of an external body, the human mind will regard the same external body as actually existing, or as present to it, until the body is affected by an affect that excludes the existence or presence of that body. 15. 2p17c. Although the external bodies by which the human body has once been affected neither exist nor are present, the mind will still be able to regard them as if they were present. 10. Images and imagining. 2p17s. We thus see why we frequently contemplate things that do not exist as if they were present. We clearly understand what is the difference between the idea of, say, Peter, which constitutes the essence of Peter's mind, and the idea of Peter which is in another person, say in Paul. For the former directly explains the essence of Peter's body, and involves existence only so long as Peter exists, but the latter indicates the condition of Paul's body more than the nature of Peter, and therefore while that condition of Paul's body of Paul lasts, Paul's mind will contemplate Peter as present to it, even though Peter does not exist. Next, to retain the customary words, the affections of the human body whose ideas present external bodies as present to us, we shall call images of things, even if they do not produce the external figures of things. And when the mind regards bodies in this way, we shall say that it imagines. And here, in order to begin to indicate what error is, I should like you to note that the imaginations of the mind, considered in themselves, contain no error, or that the mind does not err from the fact that it imagines, but only insofar as it is considered to lack an idea that excludes the existence of those things that it imagines to be present to it. For if the mind, while it imagined non-existent things as present to it, at the same time knew that those things did not exist, it would, of course, attribute the power of imagining to a virtue of its nature, not a vice, especially if this faculty of imagining depended only on its nature, i.e., by id 7, if the mind's faculty of imagining were free. 12. Association and recollection. 2p18. If a human body has once been affected by two or more bodies at the same time, then when the mind subsequently imagines one of them, it will immediately recollect the others also. 10. Three kinds of cognition. 2p40s2. From what has been said above, it is clear that we perceive many things and form universal notions. From singular things which have been represented to us through the senses in a way that is mutilated, confused, and without order for the intellect. For that reason I have been accustomed to call such perceptions cognition from random experience. 2. From signs, e.g., from the fact that, having heard or read certain words, we recollect things, and form certain ideas of them, which are like them, and through which we imagine the things. These two ways of regarding things I shall henceforth call cognition of the first kind, opinion, or imagination. 3. Finally, from the fact that we have common notions and adequate ideas of the properties of things. This I shall call reason and the second kind of cognition. For in addition to these two kinds of cognition, there is, as I shall show in what follows, another, third kind, which we shall call intuitive knowledge. And this kind of knowing proceeds from an adequate idea of the formal essence of certain attributes of God to the adequate knowledge of the formal essence of things. 11. Definition of action. 3d2. I say that we act when something happens, in us or outside us, of which we are the adequate cause, i.e., when something in us or outside us follows from our nature, which can be clearly and distinctly understood through it alone. On the other hand, I say that we are acted on when something happens in us, or something follows from our nature, of which we are only a partial cause. 12. Actions and passions. 3p3. The actions of the mind arise from adequate ideas alone, the passions depend on inadequate ideas alone. 22. Striving is essence. 3p7. The striving by which each thing strives to persevere in its being is nothing but the actual essence of the thing. 25. Will, appetite and desire. 3p9s. When this striving is related only to the mind, it is called will, but when it is related to the mind and the body together it is called appetite. This appetite, therefore, is nothing but the very essence of man, from whose nature there necessarily follow those things that promote his preservation. And so man is determined to do those things. Between appetite and desire there is no difference, except that desire is generally related to men insofar as they are conscious of their appetite. So desire can be defined as appetite together with consciousness of the appetite. From all this, then, it is clear that we neither strive for, nor will, neither want, nor desire anything because we judge it to be good. On the contrary, we judge it to be good because we strive for it, will it, want it, and desire it. 12. The mind's transitions, joy and sadness. 3p11s. We see, then, that the mind can undergo great changes, and pass now to a greater, now to a lesser perfection. These passions, indeed, explain to us the affects of joy and sadness. By joy, I shall understand in what follows that passion by which the mind passes to a greater perfection. And by sadness, that passion by which it passes to a lesser perfection. I have explained in E3p9s what desire is, and apart from these three I do not acknowledge any other primary affect. For I shall show in what follows that the rest arise from these three. 27. Love and hate. 3p13s. From this we understand clearly what love and hate are. Love is nothing but joy with the accompanying idea of an external cause, and hate is nothing but sadness with the accompanying idea of an external cause. We see, then, that one who loves necessarily strives to have present and preserve the thing he loves, and on the other hand, one who hates strives to remove and destroy the thing he hates. 19. Empathy. 3p27. If we imagine a thing like us, towards which we have had no affect, to be affected with some affect, we are thereby affected by a like affect. 15. Desire and aversion. 3p28. We strive to further the occurrence of whatever we imagine will lead to joy, and to avert or destroy what we imagine is contrary to it, or will lead to sadness. 14. Malevolence and benevolence. 3p39. He who hates someone will strive to do evil to him, unless he fears that a greater evil to himself will arise from this, and on the other hand, he who loves someone will strive to benefit him by the same law. 12. We strive to understand. 4p26. What we strive for from reason is nothing but understanding, nor does the mind, insofar as it uses reason, judge anything to be useful to itself except what leads to understanding. 10. Desiring the good of others. 4p37. The good which everyone who seeks virtue wants for himself, he also desires for other people, and this desire is greater as his knowledge of God is greater. 10. Chapter 3. Being in God. Being in God is the fundamental tenet of Spinoza's thought. In the Ethics this is presented as an ontological principle and also, it seems, as an ethical task. In Part 1, of God, Spinoza states, whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God, E1p15. In Part 4, which focuses on the human condition and its empowerment, or virtue, he writes that in proportion as we are affected with joy, we advance towards greater perfection, and consequently participate more fully in the divine nature eo magis de natura divina participimus. Though this claim is, on the face it, purely descriptive, it is difficult to read the ethics without regarding advancing towards greater perfection and participating more fully in the divine nature as a normative ideal. Chapters 4 and 5 in this book explore the idea that being in God is an ethical or spiritual task. Here, we will consider being in God as an ontological principle. The first 5 words of E1p15 quid quam est in Deo est tell us something fundamental both about God, and about everything that exists. God contains whatever is, and whatever is in God. It is worth pausing for a moment to take in this radical ontological claim. All being is qualified as being in God. I have hyphenated this phrase to emphasize that there is, for Spinoza, no being apart from God, or prior to God, just as Heidegger's concept of in der Welt sein, being in the world, affirms that the human being is always already related to a world. According to Spinoza, the fundamental and immediate truth about anything that is anything at all is that it is in God. The preceding chapter showed how the geometrical order of the ethics generates repetitions in the act of reading the text. When Spinoza cites an earlier claim in the course of a demonstration, the reader should recall or reread the cited proposition in order to discern the truth of the present proposition. Through the process of reading the ethics, each proposition gains a degree of intensity, a degree of significance, according to how often it is cited by Spinoza, and thus repeated by the reader. Those propositions that are most often reinforced are the philosophical equivalent of load-bearing columns in a building, since they are holding up the greatest portion of Spinoza's philosophical system. According to these principles of literary engineering, E1p15 is the hardest working proposition of ethics I. It carries one of Spinoza's longest scholia, and is cited throughout the text, more frequently than any other element of Part 1, 8 times in Part 1, 7 times in Part 2, and twice each in Parts 4 and 5. Through this repetition, the principle of being in God acquires over the course of the ethics a semantic density, and correspondingly a psychological power in the mind of the reader. Moreover, this principle is inscribed into the foundation stones of Spinoza's metaphysics, his concepts of substance and mode. The first axiom of the ethics states, whatever is either in itself or in another, E1a1. Spinoza defines substance as that which is in itself in SEEST, E1d3, while a mode is that which is in another in alio est, E1d5. Nothing exists besides substances and modes, Spinoza writes in the demonstration to E1p15, citing axiom 1.1, since there is only one substance, namely God, see E1p14, everything that is in God. This includes God. God is substance, therefore God is in SE. But what does it mean to be in God? In 1945, Etienne Sauria observed that the meaning of the little word in as it is found in the first axiom of the ethics is the key to all of Spinozism, and more recently Don Garrett suggested that being in is the most fundamental relation in Spinoza's metaphysics too. It is safe to say that being in God does not mean spatial containment, nor does it mean being part of a whole. Rather, being in God is an ontological relation of dependency, which involves being caused by God and being conceived through God. For Spinoza, our being in God participates in God's own being in God. God, as substance, is caused by and conceived through itself, CE1d3. God's own being in God is a being in SE, while our being in God is a being in alio. This is an ontological difference, and it secures the relation of profound metaphysical intimacy between God and finite things, an intimacy indicated by some of Spinoza's key concepts: expression, participation, immanence. So the little word in plunges us into the deep end of Spinoza's metaphysics, since it is vital to the definitions of substance and mode, and to the relation between them, the relation of all things to God. Scholarly interpretations of the meaning and scope of the being in relation not only differ, but lead to divergent interpretations of Spinoza's entire metaphysics. Point 3. It is not surprising that even Spinoza's most accomplished readers struggle to make sense of being in God, or that his texts leave room for significant disagreement about what this means. One consequence of distinguishing between substance and mode, and insisting that substance is unique, that only God is substance, is that we cannot assume that our vocabulary, our grammar, and our concepts which structure our understanding of entities within the world can yield an adequate account of God. Being in God does not mean the same thing as being in my house, being in a good mood, being in trouble, or being in a relationship, nor do even pure metaphysical concepts of relation, such as causation, apply to God in the same way as they apply to objects of experience. Our language applies to what Spinoza calls modes, and to the relations between modes. For this reason, Spinoza suggests that even to claim that there is only one substance, as he does in the Ethics, is, strictly speaking, to improperly apply to God the concept of oneness, which properly applies only to the kinds of things in the world that can be counted. 4. In this respect, Spinoza's metaphysics departs from Descartes' metaphysics, which conceives human beings as finite substances and God as an infinite substance. Descartes recognized that our way of being a substance is very different from God's way of being a substance, so much so, he argued, that the term substance does not apply in the same sense to God and to other things, meaning that no clearly intelligible sense of the term is common to God and to created things. 5 Yet treating these ways of being under a single category substance makes it possible to imagine the relations between God and the world to resemble relations between things in the world, since all these relations are relations between substances. This, in turn, paves the way for an anthropomorphic theology, which conceives God's nature and action on the model of human nature and action. Spinoza's distinction between substance and modes powerfully resists this anthropomorphism. As we shall see in the chapters to follow, it is true that Spinoza often suggests that modes and especially human beings can possess to some degree characteristics that substance possesses absolutely, perhaps even to the extent that singular things are capable of becoming quasi-substances, as Don Garrett puts it. 6 Nevertheless, the categorical distinction between substance and mode remains fundamental to Spinoza's metaphysics. 7. For these reasons, we should allow the meaning of being in God to remain, to some extent, an open question, a question we attend to, and inhabit, whenever we read Spinoza. I think we should be prepared to understand being in to express both difference and identity. Of course, this will be a different difference, and a different identity, from the concepts of difference and identity we apply to things we encounter in the world. We need to be careful about the notion of otherness that Spinoza folds into his definition of a mode as that which is in another, in alio. God is not other than ourselves in the same way that the house across the road is other than my house, nor in the same way that a house is other than a tree. While different things in the world compete, so to speak, for space and for agency, God does not get in the way of the space we occupy, nor does God's power detract from our agency. On the contrary, our agency is, in some sense, God's agency. Yet we are not identical to God in the way that two things in the world might be imagined to be identical to one another. Being in God does not mean being God. The little word in reminds us not to collapse the distinction between substance and mode. As Michael Della Rocca has explained, substance and mode stand in an asymmetrical relation. Substance is not in, not conceived through, nor caused by, its modes, whereas modes are in, are conceived through and caused by, substance. 8 I am not God, I am a mode, while God is substance. Part 1 of the Ethics constitutes a radical critique of anthropomorphism. The God under discussion here is not only unlike a human subject, but is not a subject at all. 9 Since Spinoza's God is neither a subject nor an object of knowledge, of experience, of action, treating God as a grammatical subject or object is a linguistic contrivance that tends to obscure the unique nature of God's being. For this reason, the strands of negative theology running through all religious traditions have something to teach us about how to inhabit the Spinozist question of being in God. Perhaps negative concepts such as non-duality and apparently paradoxical teachings, for example, Nicholas of CUSA's suggestion that God is not other or, as one of my teachers used to say, not I, not other than I, can gesture to the meaning of being in God. 10 And perhaps we get closer to the truth of being in God through silence than through speech, text, or linguistically ordered thinking. Like any theologian, Spinoza confronted these questions and constraints while writing the Ethics. Nevertheless, Spinoza takes an important step to elucidate his principle of being in God by explaining that God is the immanent, not the transitive, cause of all things causa immanens, non vero transiens, E1p18. Transitive or transient causation means the production of an effect outside its cause. In his short treatise on God, man, and his well-being, Spinoza states that God is an immanent and not a transitive cause, since he does everything in himself, and not outside himself, because outside God there is nothing. Point 11. In a letter to Henry Oldenburg written in late 1675, towards the end of his life, Spinoza sought to clarify his views about the relationship between God and nature. I favor an opinion concerning God and nature far different from the one modern Christians usually defend. For I maintain that God is the immanent, but not the transitive, cause of all things. That all things are in God and move in God, I affirm, I say, with Paul 12 as these sources show. Spinoza consistently used immanence to indicate that God causes all things to be in God, not outside God. This suggests that the way God causes all things to exist is qualitatively different from the causal relations between finite things, which can be understood as extrinsic or transitive causes. Point 13. As Spinoza's reference to modern Christians in his 1675 letter to Oldenburg suggests, his insistence that God is the immanent cause of all things opposes a specific theological view. This modern view involved the separation of God from nature. 14. It can be discerned in both Calvinism and Cartesianism, the twin targets of the ethics, which exemplify a decisive shift in early modern theology and philosophy. Calvinism and Cartesianism are in some important respects contrary bodies of thought, not least insofar as Calvin emphasized the authority of Scripture, while Descartes emphasized the authority of human reason. Yet they both shaped worldviews that tend to separate God from nature, by producing voluntarist and anthropomorphic conceptions of God's activity. Though Dutch Cartesians and Calvinists engaged in hostile disputes over metaphysical and methodological questions, both factions emphasized God's supreme will. Point 15. Calvin himself described God as the supreme king and judge. 16. While Descartes wrote that God lays down laws in nature just as a king lays down laws in his kingdom. Point 17. This early modern anthropomorphic governor God subsequently ossified into the remote, skeletal God of 18th century deism, which imagined that, having created the universe, God left it to function autonomously according to the mechanical laws he had designed before crumbling into the vanishing God of 19th century atheism. Point 18. If the 17th century churches had been receptive to Spinoza, he could have been their Aquinas for the new modern era that stretched ahead of them. His profound refusal of anthropomorphism, voluntarism, and the separation of God from nature might have insulated Christianity from the ravages of secularism to come. Instead, Protestants and Catholics alike denounced him as an atheist. Only after the intellectual influence of these churches had waned, thanks to the growing power of Enlightenment ideas, could Spinozism be taken seriously. But by then, of course, it was too late to save their God from empiricism and positivism, from Marx, Darwin, Nietzsche, Freud, and their 20th century successors. The Ethics criticizes, with remarkable clarity, the theology that would prove so vulnerable to these modern ways of thinking. By God's power ordinary people vulgus understand God's free will and his right over all things which are, things which on that account are commonly considered to be contingent. Further, they very often compare God's power with the power of kings, E2p3s. The twin targets of Calvinist theology and Cartesian philosophy can be discerned in the Scholium to E1p15, which exhibits the critical force of Spinoza's principle of being in God. Spinoza begins the Scholium by dismissing a popular theological view that imagines God to be like man, consisting of a body and a mind, and subject to passions. He then argues, at greater length, with more sophisticated opponents easily identifiable as Cartesians who entirely remove corporeal or extended substance itself from the divine nature and maintain that it has been created by God. This suggestion that God created an extended substance that is outside, or removed from, God's nature, involves precisely the view of God as transitive cause that Spinoza rejects in E1p18. Whenever Spinoza employs the adjective immanent, it always designates a kind of causation, and is always opposed to transitive causation. Point 19. Used in this way, the word emphasizes that God is not a remote, external cause of whatever is, but an intimate, internal cause. Nowhere in Spinoza's works is immanence opposed to transcendence, and nowhere does Spinoza deny God's transcendence. He never uses the word transcendent, which was not commonly applied to God until late in the 19th century. Point 20. Nevertheless, his critique of the idea of God's transitive creation is now often interpreted by readers as a wholesale rejection of a religious tradition involving belief in a transcendent God, a tradition usually labeled with overly generalizing phrases such as classical theism or traditional Christianity. Spinoza was responding to something much more doctrinally and historically specific than this, a separation of God and nature that he recognized as distinctively modern. As any student of Aquinas knows, God can transcend creation without being separate from it. Point 21. Spinoza's characterization of God as an immanent cause has led to some rather careless misreadings of his theological position. In 1970, Gilles Deleuze asserted that the entire ethics is a voyage in immanence and celebrated the Spinozan critique of all transcendence, and since then a chorus of researchers in philosophy and literary cultural studies have heralded Spinoza as a thinker of pure immanence. Point 22. Deleuze was an insightful reader of Spinoza. He rightly drew attention to the concept of power within the ethics, and elaborated Saueria's insight into the significance of expression in Spinozism. But on the question of immanence his influence has been pernicious. Point 23. And this interpretation of Spinoza is not confined to commentators who follow Deleuze. It also dominates what we might call the common-sense secularist reading of Spinoza, eloquently articulated by Stephen Nadler, who insists that for Spinoza there is no transcendent deity, there is no supernatural being. There is only nature, and what belongs to nature. 24 commentators of either school who express this sort of view seem to associate transcendence with an image of God standing outside the universe, separate from nature, an image that Spinoza certainly did reject. When they deny the transcendence of Spinoza's God, they have in mind what Bruno Latour calls the wrong transcendence, the one that has immanence as its opposite rather than its synonym. Point 25. Transcendence and immanence are two sides of the same coin, and most contemporary theologians who follow the broadly Catholic trajectory shaped by Augustine and Aquinas recognize this when they describe God as transcendent. For them, affirming God's transcendence means affirming the ontological difference between creator and creation, between God and the universe. This difference secures the dependence of created beings on God. For Spinoza, being in God expresses his commitment to this dependence. Whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God. The widespread tendency to frame Spinoza's philosophy as wholly immanent obscures the theological issues at stake in his work. While most philosophers assume that the ethics rejects a conception of God that is central to Christian teaching, theologians accept the persistent rumor that Spinoza denies God's transcendence, assume that he has no theological insights to offer, and therefore pay little attention to the ethics. Point 26. We can begin to clear up this confusion by elucidating the distinction between pantheism and panentheism, and showing why Spinoza is not a pantheist. These terms, like the theological concept of transcendence, were not yet in use in Spinoza's time. Pantheism dates back to the early 18th century, and panentheism to the 19th century. Spinoza has been described as both a pantheist and a panentheist, and also, of course, as an atheist, though pantheism is the most common label for his thought. Point 27. Historically, pantheism is a rather slippery concept. In his 1720 work Pantheist Icon, the Irish writer John Toland, often credited with coining the word pantheist in 1704, and certainly one of the first to use it in published work, attributed to pantheists the view that all things are from the whole, and the whole is from all things, implying a mutual dependence between the one and the many. Toland described God as the force and energy of the whole, the creator and ruler of all, insisting that, for pantheists, God is not separated from the universe itself but by a distinction of reason alone. Point 28. By the mid-19th century, the denial that God is distinct from the world was seen as the distinguishing feature of pantheism. In 1836, St. Coleridge aligned pantheism with cosmotheism, or the worship of the world as God, and in 1848 Robert Wilberforce, a member of the Oxford movement, wrote that the principle of pantheism is to merge the personality of the moral governor in the circle of his works. 29 Pantheism is today commonly regarded as the belief that God is identical with the universe, the doctrine that God is everything and everything is God. 30 This doctrine is considered a theological heresy by its critics precisely because it erases or understates the difference between God and creation. Panentheism, by contrast, is the view that whatever is in God. 31 Both pantheism and panentheism are contrary to the theological dualism emerging from Calvinism and Cartesianism and from later mechanical philosophies that posited a creator God, yet they are also squarely opposed to one another. While pantheism denies God's difference from the world, panentheism affirms this difference. Pantheism is often synonymous with the denial of divine transcendence. Panentheism, on the other hand, offers one way to interpret divine transcendence. These ism terms can be rather objectifying, as well as anachronistic, when applied to Spinoza, and they often close off questions rather than illuminating them. For these reasons, being in God is a more appropriate expression. This is closer both to Spinoza's texts and to the existential, experiential dimensions of his metaphysics, and it articulates a question as much as it names a concept or a doctrine. Nevertheless, since Spinoza's philosophy has been so closely associated with pantheism, the distinction between pantheism and panentheism is an important one. At first glance, the view that Spinoza is a pantheist seems much more credible than the charge of atheism. This interpretation has textual justification in the Scholium to E1p29, where Spinoza distinguishes between natura naturans and natura naturata, and equates natura naturans with God. Before I proceed further, I will explain to the reader, or rather remind him, what I mean by natura naturans and what by natura naturata. For from the foregoing propositions it is, I believe, already evident that by natura naturans we are to understand that which is in itself and is conceived by itself, or such attributes of substance as express an eternal and infinite essence, i.e., by E1p14c1 and E1p17c2, God considered as a free cause. By natura naturata, on the other hand, I understand everything that follows from the necessity of the nature of God or of any of his attributes, i.e., all the modes of the attributes of God, considered as things which are in God and which cannot exist or be conceived without God. E1p29s. In this scholium, that which is in itself and is conceived by itself, or such attributes of substance as express an eternal and infinite essence, is offered as a metaphysical description that applies equally to God and to natura naturans. At the same time, Spinoza is emphasizing that God cannot be equated with natura naturata. To put this point in more traditional theological language, he is accentuating the difference between the divine creator and created beings. Natura naturans and natura naturata are not two distinct objects, nevertheless, they are not simply alternative labels for the same reality. The distinction between them signifies an ontological difference. Spinoza's description of natura naturata at the end of this scholium closely echoes E1p15, just as whatever is in God, and cannot be or be conceived without God, so natura naturata is in natura naturans, and dependent on it. This relation of being in expresses both difference and identity. Most attempts to characterize Spinoza as a pantheist gloss over the highly distinctive conception of nature invoked in this discussion of natura naturans, and appeal instead to the striking phrase Deus sive natura, frequently repeated as a kind of slogan for Spinozism. Commentators often assert that Spinoza identifies God with nature, as if this claim were entirely uncontroversial, and as if no further explanation were required, and then they might implicitly project onto God or nature what Spinoza calls natura naturata, conceiving this in a specifically modern way as separate from God, and concluding that by Deus sive natura Spinoza really means just nature. 32 Stephen Nadler, for example, has argued that the phrase God or nature is intended to assert a strict identity between God and nature, or some aspect of nature, not a containment relationship, and he admiringly sums up Spinoza's view as, God is nothing distinct from nature itself. God is nature, and nature is all there is. This is why Spinoza prefers the phrase Deus sive natura, God, or nature. 33 In a secular age, the Catholic philosopher Charles Taylor offers a similar interpretation in a more disapproving tone, portraying Spinozism as a secularizing force. Following a path opened by Spinoza, we can see nature as identical with God, and then as independent from God. The immanent order can thus slough off the transcendent. 34 Deleuze explicitly connects Deus sive natura with pantheism when he declares that the ethics demonstrates a substantial identity between God and nature based on the oneness of substance, pantheism. 35 The view that Spinoza is a pantheist rests on a persistent tendency not only to interpret Deus sive natura too hastily, but also to give this phrase more weight than it deserves within Spinoza's philosophical system. Deus sive natura occurs in just 2 passages in the Ethics. It does not appear in Part 1, which is expressly focused on God. If Spinoza had wanted to make a robust metaphysical claim about the identity of God and nature, surely this would have been the place to do it. Nor does Spinoza refer to Deus sive natura in any of the text's definitions or propositions. The phrase occurs for the first time in the more loosely written preface to Part 4. Nature does nothing on account of an end. That eternal and infinite being we call God, or nature quod Deum, seu naturam appellamus, acts from the same necessity from which he exists. The reason, therefore, or cause, why God, or nature, acts, and the reason why he exists cur Deus, seu natura agit et cur existi are one and the same. E4 Preface. Here Spinoza conflates God and nature in the course of ruling out final causes from both divine and natural agency. He is criticizing a prevalent tendency to attribute purposes to nature, and since this tendency was closely allied to a misguided conception of God's providence and free will, it was natural for him to treat God and nature together in this discussion. This passage, with its focus on activity, echoes E1p29s in showing that insofar as Spinoza is equating God and nature, he has in mind natura naturans, nature considered as an active power, expressed through infinite attributes and not natura naturata. In applying the predicates eternal and infinite to nature, Spinoza is identifying nature with a recognizable conception of God, rather than identifying God with, and thereby reducing God to, a familiar concept of nature. Normally, our broadest conception of nature comprises the whole universe, composed of in Spinoza's terminology thinking and extended substance, modified in so many ways as to produce a vast diversity of beings. When Spinoza identifies nature with God, however, this conception of nature must be expanded, beyond consciousness and extension, to comprise the infinity of attributes which, he declares, belong to God. Spinoza offers natura naturans as, so to speak, an alternative name of God. This divine name works to free the concept of God from the cultural baggage, particularly the anthropomorphic and moralizing connotations it had acquired over many centuries. After being thus introduced in Part 4's preface, Deus sive natura is then repeated twice in the demonstration of E4p4. Here again, Spinoza's primary concern is not to elucidate his conception of God. In this proposition he is asserting that human beings are necessarily part of nature and subject to influences beyond their own power. Its demonstration emphasizes that human beings are not autonomous or self-sufficient. P4. It is impossible that man should not be a part of nature and should suffer no other changes than those which can be understood by means of his own nature alone, and of which he is the adequate cause. Democrat. The power potentia by which singular things, and consequently, any man, preserve their being, is the power of God, or nature est ipsa dei sive naturae potentiae, not insofar as it is infinite, but insofar as it can be explained by man's actual essence. The man's power, therefore, insofar as it is explained through his actual essence, is a part of God or seu nature's infinite power, i.e., of its essence. E4p4 and E1p4d. In the first part of this demonstration, Spinoza makes clear that he is talking about God in a highly qualified sense, not insofar as God's power is infinite. The issue at stake here is the relationship between an individual person's power and the power of God or nature. Spinoza is explaining that these powers are distinct but not separate, identical but not the same. In the second part of the passage, the words seu naturae might themselves be read as signaling the very qualified sense of Deus at work here. While Spinoza suggests that human power is part of the infinite power of God or nature, this claim cannot be true of God considered absolutely, since in Part 1 of the Ethics he has argued that God is neither composed of parts nor divisible into parts. 36 Indeed, his suggestion in E4P4D that the power of man is a part of the infinite power of God or nature is further qualified by his claim that an individual's power is the power of God or nature, insofar as God can be explained by the actual essence of human nature, emphasis added. Metaphysically, being identical with divine power, appropriately qualified, is quite different from being part of divine power. Spinoza's treatment of the metaphysical issue of parts and wholes, or mereology, counts against giving undue weight to the phrase God or nature and treating this as a robust pantheist claim. Though in the demonstration to E4P4 Spinoza conflates God and nature, in the course of insisting that human beings are part of nature, it is precisely this mereological issue that demands a clear distinction, though not, of course, a separation, between God and nature. Substance is simple, indivisible, modes are not parts of substance, CE1P13. Spinoza never claims that a human being or any other finite being or thing is part of God, while he frequently asserts that we are part of nature. 37 He is unusually imprecise when he writes that the power of man is a part of the infinite power of God or nature, precisely because within his philosophical system it does not make sense to treat God and nature as the same thing. God and nature refer to distinct, though not separate, realities. Nature has parts, while God is simple, neither composed of parts nor divisible into parts. 38 The point Spinoza really wants to emphasize in this passage is that our power is inseparable from the wider reality in which we participate. He is arguing that we are mistaken when we take ourselves to be autonomous beings, or to put it in more technical and more obviously Cartesian terms, when we take ourselves to be substances. Read in context, then, Spinoza does not appear to be making a decisive metaphysical declaration about the identity of God and nature when he uses the phrase Deus sive natura early in Part 4 of the Ethics. In contrast to the shaky support for pantheism offered in these passing references to God or nature, we find in Part 1 of the Ethics clear and prominent textual evidence for being in God, or, if you like, panentheism. The phrase Deus sive natura is not even a straightforward metaphysical claim, let alone a load-bearing tenet of Spinoza's philosophical system, whereas the assertion of being in God at E1P15 is, as noted, one of the most significant propositions of the Ethics. Spinoza's principle of being in God establishes an asymmetry between God and the universe, which is confirmed by his distinctive use of the concepts of substance and mode. Spinoza employs these concepts to assert the dependence of all things on God. To be a mode is to be constitutionally dependent, in another and conceived through another, whereas substance is self-sufficient, in itself and conceived through itself. This insistence on one-way ontological dependence distinguishes Spinoza's theology as sharply from pantheism as from the doctrine of a separate, anthropomorphic God which the Ethics explicitly refutes. We might call this latter doctrine the deist tendency, and Spinoza rejects it forcefully. God is not only the cause of things beginning to exist, but also of their persevering in existing, or, to use a scholastic term, God is the cause of the being of things causam essendi rerum, E1P24c. Although deism and pantheism appear to be theological opposites, they are alike in denying the asymmetry between God and the world, and in thus compromising our deep ontological dependence as beings in God. Pantheism privileges God's immanence at the cost of transcendence, while deism offers a false, hollow transcendence. Affirming the Spinozist alternative to these two positions is not a matter of finding a balance or a mean between immanence and transcendence, as if we must avoid an excess of either quality. Rather, Spinoza recognizes immanence and transcendence as inseparable features of one theological reality, securing true immanence and true transcendence. 39. On Spinoza's own terms, the stakes of this issue are high. If we overemphasize immanence, then it makes little difference whether we think of ourselves as beings in God, or parts of natura naturita. Either way, we come to know ourselves as constitutionally dependent beings. Yet there are different kinds of dependence. As parts of nature, we are dependent on a network of ever-shifting finite things, while as beings in God we are also grounded in eternal, indivisible, immutable, necessary being. Unlike pantheism, the principle of being in God affirms the ontological difference that offers us this grounding. God is not identical with nature, but the ground of nature. This grounding secures Spinoza's fundamental commitment to the intelligibility of being, which involves the claim that everything must have a reason or cause for its existence. 40 Without the concept of God, or natura naturans, as ontological ground, finite things could be explained by other finite things, but nature as a whole would have no explanation. It would be radically contingent. Spinoza's metaphysics needs the concept of something that causes itself, and exists necessarily, that is, the concept of substance, to secure the intelligibility of nature as a whole. Part 1 of the Ethics proposes God as precisely this ground of being, and guarantor of intelligibility. By means of his concept of substance, Spinoza accentuates the uniqueness of God, which is part of what divine transcendence signifies for modern theologians. Only God is substance, while everything else is a mode of substance, and God is thus ontologically different from all things, without being separate from anything. Furthermore, as we have seen, the causal relationship between God and finite things is qualitatively different from the causal relations among finite things. God as substance is the immanent cause of the modes, in contrast to the transitive causation that operates between the modes. These are two kinds of causal relation, and also of dependence relation. God's transcendence in a more relative and epistemic sense are recognition that God's being exceeds and surpasses everything we can know, conceive, or imagine is secured by Spinoza's claim that God has an infinite number of attributes. E1d6, by God I understand a being absolutely infinite, i.e., a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, of which each one expresses an eternal and infinite essence. Per deum intel lego ens absolute infinitum, hoc est, substantium constantum infinitis attributus, quorum unum quod qui aeternam, et infinitam essentium exprimit. Exp, I say absolutely infinite, not infinite in its own kind, for if something is only infinite in its own kind, we can deny infinite attributes of it. 41. Spinoza defines an attribute as what the intellect perceives of substance, as constituting the essence of substance, E1d4. However, when he defines God as a substance with an infinity of attributes, he describes an attribute not just as that which is perceived, but also, more actively, as that which expresses. An attribute is a way of being, a way in which something expresses its essence. Each attribute is infinite in its own kind, but God is absolutely infinite, since God has an infinity of infinite attributes. This robust doctrine of divine infinity underscores the qualitative difference between God and finite beings. In 1674 Spinoza wrote to his friend Hugo Boxall, "Truly, I confess I still don't know in what respect spirits are more like God than other creatures are. I know this, that there is no proportion nullam esse proportionum between the finite and the infinite, so the difference between the greatest, most excellent creature and God is the same as that between the least creature and God." 42. Spinoza's insistence on God's infinite attributes signals the epistemological as well as the ontological import of God's transcendence. 43. Human beings are constituted by their participation in two of God's attributes, thought and extension. Spinoza defines the human mind as the idea of the body, or, in other words, consciousness of the body. 44. A human mind perceives only two attributes, its own way of being, which is thought or consciousness, and extension, the way of being of the body which is its object. This means that the fullness of God's being eludes us. The metaphysical conjunction of immanence and transcendence running through Spinoza's philosophy thus finds an epistemological correlate in the conjunction of divine revelation and divine hiddenness. God's essence insofar as it is expressed through the attributes of thought and extension can be known by human beings, yet the infinity of attributes expressing God's being remain inaccessible to us. Postscript, knowing in God. Spinoza's affirmation that being in God is the fundamental principle of all existence has immediate consequences for the task of philosophy, for this task must itself be undertaken in God. Philosophy thus becomes theological through and through. And its labor of thinking is shaped, stretched, and tested by the following question: how is it possible to thematize, comprehend, and articulate a reality in which we live and move and have our being? Spinoza shares this question with all philosopher-theologians who are committed to the principle of being in God. Although panentheism is now often regarded as a distinct, and rather idiosyncratic, metaphysical position, it is more productively understood as a tendency within all the great theistic traditions, Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. 45 Moreover, affirmations of being in God are not confined to the margins of these traditions. Saint Augustine, for example, the intellectual father of the Western Christian churches, taught that all things are in God, omnia agiter in ipso sunt, though in a special sense, since God is not a place. 46 In the 7th century, John of Damascus wrote in his treatise The Orthodox Faith that toward God all things tend, and in God they have their existence. 47. As I explained in the introduction to this book, situating Spinoza within any religious or theological tradition risks denying him the free-thinking perspective which he maintained after he left his Jewish community in 1656, and which is fundamental to his thought. Yet I also suggested that situating Spinoza within modern secularism would likewise be a forced assimilation, carrying the different risk of suppressing the deeply theological orientation of the ethics. In order to bring into view the distinctive philosophical task that follows from the principle of being in God, we may place Spinoza in dialogue with Christian theology, which constituted the immediate context for his philosophical work. This opens up a conceptual space that lets the theological issues at stake in the ethics show themselves more clearly, provided we follow the example Spinoza set in his own life by situating his work within a theological discourse without seeking to convert that work to Christianity. In the Latin Christian tradition, being in God gained a decisive philosophical expression in Anselm's Proslogion. This short work, composed in a monastery in the 11th century, deserves to be regarded as the founding text of Western philosophical theology, or theological philosophy, precisely because it opens a conceptual space configured by being in God. As a matter of fact, though not for this reason, Anselm's brief, accessible and enormously rich work is a core text of the undergraduate curriculum in a subject named, rather misleadingly, Philosophy of Religion. 48 Today the Proslogion is most famous for setting out what Kant called the ontological argument for the existence of God, and for Anselm's description of his own philosophical endeavor as faith-seeking understanding. 49. Though it remains a reference point for scholarly debates about God's existence, the Proslogion is quite different from the kinds of text written by contemporary philosophers. It abounds with biblical references, and its arguments are embedded in a prayer of praise, petition, and confession that is addressed directly to God. It is also an account of philosophical labor. When we attend to its dramatic form, we discern contemplative and devotional features of Anselm's project which resonate with the early biographical descriptions of Spinoza by Coleridge and Bell discussed in my first chapter. Anselm was actually a monk when he composed his works, while Spinoza in his later years created the quasi-monastic conditions of reclusive quietude demanded by his great desire of inquiring into truth without any interruption, as Bell put it. Monasteries could be busy places, so even within the cloister there were varying degrees of retreat from the world. In the opening chapter of the Proslogion, entitled A Rousing of the Mind to the Contemplation of God, Anselm gathers his dispersed attention in order to seek God with his whole heart. Come now, insignificant man, fly for a moment from your affairs, escape for a little while from the tumult of your thoughts. Put aside now your weighty cares and leave your wearisome toils. Abandon yourself for a little to God and rest for a little while in Him. Enter into the inner chamber of your soul, shut out everything else save God and what can be of help in your quest for Him, and having locked the door seek Him out. 50. Here Anselm is undertaking an exercise in being in God, rest for a little while in Him, requies aliquantulum in eo. This expresses an aspiration rather than an accomplished state. Though being in God is, as he will assert in chapter 19 of the Proslogion, an ontological fact. Anselm does not feel that he is resting in God. On the contrary, he finds himself separated from God, desperately seeking God, and he implores God to teach my heart where and how to seek you. Language of unfulfilled desire, often echoing the Psalms, abounds in this opening chapter. What shall your servant do, tormented by love of you, anxious amor tui, yet cast off far from your face? PS 31:22. He yearns to see you anhelat vidir te, and your countenance is too far away from him. He desires to come close to you, etc. ad te desiderat, and your dwelling place is inaccessible. He longs to find you in venire te cupid, and does not know where you are. He is eager to seek you out, querere te affectat, and does not know your face. How wretched man's lot is when he has lost that for which he was made. 51. The Proslogion thus characterizes being in God as both an ontological truth and a spiritual task. Anselm situates his philosophical labor in the mysterious gap between the source of his being and a longed-for encounter with this source, between his desire for God and the knowledge, love, and joy in God for which he hopes. Indeed, Anselm finds that being in God makes it peculiarly difficult to know God. Because God encompasses him, surrounds him, he can never step back and see God. He cannot grasp God as a concept, imagine God as a figurative form, or posit God as an object. God is too close, too ubiquitous, as well as too immense, for him to gain any purchase. Anselm tells God that his soul is overwhelmed by your immensity. 52. When he finally arrives at a definition of God, this very definition asserts the impossibility of defining God. Not only are you that than which a greater cannot be thought, but you are also something greater than can be thought. 53. Anselm confesses that God's inaccessible light is too much for him. It shines too much, and my understanding does not grasp it, nor does the eye of my soul allow itself to be turned towards it for too long. It is dazzled by its splendor, overcome by its fullness, overwhelmed by its immensity, confused by its extent. O supreme and inaccessible light, O whole and blessed truth, how far you are from me who am so close to you! How distant you are from myself while I am so present to your sight! You are wholly present everywhere, and I do not see you. In you I move, and in you I have my being, and I cannot come near to you. 54. At apophatic moments like these, Anselm seems to be lost in God, and his bewilderment is an epistemic consequence of being in God. He goes on to suggest that the difficulty of encountering God is compounded by his own human limitations. Though his soul participates in God, the senses of my soul, because of the ancient weakness of sin, have become hardened and dulled and obstructed. 55. In the course of his philosophical prayer, Anselm makes several claims that will be familiar to readers of Spinoza's Ethics. God's existence is necessary, God's existence is entirely self-sufficient, God is unlimited and eternal, in a unique way, God is simple, being neither composed of parts nor divisible into parts. 56. And throughout the text Anselm returns repeatedly to his contemplative affirmation of being in God. In you I move, and in you I have my being, he writes in chapter 16 of the Proslogion, transposing Acts 17:28 into the second person. In chapter 19 he explains that God is not in place or time, but all things are in him, and confesses to God that you, though nothing can be without you, are nevertheless not in place or time, but all things are in you. For nothing contains you, but you contain all things. Anselm concludes in chapter 20 that you therefore permeate and embrace all things. 2 Ergo implies et complect eris omnia, gesturing to God's simultaneously immanent and transcendent activity. The verb implere means fill up, infuse, while complecti means encircle, include. Chapter 19 of the Proslogion indicates that Anselm's principle of being in God, all things are in you, is closely connected to his affirmation that all things depend on God, nothing can be without you. As we have seen, whereas pantheism equates God with everything that exists, so that God might be identified with nature, panentheism entails the absolute asymmetry between God and all things. Anselm emphasizes that while all things depend on God, God does not depend on anything. You are completely sufficient unto yourself, needing nothing, but rather he whom all things need in order that they may have being and well-being. 57. This ontological asymmetry is, in turn, closely connected to God's transcendence. Anselm explains that God is not only before all things, but also beyond all things. An eternal God is before all things which come into existence, and beyond even eternal things, because these things can in no way exist without you, though you do not exist any the less even if they return to nothingness. 58. Like the ethics, the proslogion folds human experience most immediately, that of author and reader, into its panentheist metaphysics. Anselm's reflections on joy suggest that his ontological principle of being in God has powerful affective and ethical consequences. Citing Matthew 25:21, Anselm conceives human beatitude as entering into the joy of the Lord. 59. God is the good, which contains continet the joyfulness of all particular goods, just as God himself contains all things. 60. In the final chapter of the Proslogion, Anselm quotes John 16:24, "Ask and you will receive, that your joy may be complete." He suggests that the complete joy given to a human being is exceeded by an infinite joy, so that those who rejoice will enter into that infinite joy. Anselm confesses that in God he has discovered a joy that is complete and more than complete. Indeed, when the heart is filled with that joy, the mind is filled with it, the soul is filled with it, the whole person is filled with it, yet joy beyond measure will remain. The whole of that joy, then, will not enter into those who rejoice, but those who rejoice will enter wholly into that joy. 61. This is a description of the effective, experiential manifestations of being in God. All things are in God, while God pervades all things. When people are truly joyful, they are in a joy that exceeds yet pervades their being. Although Anselm says he has discovered this joy, by the end of the Proslogion he is still hoping and searching for beatitude. "I pray, O God, that I may know you and love you, so that I may rejoice in you." 62. The Proslogion articulates the philosopher's task as knowing a God in whom we live, move, and have our being. Anselm finds that this involves thinking God's transcendence and immanence together, as one and the same thing. The effort to know God will be frustrated by any attempt to determine God by a concept, to posit God as an object, or to represent God in an image. Anselm's own approach to this philosophical project is aporetic and open-ended. The Proslogion concludes with its author's hope, desire and resolution to continue pursuing his God of truth. 63. Later philosophers who were faithful to this task, Thomas Aquinas being preeminent among them, retained Anselm's apophatic appeal to faith while thinking in God more systematically. Others deviated from Anselm's path by inclining either towards pantheism, thereby privileging immanence over transcendence, or towards deism, thereby privileging transcendence over immanence. We can read Spinoza's ethics as accomplishing, in a purely philosophical medium, the task set out in Anselm's Proslogion. Spinoza remains committed to the principle of being in God throughout the ethics, compromising neither immanence nor transcendence. While Anselm's biblical and poetic language articulates an experience of being lost in God, crying out to God for rescue within a boundless sea of divine magnitude, Spinoza achieves a rigorous philosophical knowing in God. This can equally be described as a theological knowing, a knowing of the order of God, though since it makes no appeal to faith, it is not theological in the sense in which Spinoza himself uses this term. The character of this theological knowing is illuminated by the distinction drawn, in Ethics 2, between three kinds of cognition: imagination, reason, and intuitive knowledge. Reason and intuition both yield adequate or true knowledge. Yet while reason cannot avoid conceptualizing God, positing God as an object, albeit in panentheist terms, intuition is inseparably a knowing of God and a knowing in God. Even this knowledge cannot, however, deliver the fullness of God's being. It apprehends God through, and indeed within, just two of God's infinite attributes. Unlike apophatic theologians such as Anselm or Aquinas, Spinoza does not refer transcendent truths about God's inaccessible nature to eschatological hope or to the mystery of faith. The ethics is simply silent on whatever lies beyond the attributes of thought and extension. 64. Spinoza, like Anselm, acknowledged how difficult it is for a human mind to become fully conscious of the fact that it participates in God. He distrusted the language of sin that is so fundamental to Christian discourse, believing that his culture's collective self-image of sinfulness, with its emphasis on weakness and deviance, fostered a punitive moralism which inhibited the truly ethical task of human enlightenment and empowerment. Nevertheless, Spinoza's metaphysics and epistemology, grounded on the principle of being in God, frame his diagnosis of a natural propensity to error. The ethics characterizes error as a privation of knowledge, often involving a tendency to mistake a part for the whole, to form confused ideas, and to attribute free will and autonomy to conditioned, dependent beings, CE 2p35. In a 1665 letter to Henry Oldenburg, Spinoza resorted, uncharacteristically, to a metaphor in order to convey human ignorance. "Let us imagine," he wrote, "that there is a little worm living in the blood, as we do in this part of the universe. This worm can distinguish the particles of blood, lymph, etc., and it will naturally, though mistakenly, consider each particle of blood as a whole, not as a part. 65 It is no coincidence that this is an image of a creature's immersion in its native element. We are beings in God who cannot see the whole of God, and our perspective is limited to the elements, or the attributes, in which we live and move and have our being." When we reflect on Spinoza's metaphor of the worm in the blood, and its analogical structure, some interesting epistemological questions emerge. The worm is, Spinoza suggests, analogous to a human being, and the blood in which it lives is analogous to this part of the universe. Not only is each distinct particle of blood a part, mistaken for the whole, of the blood, but blood itself is a part of an organism's body just as the part of the universe in which we dwell is a part, mistaken for the whole, of the entire universe. We can discern here a twofold relation of being in, the worm is in the blood, and the blood is in the body. Analogously, we are in this part of the universe, which in turn is in the entire universe. Perhaps this is what Spinoza would call the whole of nature, that is, natura naturita. At every level of complexity whatever is in God. A. Worm. Human being. Is in God. B. Blood. This part of the universe. Is in God. C. Body. The entire universe. Is in God. On this model, our epistemic range is limited to A and B. Of course, when we look back to Spinoza's century we see that there was much that remained to be discovered about this part of the universe, and while modern science has made great leaps, we still have an incomplete grasp of this part of the universe, the object of our scientific inquiries, knowable in principle though by no means thoroughly known in practice. We can only suppose that the relation between our part of the universe and the whole of nature is analogous to the relation between the blood and the body. This analogy accentuates the dazzling complexity of the unseen whole, and suggests that natura naturita is as elusive as natura naturans. 66. Spinoza's letter to Oldenburg does not venture into these speculations. Indeed, the analogical force of his metaphor of the worm in the blood breaks down towards the end of his letter, where he suggests that the blood stands for natural bodies rather than for this part of the universe. Spinoza emphasizes that he is in ignorance as to how each part of nature agrees with its whole. To answer such a question, he explains, we should have to know the whole of nature and its several parts, and he says that he does not have this knowledge. What Spinoza does claim to know in the Ethics, however, is that everything is in God, regardless of the enormously complex interconnections of wholes and parts throughout natura naturita. There is a striking contrast between the complex knowledge of the networks and sequences of finite causes that shape each thing, and the simple, singular knowledge of each thing's being in God. This is illustrated by the mathematical example Spinoza provides to explain his three kinds of cognition. Suppose there are three numbers, and the problem is to find a fourth which is to the third as the second is the first. Merchants do not hesitate to multiply the second by the third, and divide the product by the first, because they have not yet forgotten what they heard from their teacher without any demonstration, or because they have often found this in the simplest numbers, or from the force of the demonstration of P7 in Book 7 of Euclid. viz. from the common property of proportional. But in the simplest numbers none of this is necessary. Given the numbers 1, 2, and 3, no one fails to see that the fourth proportional number is 6, and we see this much more clearly because we infer the fourth number from the ratio which, in one glance, we see the first number to have to the second. E2P40S2. Although the second and third kinds of cognition ratio and science NTIA intuitiva both yield adequate knowledge, they are very different in character. People who possess ratio, a certain form of cultivated reason, can find the fourth proportional number on the basis of Euclid's demonstration. By contrast, in this case illustrates the simplicity, immediacy, and clarity of science NTIA intuitiva. In the simplest numbers there is no need of this demonstration. We can simply see that 1 is to 2 as 3 is to 6. Analogously, perceiving that God's essence, which is simply existence itself, is expressed in any existing thing, we may see in one glance that the thing is in God. What do we understand more clearly than what existence is? Wrote Spinoza in 1663.67. The givenness of things, their bare being, discloses to us the very nature of existence, that is to say, God's eternal and infinite essence. E2P45s, E2P47. This means that God's infinite essence and eternity are known to all. E2P47s, given immediately to our minds in our awareness of any existing thing, and perhaps most obviously in our self-awareness. And since all things are in God and are conceived through God, it follows that we can deduce from this knowledge of God's essence and existence a great many things which we know adequately, and so can form that third kind of knowledge of which we spoke in E2P40s2, that is, science NTIA intuitiva, E2P47s. However, our intuitive knowledge of God's essence and existence often gets covered over or drowned out by the clamor of imaginative thinking. People tend to join the name God to the images of things they are used to seeing, E2P47s. Equally, our knowledge of singular things being in God, which is given in every simple intuition of their existence, usually eludes us, because our ideas of other things are confused with our own reactions to them. The ideas we have of external bodies indicate the condition of our own body more than the nature of the external body, E2P16c2. This is the predicament of imaginative thinking, and although rational thinking overcomes its confusions, it knows things by their common properties rather than in their singularity. Only in science NTIA intuitiva do we receive things in their singularity, their givenness, their simple presence. Intuition does not add anything new. It is always already there, like the sun behind clouds, and it shines forth, becomes knowledge, whenever the busy clamor of imaginative thinking settles down. When our minds and bodies become quieter, less agitated and crowded by images conjured by memory or imagination, we naturally become open to the simple truth of things, very much conscious of ourselves, and of God, and of things, E5P39s. As Spinoza puts it in Part 5 the Ethics. Anyone can see in one glance how an extended being, a tree, for example, is in God. I cannot perceive the tree without perceiving that it participates in extension, one of the attributes that expresses God's nature, and thus perceiving its relation to God as clearly as I perceive the relations between the numbers 1 and 2 and 3 and 6. Likewise, simply through my awareness of my own embodied, conscious being, I perceive myself through the attributes of extension and thought, and thus I feel myself to be in God. Our thinking is not set apart from nature, it participates in the natural divine activity of consciousness, and things are intelligible, and real, only insofar as they are in God. For Spinoza, as for Anselm and other apophatic theologians, we cannot know God as an object. What can be known, however, is our own being in God, and the being in God of other bodies and minds. In the thought of the deepest medieval theologians, such as Anselm and Aquinas, it makes little sense to distinguish ontology from theology. I think this is also true of the ethics as long as we understand theology simply as a thinking of God, which is not the way Spinoza himself used the term when he criticized theology and theologians in his theologico-political treatise and his letters. We separate theology and ontology only by regarding theology as what Heidegger called an ontic science, an inquiry into a determinate entity, conceived as a subject or an object, about which the question of whether it exists can meaningfully be asked. 68. In contrast, those who argue that God exists necessarily, that God cannot be conceived not to exist, as Saint Anselm argues in his Proslogion, and as Spinoza argues in the Ethics, do not simply give an emphatically affirmative answer to the question of whether God exists. 69. Rather, elucidating God's necessary existence shows why, properly understood, the existence of God is not a question at all. 70. Chapter 4. Whatever we desire and do. Our heart is restless in quietum until it rests in you. Requiescat in te, Augustine wrote addressing God at the beginning of his Confessions. This eloquent suggestion that our inner life is marked by an experience of unrest or anxiety, revealing a deep desire for being in God, is not in itself distinctively Christian. It captures rather well Spinoza's view of the human condition, which likewise involves a diagnosis of the soul's unrest, anemic emotions and anemic fluctuations, and proposes a resting place, anemic acquiescentia, constituted by being in God. 1. In the appendix to Part 4 of the Ethics, Spinoza offers one of his clearest summaries of the ethical task he sets before his readers. It is therefore of the first importance in life to perfect our intellect, or reason, as far as possible. In this one thing consists man's highest happiness, or blessedness, felicitas seu beatitudo. For blessedness is nothing else than the peace of mind, anemi acquiescentia, which springs from the intuitive knowledge of God, and to perfect the intellect is nothing else than to understand God and the attributes and actions of God which follow from the necessity of God's nature. So the ultimate aim finus ultimus of the man who is led by reason, i.e., his highest desire summa cupiditas, by which he endeavours today to govern all other desires, is that which leads to the adequate knowledge of himself and of all objects which can be embraced by his understanding intelligentium. E4 APP 2. Readers may be surprised to find Spinoza writing in this way of our aims, desires and endeavours. By this point in the text, he has criticized teleological thinking and denied human beings any free will. Don't we need some conception of freedom, and of teleology, in order to believe that there is a good way to live, and that human beings desire and strive for this good? Human desire is both ontologically and ethically crucial for Spinoza. In this chapter we shall see that our desires are, so to speak, the feeling of being human, the feeling of being alive, the feeling of being in God. Desire is also a motor for action or agency, and the foundation of our emotional life. It is not surprising, then, that desire forms the basis of Spinoza's religion. The final superproposition in the Ethics affirms that the good which everyone who seeks virtue wants for himself, he also desires for other people, and this desire is greater as his knowledge of God is greater. E4 P37. In the scholium to this proposition, religion is defined as whatever we desire and do quid cupimus, et agimus, insofar as we have the idea of God as cause, or insofar as we know God. E4 P37s. And when, in Part 5, Spinoza asserts that the mind's highest striving summus mentis conatus, and its highest virtue, E5 P25, is to know intuitively both God and singular things, he follows this with two propositions which associate this knowledge first with desire, and then with rest. The more capable the mind is of knowing things by the third kind of cognition, the more it desires Cupid thus to know things. E5 P26. From this kind of cognition there arises the highest possible repose of mind mentis acquiescentia oritur. E5 P27. So, if we want to understand Spinoza's account of our highest good and thus of our ethical or religious task, we must attend to the way he understands desire and action. In the background to Spinoza's distinctive conception of human striving is the formalized teleological thinking of medieval and early modern theology. This was shaped by Jewish, Christian, and Islamic scholars' appropriations of Aristotle's fourfold analysis of causation, which distinguished between efficient, material, formal, and final causes. 3 While Aristotle developed this account to explain how things come to be by natural processes and by human craft, theologians such as Moses Maimonides and Thomas Aquinas adapted his concepts to divine agency. God was said to be the efficient, formal, and final cause of creation, but emphatically not the material cause, since God was not a material being who created the universe out of himself. Against the opposite heresy, that God created out of pre-existing matter, as dualists like the Manichaeans had argued, arose the doctrine that God made matter ex nihilo, out of nothing. 4. Within the Christian tradition, which directly shaped Spinoza's philosophical milieu, Aquinas emphasized a desire for God animating creation as a whole, and human lives in particular. Giving a cognitive gloss to Augustine's insight that human hearts are restless until they find rest in God, Aquinas wrote, "Our natural desire to know cannot be at rest in us until we know the first cause by its essence. But the first cause is God, therefore the final end of an intellectual creature is to see God essentially." 5. Denying that God has extrinsic purposes, Aquinas ascribed to God what we might call an intrinsic or immanent teleology. Nothing apart from God is the end of God. Finis Dei, yet God himself is the end with respect to all things made by him. The object of the divine will is its own goodness, which is its essence. 6. By the early 17th century, the medieval habitus of teleological thinking was being called into question, notably by the Jesuit philosopher Francisco Suarez, who influenced Descartes. 7. Both thinkers prioritized efficient causation, which became the core explanatory category of the new natural philosophy, the basis of modern science. In 1620, Francis Bacon argued that the final cause rather corrupts than advances the sciences. 8. Hobbes extended the denial of final causation to the moral realm, declaring that there is no such finus ultimus, utmost end, nor summum bonum, greatest good, as is spoken of in the books of the old moral philosophers. 9. Most 17th-century thinkers did not go so far as Hobbes, however, and this distinctively modern shift away from teleological explanation was usually restrained by the demands of Christian orthodoxy. Descartes emphasized efficient causation while equivocating on the question of God's teleological agency. He certainly did not deny outright that God has purposes. In the Meditations he writes, rather craftily, that God is capable of countless things whose causes are beyond my knowledge. And for this reason alone I consider the customary search for final causes to be totally useless in physics. There is considerable rashness in thinking myself capable of investigating the purposes of God. 10. In the domain of ethics, meanwhile, Descartes was happy to attribute teleological agency to human beings. Writing to Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia in 1645, he explained that virtue and happiness, la beatitude, are our supreme good and final end. 11. And in a 1647 letter to Queen Christina of Sweden, he declared that the will's firm and constant resolution to carry out to the letter all the things one judges to be best, by itself constitutes all the virtues. This alone produces the greatest and most solid contentment in life. Here Descartes describes free will as the noblest thing we can have, since it makes us in a way equal to God and seems to exempt us from being God's subjects. He insists that the right exercise of our free will is the greatest of all the goods we can possess. Nothing but free will can produce our greatest happiness. There is a slight hint here of the intrinsic or immanent teleology that Aquinas attributed to God. Descartes is suggesting that our highest good lies within ourselves, in the quality of our own willing, rather than in anything external to us. The peace of mind and inner satisfaction felt by those who know they always do their best to discover what is good and to acquire it is, we see, a pleasure incomparably sweeter, more lasting, and more solid than all those which come from elsewhere, he advised Queen Christina. 12. The question of God's purposes is a different issue, of course, from our own teleological orientation, whether towards God, or towards our own happiness. Nevertheless, these issues easily become confused when God is conceived anthropomorphically, so that human purposes are ascribed to divine activity. In the appendix to Part 1 of the Ethics, Spinoza continues the early modern critique of teleological thinking about natural processes, stating more decisively than Descartes that nature has no pre-established end, and all final causes are nothing more than human fictions. Like Descartes, though, he seems to allow for teleological human action, and warns his readers against projecting their own motivations onto the natural world. All the prejudices which I here undertake to show, depend on this, namely, that people commonly suppose all natural things to act, as they themselves do, for the sake of an end, and even regard it as certain that God himself directs everything to a particular end, for they may say that God made everything for the sake of man, and man that he might worship God. E1app. Attributing final causes to both God and nature gives rise, Spinoza argues, to prejudices concerning good and evil, merit and sin, praise and blame, order and confusion, beauty and deformity, in other words, to the whole assemblage of concepts that governed conventional moral thinking in the 17th century, and still shape moral life today. 13. Perhaps surprisingly, Spinoza's attitude towards divine purposes seems closer to Aquinas than to Descartes. Instead of espousing Descartes' skeptical claim that we cannot know the purposes of God, he echoes Aquinas in asserting that God simply cannot have extrinsic purposes. As Aquinas put it, nothing apart from God is the end of God. Finis Dei. In Part 1 of the Ethics, Spinoza criticizes the opinion that God produces all things according to the rule of the good, on the grounds that this seems to posit something outside God, which does not depend on God, to which God attends as a model in what he does, and at which he aims, as at a certain goal. This is simply to subject God to fate, E1p 33s2. In the preface to Part 4, he seems to go further, suggesting that the very notion of divine purpose is incoherent, as God exists for the sake of no end, he acts for the sake of no end, his action, as well as his existence, has no ground of commencement and no end which is related to it as a motive. E4 preface. Spinoza departs more conspicuously from Descartes in denying that we possess a faculty of will which was, so to speak, the organ of human teleology for Christian thinkers, both medieval and modern. 14. In rejecting free will, Spinoza clarifies that he is referring to the power of affirming and denying what is true and what is false, and not desire cupiditatem, and argues that these faculties are universal notions, with no existence distinct from the particulars whence we derive them. E2p 48s. Inquiring whether volitions are anything else than the ideas of things, he offers the following conclusion. In the mind, by E2p 48, there is no absolute faculty of willing and not willing, but single volitions only, namely, this or that affirmation, this or that negation. Let us therefore conceive any single volition, for example, the mode of thought by which the mind affirms that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right angles. This affirmation can neither be nor be conceived without the idea of a triangle. Further, the idea of a triangle must involve this same affirmation, namely, that three of its angles are equal to two right angles. Hence vice versa also, the idea of a triangle can neither be nor be conceived without this affirmation, and thus this affirmation belongs to the essence of the idea of a triangle, and can be nothing else than that essence. But what we have said of this volition, since we have taken it indifferently, is also to be said of any volition whatever, namely, that it is nothing else than the idea itself, QED. E2p 49d. Will and intellect are one and the same. E2p 49c. Part 2 of the Ethics concludes with this proposition's lengthy scholium, which refers not only to the denial of human free will in E2p 49, but also to preceding propositions concerning the nature of will and intellect, and our knowledge of God. Here Spinoza looks ahead to lessons to be learned through the remainder of the Ethics. It remains to indicate how much the knowledge of this doctrine is to our advantage in life, which we may easily gather from the following considerations. First, it teaches us that we act solely from God's command, that we share in the divine nature divinic naturae esse participes, and that we do this the more perfect our actions are, and the more we understand God. So this doctrine, as well as rendering the mind thoroughly calm animum omni mode quietum reddit, also teaches us wherein consists our greatest happiness, or blessedness, namely, in the knowledge of God alone, by which we are led to do only those things which are in harmony with piety and love. From this we clearly understand how far they stray from the true valuation of virtue, who expect to be honored by God with the highest rewards for their virtue and best actions, as for the greatest service, as if virtue itself, and the service of God, were not happiness itself, and the greatest freedom. E2p 49s, 15. This is a pivotal passage in the text, marking the transition from Part 2 to Part 3, and also anticipating key points of Parts 4 and 5. The passage sketches an ethical religious telos, giving the reader plenty to strive for, a mind at rest in knowledge of God, participation in divine nature, blessedness, happiness, and the greatest freedom. These are, in fact, alternative descriptions of one and the same ideal. Though Spinoza denies that we possess any distinct faculty of will, he certainly incorporates what we might call the energy of willing in his account of human nature. This is present in his conception of ideas as acts of thinking which involve affirmation, in his claim that the mind strives conator to persevere in its existence for an indefinite period, and is conscious of this effort conatus, E3p9, and in his closely related view that desire is not only one of the fundamental human affects, E3p9s, but the very essence of each human being. The significance of these concepts of striving and desire is attested by the fact that the key passages asserting them, E3p7 and E3p9s, are among the 9 super-propositions found in Part 3 of the Ethics, see the appendix to Chapter 2. Many philosophers, from Stoics to medievals to early moderns, have argued that organic beings have an appetite for self-preservation. Drawing on these sources in particular, the 14th-century Talmud scholar and rationalist Gersonides, as well as Descartes, Spinoza extends this insight beyond the organic realm and makes it universal, claiming that each thing anaquique res, insofar as it is in itself quantum in seest, strives conator to persevere in its being in suo esse, E3p6. Point 16. Spinoza's concept of conatus, or striving, is ontological in a double sense. It is a striving to persevere in being, and this striving is the actual essence of the thing, E3p7. When this striving is related to the mind and body together, it is called appetite. This appetite, therefore, is nothing but the very essence of man hominis sentia, E3p9s. On the basis of this concept of appetite, Spinoza defines desire, cupiditas, as appetite together with consciousness conscientia of the appetite. He explains that between appetite and desire there is no difference, except that desire is generally related to men insofar as they are conscious of their appetite, E3p9s. Point 17. Towards the end of Part 3 he claims that desire, like appetite, is the essence of the human being, clarifying the relation between appetite and desire as follows. Desire is the very essence, or nature, of each man insofar as it is conceived to be determined, by whatever constitution he has, to do something. E3p56s. Desire is the very nature, or essence, of each individual. See the definition of desire in E3p9s. Joy and sadness are passions by which each one's power, or striving to persevere in his being, is increased or diminished, aided or restrained. But by the striving to persevere in one's being, insofar as it is related to the mind and body together, we understand appetite and desire, see E3p9s. So joy and sadness are the desire, or appetite, itself insofar as it is increased or diminished, aided or restrained, by external causes. E3p57d. Desire is man's very essence, insofar as it is conceived to be determined, from any given affection of it, to do something ad alicet agendum. Exp, we said above, in E3p9s, that desire is appetite together with the consciousness of it. An appetite is the very essence of man, insofar as it is determined to do determinata est ad ea agendum what promotes his preservation. But in the same scholium I also warned that I really recognize no difference between human appetite and desire. For whether a man is conscious of his appetite or not, the appetite still remains one and the same. And so not to seem to commit a tautology I did not wish to explain desire by appetite, but was anxious so to define it that I would comprehend together all the strivings of human nature that we signify by the name of appetite, will, desire, or impulse. E3def.af.1. From this rather complex sequence of passages, we can draw two slightly contrary insights. On the one hand, Spinoza recognizes that there is a difference between an appetite of which we are conscious, and an appetite of which we are not conscious, and of course, modern psychology and psychoanalysis have taught us that this difference may be very significant with respect to our experience and our actions. On the other hand, Spinoza also wants to claim that ontologically this difference is not so significant. Both appetite and desire can properly be regarded as the essence of the human being, an essence which, regardless of the extent to which we are conscious of it, determines us to activity, to a doing, agendum, that promotes our preservation. Furthermore, as he argues in his demonstration of E3P57, appetite and desire is the medium, the base element, the very stuff of our emotional life. Joy and sadness are the desire, or appetite, itself insofar as it is increased or diminished. Desire is the conscious feeling of our conatus. It is the experiential meeting point of activity and consciousness, the sensation of being in God. In concluding Part 2 of the Ethics with a critique of those people who expect to be honored by God with the greatest rewards for their virtue and best actions, Spinoza challenges the distinction between means and ends that tends to structure our thinking about human action. Here he identifies happiness itself, and the greatest freedom, which might naturally be identified as the goal of ethical life, with what readers are accustomed to regard as the means to this goal, virtue and the service of God, E2P49s. Spinoza returns to this criticism of instrumental moral thinking in Part 4, where he writes, echoing the argument of Plato's Republic, that virtue is to be desired for its own sake, and not for the sake of something else, there being nothing better, or more useful to us, on account of which virtue should be sought, E4P18s. And the very last proposition of the Ethics repeats that blessedness is not the reward of virtue, but is virtue itself, E5P42. This is a more robust statement of the intrinsic relation of virtue and happiness which Descartes invoked in his correspondence with Princess Elizabeth and Queen Christina. In this respect, at least, Spinoza agreed with the Cartesian position, though he developed it more philosophically and asserted it more rigorously. This presented a direct challenge to the psychological basis of superstitious Christianity. While Catholic ideas of spiritual merit were one of the main targets of Protestant theology, Calvin's teaching continued to separate earthly virtue and piety from its heavenly reward. Point 18. Spinoza's conflation of means and ends in his remarks on virtue suggests a more immanent, more intrinsic teleology than we usually find in accounts of volition and practical reason, whether theological or secular. Virtue as conceived in the Ethics has no extrinsic goal, no reward beyond itself. Spinoza asserts that no one strives to preserve his being for the sake of any end outside himself, E4P52s. Here he seems to transfer to human beings the Thomist argument that God cannot have extrinsic purposes. This accomplishes a kind of inversion of anthropomorphic thinking. Spinoza is suggesting that instead of projecting an extrinsic notion of human teleology onto God, we should model our own activity and desire on a traditional conception of God's intrinsic, immanent teleology. Indeed, Spinoza inverts ordinary teleological reasoning as soon as he defines appetite and desire in Part 3 of the Ethics. As we have seen, appetite is the effort of both mind and body to persevere in existence, while desire is what we feel when we are conscious of this appetite. It results from all this, Spinoza continues, that a thing is not the object of our effort, will, appetite and desire because we have judged it to be good, but that, on the contrary, we judge a thing to be good because it is the object of our effort, volition, appetite, and desire, E3P9s. Again, the good is here drawn into our activity as striving, desiring beings, rather than posited outside the will as an extrinsic final cause of its preferences and inclinations. One way of describing Spinoza's position regarding teleology within human life, including, of course, our ethical and religious life, is to say that he replaces final causation with efficient causation in the domain of human activity, just as for natural processes. This certainly makes sense of his remarks about final causes in his preface to Part 4. What is called a final cause is nothing else than a human desire considered as the originating principle or primary cause of anything. For example, when we say that habitation was the final cause of this or that house, we mean nothing else than that a man, because he imagined to himself the conveniences of domestic life, had a desire to build a house. Hence habitation, considered as a final cause, is nothing more than this particular appetite or desire, which in fact is the efficient cause, and this men consider as the primary cause, being commonly in ignorance of the causes of their appetites. E4 Preface. At the same time, we can see Spinoza's way of thinking about human desire and action as reshaping teleology, rather than simply abandoning it. One consequence of this reshaping is a softening of the distinction between efficient and final causes. For desire's momentum is shaped by our grasp of the highest good, just as the very notion of goodness is constituted by our desire. Spinoza explicitly insists on the immanence of God's efficient causal agency in his Metaphysics, CE 1p18, and he implicitly endorses a kind of immanent final causation in his ethical philosophy. This allows him to use teleological language to write enticingly of our highest good and ultimate end, thereby forming or reforming the reader's desire in a certain direction while criticizing conventional means and teleological thinking in theology, natural philosophy, and ethics. For Spinoza, then, our telos does not lie outside our activity, our life, our being, but within it. While Suarez categorized both efficient and final causes as extrinsic causes in contrast to formal and material causes, which inhere in their effects, Spinoza reconfigures both efficient and final causation as immanent, though in different ways. Point 19. If being in God is at once our source and our telos, then our ethical task is, in some sense, to become what we are. We find a strong hint about this immanent teleology in Spinoza's claim in the Scholium to E2p49 that his account of freedom, volition, and our knowledge of God teaches us that we share in the divine nature. This remark has a clear affinity with Spinoza's core ontological principle that whatever is in God, E1p15. Here, however, it has an ethical as well as an ontological resonance, being closely connected with his claim that the more perfect our actions are, the more we understand God. Human actions, he is suggesting, can be more or less perfect, and although perfection is not to be understood moralistically for Spinoza, it means both reality and activity. This more or less takes us onto ethical territory. Point 20. This becomes more explicit in Part 4 of the Ethics, where he argues that the more we progress towards perfection, the more joyful we become, and the more we necessarily participate in the divine nature, E4p45c2s. Just as Anselm's proslogion characterizes being in God as both an ontological truth and a spiritual task, and suggests that accomplishing this task necessarily involves an experience of joy, so in Spinoza's ethics being in God has this twofold significance. Having been proposed in Part 1 as an unconditional ontological principle, it is then, in Part 4, considered in a specifically human context as an ethical task that admits variable degrees. This means that Spinoza's theology is both radically inclusive and unequivocally hierarchical. On the one hand, being in God is the fundamental feature of everything that exists, without exception, and this fact grounds the qualitative difference between God qua substance and things qua modes of substance. On the other hand, all beings do not share in God's nature to the same degree. Indeed, Spinoza also seems to suggest that all beings are not in God to the same degree. Of course, the alternative to being in God is not being outside God. Nothing is outside God. Since Spinoza conceives all being as being in God to a greater or lesser extent means being to a greater or lesser extent, having more or less reality, more or less perfection, more or less power. This differentiation applies to diverse types of thing. A human being might be more in God than an insect, or to things of the same type, one human being might be more in God than another human being. It also applies to a single being, whose being in God fluctuates over the course of its life. This existential fluctuation is fundamental to Spinoza's account of finite things in general, and human beings in particular. The most repeated superproposition in the entire Ethics begins with the assertion that the mind can undergo great changes, mutations, and pass at one time to a higher and at another to a lower degree of perfection, E3p11s. This reveals the error of those readers Schelling, for example, who have accused Spinozism of being static, lifeless, inert, allowing no becoming. Point 21. On the contrary, in arguing that there are degrees of being and in drawing attention to the fluctuations between them, Spinoza's metaphysics opens up a way, a path, via, for human beings to follow, CE 5p 42s. We can draw from the ethics an image of the cosmos as an infinite number of interconnected beings, with varying degrees of being in God, like a starry sky full of lights burning, each for a certain duration and with varying degrees of intensity. The light of each individual being waxes and wanes, especially the lights of human beings, whose existence fluctuates dramatically between non-being and reality or perfection. This image of the cosmos reflects the image of the ethics itself, invoked in my second chapter, as a philosophical constellation, with some textual elements, definitions, propositions, scholia, etc., shining brighter than others. In the case of the text, a bright light indicates semantic intensity, while in the case of the cosmos a bright light indicates a high degree of activity and power. Spinoza's view that things can have more or less reality, more or less power, echoes a Platonic idea of degrees of being that can be discerned in many theological thinkers, including in Plotinus, where it informs a doctrine of emanation, in Augustine, where it facilitates a response to the problem of evil that characterizes evil as non-being, and, through the medieval period, in Anselm, in Kabbalistic authors and in Aquinas. Point 22. Descartes, in his Meditations, puts the point negatively when he writes that I am, as it were, something intermediate between God and nothingness, insofar as I participate in nothingness or non-being, that is, insofar as I am not myself the supreme being and am lacking in countless respects. 23. Spinoza's reception of this ontology could have been mediated, indirectly or otherwise, through any of these sources. He certainly notes Descartes' view that there are different degrees of reality or being in his exposition of the principles of philosophy. Point 24. But in the ethics it grounds a conception of affect, or emotion, as the feeling, within the mind and body, of an existence which fluctuates in its degree of being, its power, its intensity. Through this distinctive theory of affect, Spinoza brings the Platonic and Neoplatonic doctrine of degrees of being directly into human experience. The ethics identifies desire, joy, and sadness as the three elemental affects from which all others are derived. Desire, the first of the affects introduced in the text, relates to both the mind and the body at once. Indeed, it is related to the mind in a double sense. It involves the mind and body together striving to persevere in being, i.e., appetite, and the mind's consciousness of this striving, i.e., desire. The conceptual structure is different in the case of joy, Laetitia, and sadness, which are defined primarily in relation to the mind alone, and have other variants: cheerfulness, hilaritas, and melancholy, which involve both mind and body. Joy is the mind's feeling of transition to a greater degree of reality, while sadness is the opposite feeling. The mind can undergo great changes, and pass at one time to a higher and at another to a lower degree of perfection, and these passions explain to us the emotions of joy and sadness. Laetitia et tristitia. By joy I shall understand in the following pages a passion whereby the mind passes to a higher degree of perfection, by sadness a passion whereby the mind passes to a lower degree of perfection. E3p11s, 25. If human life did not admit of degrees of being, we would know neither joy nor sadness nor, indeed, any other affects. Point 26. Spinoza's definition of joy as the feeling of transition to a higher perfection explains why our ethical progress toward perfection, being more fully in God, will always be a joyful experience. Spinoza's principle that whatever is in God provides the anchor for his accounts of knowledge, of affect, and of virtue, as well as for his metaphysics. It underlies the distinction between rational and intuitive knowledge, the second and third kinds of knowing, which becomes crucial in Ethics V, where Spinoza asserts that human freedom, or blessedness, consists in living according to the truth of being in God. And as we have seen in this chapter, it is integral to his ontological theory of desire, action, and affectivity. The more we share in God's perfection, or reality, the more joyful we feel. This joy is not a reward for virtue, it is simply the experience of being virtuous. Our imminent ethical task is to become who we are, to express our being in God by knowing it, and desiring it. Chapter 5. Participating in Divine Nature. In Part 4 of the Ethics, Spinoza suggests that the more joyful we feel, the more we participate in divine nature. He distinguishes this empowering, joyful religious attitude from the moralizing, self-diminishing ethic promoted by contemporary Christian teachers. In a scholium to Proposition 45, hatred can never be good, Spinoza criticizes a harsh and dismal superstition which prohibits enjoyment. He clearly has in mind ascetic practices and puritanical teachings that valorize the affects accompanying diminished power, humility, abjection, pity, melancholy and so on, all species of sadness. My opinion at least is the following, and I have regulated my mind animum accordingly, he writes. No deity numen, nor anyone else, unless he is envious, takes pleasure in my lack of power and misfortune, nor does he ascribe to virtue our tears, sighs, fear, and other things of that kind, which are signs of a weak mind anemia. On the contrary, the greater the joy with which we are affected, the greater perfection to which we pass, i.e., the more we must participate in the divine nature eonos magis de natura divina participarenus sest. E4 P45 C2s. Spinoza repeats this point in Part 4's appendix. In proportion as we are affected with joy, we advance towards greater perfection, and consequently participate more fully in the divine nature eo magis de natura divina participamus, E4 App 31. Note that these references to joyful participation concern not God per se, but God's nature. While we are all in God, we may share to a greater or lesser degree in God's nature, which Spinoza specifies as perfection. The English translations of these sentences introduce the preposition in to express the relation of participation. In medieval and later Latin, the verb participare does not usually go with the preposition in, often it takes no preposition, and may refer to a noun in the accusative, genitive, dative, or ablative case, or it is used with de, signifying a relation of from or of. Spinoza, quite conventionally, always uses participare with de. Alternative translations of de natura divina participare might be partake of the divine nature or share the divine nature. This grammatical point could have significant metaphysical implications, since the phrase de natura divina participare need not express a relation of being in God at all. However, in the context of the ethics, Spinoza's ontological principle that whatever is in God in Deo est coupled with his claim that we are modes of substance, and thus constituted by a relation of being in another, in alio, provides a metaphysical anchor that makes the English grammar of participation rather felicitous. For Spinoza, participate in the divine nature does indeed signify participation in God's nature, since it is a way of being in God. Let's speculate a little about what this means. Early in Ethics 3, when he introduces his concept of conatus, Spinoza writes that each thing, so far as it is in itself quantum in sest, strives to persevere in its being, E3 P6. The little phrase quantum in sest is ambiguous, as Edwin Curley explains. It is a classical Latin idiom that means insofar as it can or insofar as it has the power to, and this is how he chooses to translate quantum in sest in this proposition 1. It could, however, be taken in a more literal and thus more metaphysical sense, echoing Spinoza's definition of substance. By substance I understand that which exists in itself in sest and is conceived through itself, E1d3. Spinoza seems to bring together the idiomatic and metaphysical meanings of quantum in sest in the demonstration of E3 P6, where he repeats that each thing perseveres in its being, insofar as it can and insofar as it is in itself, quantum potest et in sest, E3 P6d, so perhaps we do not need to choose between these two interpretations. After all, the ethics brings the concepts of power and being so close together as to render them almost equivalent. Point 2. Don Garrett interprets quantum in sest in its metaphysical sense, arguing that while only God can be absolutely in se, a straightforward reading of E3 P6 implies that singular things can be in themselves to limited but varying degrees. Point 3. On this reading, although modes are constitutively dependent beings, by definition in another, they can possess, to some degree, the qualities that substance possesses absolutely. To say that substance is in se is to say that it causes itself and is conceived through itself. Garrett suggests that insofar as they are in themselves, modes are quasi-substances. It is important to add that the phrase quantum in SEEST signals both a similarity and a difference between substance and modes. This phrase applies only to modes, and not to substance or God, which is in SE not to some degree, but absolutely, as Garrett points out. We know that modes can never be entirely in themselves caused by and conceived through themselves, not only because this would betray the very definition of a mode, but also because Spinoza emphasizes that we can never bring it about, that we require nothing outside ourselves extra nos to preserve our being, E4P18s. This metaphysical reading of quantum in SEEST is supported by several key elements of Spinoza's ethical philosophy. The affect of acquiescentia in se ipso, resting in oneself, which, as the next chapter will show, is at the heart of the account of the highest human good put forward in the Ethics, suggests that being in se is something we humans can strive for. And Spinoza's definition of action indicates that we can be, to some degree, in ourselves. I say that we act when something happens, in us or outside us, of which we are the adequate cause, i.e., when something in us or outside us follows from our nature, which can be clearly and distinctly understood through it alone, E3D2, one of the super-propositions of Ethics 3. In other words, we can be to some degree immanent causes of effects within ourselves, as God is always an immanent cause. We can be to some degree intelligible through, and to, ourselves. We can be more or less powerful, real, or perfect, and thus more or less joyful, as Spinoza affirms when he writes, in Ethics 4, that the greater the joy with which we are affected, the greater perfection to which we pass, i.e., the more we must participate in the divine nature. And we find further support for this interpretation of quantum in SEEST in Spinoza's enigmatic suggestion that we, as finite modes, can be to some degree eternal. It is God's nature, as substance, to be in se, so the more we are in ourselves, the more we share in God's nature. As this way of putting it suggests, being more in ourselves does not mean we are any less in God. On the contrary, the more we are in ourselves, the more we are in God, because the more we simply are, and, as Spinoza insists in E1P15, all being is being in God. Our being, or power, does not compete with God's being, or power. This is one reason why the distinction between substance and mode remains so important, even when modes seem to approach the nature of substance by becoming more in themselves. Two substances would, Spinoza suggests, always limit one another, CE1P8D, while substance does not limit modes, but empowers them. Our being in God is not a competitive relation, but a relation of sharing, or participation. All this is, admittedly, quite a lot to hang on the ambiguous little phrase quantum in SEEST, tucked away at the beginning of Ethics 3. Yet this interpretation coheres with other elements of Spinoza's view of the human good, which will be explored in the chapters to follow. For the remainder of this chapter, I want to excavate the philosophical and theological significance of the verb participare, which Spinoza uses to articulate our relation to God's nature, and to claim that this relation is a matter of degree. Spinoza's use of participare in the Ethics echoes similar uses of this verb in some of his earlier texts, particularly the theologico-political treatise, and these earlier uses illuminate its significance in the Ethics. In 1665 Spinoza used participare in a letter to Willem van Blijenberg, a Calvinist merchant who had drawn him into a lengthy correspondence about theological issues. One of Blijenberg's most pressing questions concerned the source of human evil, which is indeed a challenging issue for any theology which refuses to separate God from nature, including human nature. Spinoza's response to Blijenberg emphasizes that perfection and participation in godliness are, in effect, the same thing, and a matter of degree. It is indeed true that the godless impios express God's will in their fashion. But that doesn't make them comparable with the pious, because the more perfection a thing has, the more it shares in godliness magis deditate participat, and the more it expresses God's perfection dia qui perfectionem exprimit magis. In this letter Spinoza explains that people who are impious, or unethical, lack the love of God that comes from knowledge of God and through which alone we are said, putting this in terms that we can understand, to be servants of God. He suggests that a person who does not know God is powerless, perhaps even annihilated by his own ignorance, nothing but a tool, that serves unknowingly and is consumed in serving. By contrast, pious people serve knowingly, and become more perfect by serving, conscii servient, and serviendo perfectionis evadunt. Point 4. The references to participation in the theologico-political treatise, which Spinoza began in late 1665, circle around these themes of knowledge and love of God. And as in his letter to Blienberg, the uses of participare in this text indicate that participating in God's nature happens to a greater or lesser degree. In Chapter 1 of the theologico-political treatise, Spinoza asserts that prophetic knowledge, that is, direct knowledge of God, should include natural knowledge, which is common to all men. This knowledge, he insists, can be called divine with as much right as anything else, since God's nature, in so far as we participate in it, dei natura, quae tenusda ea participimus, and God's decrees, as it were, dictated to us. Point 5. Because the human mind contains God's nature objectively in itself, and participates in it, dei naturam objective in se continet, et da idem participat, our minds can be considered the first cause of divine revelation. Point 6. We know God by knowing ourselves, our own thinking, our own being in God, and venerating supposed sources of revealed knowledge such as miracles, prophecy, and the biblical texts themselves amounts to idolatry. Point 7. Here Spinoza uses the concept of participation to propose what others thinkers called a natural theology, taking the human mind as the principal object of investigation into God. Yet this Spinozist natural theology is quite different from the English versions of natural theology that would be so influential in 18th century, leading Anglican thought in a decidedly deist direction. In Chapter 4 of the theologico-political treatise, Spinoza uses participare in a more ethical context. Here he discusses the highest good, asserting that the intellect is the better part of us, and that our supreme good and perfection depend only on the knowledge of God. As in the appendix to Ethics 4, he urges his readers to perfect the intellect as much as we can. Point 8. He invokes the dependence of all things on God. Without God nothing can exist or be conceived, in support of his claim that when we expand our knowledge of nature, we gain greater and more perfect knowledge of God. In this passage, Spinoza uses the word participat to describe someone who shares in the highest blessedness. Since nothing can be or be conceived without God, it is certain that all things in nature involve and express the concept of God, in proportion to their essence and perfection. Hence, the more we know natural things, the greater and more perfect is the knowledge of God we acquire, or, since knowledge of an effect through its cause is nothing but knowing some property of the cause, the more we know natural things, the more perfectly we know God's essence, which is the cause of all things. So all our knowledge, i.e., our supreme good, not only depends on the knowledge of God, but consists entirely in it. That knowledge of God is our supreme good also follows from the fact that man is more perfect in proportion to the nature and perfection of the thing which he loves before all others, and conversely. Therefore, the man who is necessarily the most perfect and who participates more in supreme blessedness adia qui il necessario perfectissimus est, et de summa beatitudine maxime participat, is the one who loves above all else the intellectual knowledge of God, the most perfect being, and takes the greatest pleasure maxime delectator in that knowledge. Point 9. Although Spinoza refers here to participation in blessedness, rather than participation in God's nature, he connects this sharing of beatitude to love and knowledge of God. Throughout the passage he evidently conceives participation not only as a matter of degree, but also as something that we can, and should, strive for and cultivate. When he returns to these themes of love and knowledge of God in Chapter 14 of the theologico-political treatise, Spinoza situates his discussion in a Christian context. Emphasizing the close connections between faith, knowledge of God, and ethical conduct, he refers his reader to Chapter 2 of the biblical letter of James, and highlights in particular James 2:17, faith without works is dead, a verse beloved by Catholics and inconvenient to Lutheran Protestants, as it seems to undermine Luther's insistence on justification sola fide, by faith alone. Point 10. Spinoza invokes this New Testament text to support his key claim that works, which he initially equates with obedience or good conduct, are the inevitable consequence and sure sign of faith. Here Spinoza defends a true religion that consists not in believing the right dogmas, but in behaving in the right way. This religion is defined primarily in ethical terms. Good conduct is the criterion for possessing knowledge of God. Spinoza expresses this complicated thought by moving from the letter of James to the first letter of John, then back to James 2:17. And John says, in 1 John 4:7-8, whoever loves, i.e., loves his neighbor, is born of God, and knows God. Whoever does not love does not know God, for God is loving kindness, Deus est caritas. From these things it follows next that we can judge no one faithful or unfaithful except from their works. If the works are good, they are still faithful, however much they may disagree with other faithful people in their doctrines. Conversely, if the works are bad, they are unfaithful, however much they may agree in words with other faithful people. For where there is obedience, there is also faith, and faith without works is dead. Point 11. Spinoza then cites 1 John 4:13, the verse he chose as the epigraph for the theologico-political treatise. Having repeated James 2:17, this time without quotation marks, implying, perhaps, that it reflects his own view, he suggests that John teaches the same thing explicitly in verse 13 of the same chapter. By this, he says, we know that we remain in God and that He remains in us, because He has given us of His Spirit, viz. Loving kindness charitatem. 12. In glossing the works of the letter of James as the love of the first letter of John, Spinoza suggests that his triangulation of faith, knowledge of God, and ethical conduct is robustly ontological. God is love, 1 John 4:7, and God as love is a reality on which we depend, and in which we exist. In Paul's words, in this reality we live and move and have our being. These pages of the theologico-political treatise are certainly ambiguous. Spinoza could be claiming that God is nothing more than the love, or kindness, which people show to one another, thereby dissolving religion, the human relation to God, into ethical life. Or he might be arguing that whenever we show this human love, we do so only by participating in God's love. Without suppressing this ambiguity, which may well be essential to the text, we can see how the metaphysics of ethics inclines us to the latter reading. Far from emphasizing human autonomy, the principle underlying Kant's argument that true religion is nothing more than ethical life, Part 1 of the Ethics, accentuates our absolute dependence, our constitutive being in God. Within the theologico-political treatise, Spinoza articulates this view in another short, dense passage elucidating 1 John 4:13. The author of 1 John had said previously that God is loving kindness, Deum esse charitatem, from which, according to his principles, accepted at that time, he infers that he who has loving kindness really has the Spirit of God. Indeed, because no one has seen God, he infers from that no one is aware of God, or acknowledges God neminem Deum sentire, vel animam advertera, except by loving kindness toward his neighbor, and that in fact no one can come to know any other attribute of God beyond this loving kindness, in so far as we participate in it. Praeter hanc charitatem, quaetinus de idem participimus. Point 13. Here again we find a reference to participation qualified by aquatinus, suggesting that human beings may participate in God's loving kindness to varying degrees. Spinoza's interpretation of 1 John 13 highlights how the author of this letter conflates knowledge and love of God, and also love of God and love of neighbor. No one knows God except by loving his neighbor, and no one knows God's nature except by knowing God's love. Both knowledge and love are gained, or possessed, through participation in the love that constitutes God's being. Point 14. Spinoza draws from these theological and scriptural reflections a polemical conclusion, targeted at the brutal dogmatism of the 17th century Christian churches. It is both hypocritical and perverse, he suggests, for Christians to persecute people in the name of their faith, since true faith is demonstrated by loving one's neighbors, not by oppressing them. The real enemies of Christ, he declares, are those who persecute honest men who love justice, because they disagree with them, and do not defend the same doctrines of faith they do. For we know that loving justice and loving kindness are enough to make a man faithful, and whoever persecutes the faithful, is an enemy to Christ. 15. Here Spinoza follows both the letter and the spirit of the first letter of John, which was itself addressed to a nascent Christian community riven by conflicts over points of doctrine. This contextual parallel between the theologico-political treatise and John's letter helps to explain why Spinoza took a verse from this New Testament text not without a certain irony as the motto for his book. As we have seen, Spinoza insists that our supreme good and perfection depend only on the knowledge of God, and he urges his readers to perfect their intellects as far as possible. Yet his reflections on the first letter of John and his confrontation, through the lens of this biblical text, with real-life religious communities whose members manifest varying degrees of ignorance, intolerance, and egotism seem to draw him to a more pragmatic view of knowledge. It follows, he writes, that faith requires, not so much true doctrines, as pious doctrines which move the heart to obedience, even if many of them do not have even a shadow of truth. 16. Here again Spinoza affirms the principle of being in God, and traces this to a biblical text which his Christian opponents regarded as authoritative. Faith, he repeats, requires doctrines necessary for obedience, which strengthen our hearts in love towards our neighbors, qui silicet animum in amor erga proximum confirmant. It is only because of this love that each of us, to speak with John, is in God and that God is in each of us. 17. When Spinoza writes about participation in God's nature in the theologico-political treatise, he connects this with love, sometimes caritas, sometimes amor. When he explores the same theological idea in Part 4 of the Ethics, he connects it with joy. 18. His analysis of the affects in the Ethics shows that love and joy are closely linked. Love, amor, is a species of joy, being defined as joy, coupled with the idea of the cause of this joy. Love and joy are both affects of empowerment, feelings of an increase in our desire, our essence, our power. Love is distinguished from joy by being inherently cognitive, always involving an idea, that is to say, an act of thinking of whatever is perceived to cause joy. These affects are at the heart of an experience of being in God which Spinoza describes, at the end of the Ethics, as beatitude. Spinoza's multiple references to participation in texts written during the 1660s form the background to his use of the verb participare in the Ethics. When in Part 4 he invokes the possibility of advancing towards greater perfection, and consequently participating more fully in the divine nature, this description of our ethical task can be understood in light of the biblical context that is made explicit in the theologico-political treatise. At the same time, it should be read as continuing Spinoza's polemic against the powerful churches of his day, a polemic that put New Testament texts in the service of a critique of Christian teachers who held those texts to be the authoritative Word of God. Spinoza's remarks about participation in divine nature in Ethics 4 may be situated in a longer history of Christian thought, in which New Testament sources are blended with Greek metaphysics. In addition to those verses from Acts and 1 John which Spinoza quoted in various letters as well as in the theologico-political treatise, a key passage from the second letter of Peter offers a more specifically Christian gloss on participation. The author of this letter tells his readers that through Christ's great promises they may become participants of the divine nature, genus Theos koinonoi phosios, 2 Peter 1:4. In the Latin Vulgate edition of the New Testament, this Greek phrase is rendered as officiamini divini consorts naturi, the Greek word koinonoi, translated into English as participants, sharers, or partakers, becomes consorts in the Latin, rather than a word deriving from the verb participare. In 1 Corinthians 10, Paul twice uses koinonia to describe the Eucharistic ritual. Is not the cup of thanksgiving for which we give thanks a koinonia in the blood of Christ? And is not the bread that we break a koinonia in the body of Christ? Because there is one loaf, we, who are many, are one body, for we all share medicum in the one loaf. 1 Corinthians 10:16-17. The Latin Vulgate renders these verses in a way that rather obscures the Greek text, translating the first koinonia as communicatio and the second as participatio, and translating medicamen as participimus, calyx benedictionis, cui benedissimus, non communicatio sanguinis Christi est, et panis quem frangimus, non participatio corporis Domini est? Quaniam unis panis, unum corpus multi sumus, omnes quida uno pane participimus. From these intertextual biblical roots we can trace the development of a Latinist metaphysics of participation, which found its most sophisticated and influential exponent in Thomas Aquinas. In his Summa Theologia, Aquinas explains that God is essential being, whereas other things are beings by participation per participationem. All beings apart from God are not their own being, but are beings by participation. 19. Drawing this distinction anticipates Spinoza's claim in Ethics I that God, as substance, is in itself, whereas anything else, as a mode of substance, is in another. This is certainly not to deny that Aquinas's metaphysics and not least his doctrine of creation is fundamentally different from Spinoza's in several important respects. Nevertheless, Aquinas's concept of participation does similar metaphysical work to Spinoza's concepts of substance and mode, in distinguishing between what exists by virtue of its own being, i.e., God, and what exists by participation, i.e., created things. Aquinas expands on this distinction when he sets out the causal relation between God and creatures. God is the first and most perfect being. Therefore God must be the cause of being in all things that have being. Whatever has some perfection by participation, is traced back, as to its principle and cause, to what possesses that perfection essentially. Thus molten iron has its incandescence from that which is fire by its essence. God is existence itself, hence existence belongs to God in virtue of God's essence, but pertains to all other things by participation. 20. Here Aquinas emphasizes the ontological asymmetry between God and creation's ontological dependence on God. Rather like Spinoza's ontological principle of being in God, Aquinas's concept of participation secures the simultaneous transcendence and the immanence of God's relation to the created universe. 21. God is in everything, and thus inseparable from creation. God is said to be in everything dissiter Deus in omnibus esse by essence, power, and presence. God is in everything by God's essence inasmuch as the existence of each thing is a certain participation in the divine essence est quidam participatio divini esse. The divine essence is present to every existing thing, to the extent that it has existence, as a cause is present to its proper effect. God is in all things by God's power, inasmuch as all things operate in virtue of God. And God is in all things by God's presence, inasmuch as God directly regulates and disposes all things. 22. Of course, the cautionary note about using the preposition in when translating the verb participare applies here, as it does to Spinoza's texts, and Aquinas's metaphysics does not offer quite such robust grounds for affirming the English construction participation in. Scholars disagree about whether Aquinas's theology of participation elucidates the theological principle of being in God that is expressed more directly in earlier Christian writers such as Augustine, John of Damascus and Anselm. 23. When he considers the question of God's omnipresence, whether God is in all things, Aquinas quotes Augustine's teaching that all things are in God, and argues that this is compatible with the claim that God is in all things. He takes care to gloss Augustine's insistence that being in God is meant in a special sense, since the preposition in customarily applies to physical things. Although corporeal things are said to be in another as in that which contains them, nevertheless, spiritual things contain those things in which they are, as the soul contains the body. Hence also God is in things containing them. Nevertheless, by a certain similitude to corporeal things, it is said that all things are in God, inasmuch as they are contained by God. 24. Aquinas's language, if not his doctrine, is closest to Spinoza's when he discusses grace, for here he writes of participation in the divine nature, quoting 2 Peter. He argues that the infused virtues of faith, hope and love, which are given by God, dispose the human being, in relation to a participation in the divine nature in ordine ad naturam divinum participatum, according to 2 Peter 1:4, he has given us most great and precious promises, that by these you may be made partakers of the divine nature divini consorts naturi. And it is in respect of receiving this nature that we are said to be born again sons of God. Grace, explains Aquinas, is prior to virtue, and lies in the essence of the soul rather than in the soul's powers, which are its virtues, as the human being by intellectual powers participates in divine knowledge through the virtue of faith, and by the power of will participates in divine love through the virtue of charity, so also by the nature of the soul he participates in the divine nature, through a certain likeness, through a certain regeneration or recreation. 25. Aquinas's doctrine of the beatific vision enjoyed by human beings in the afterlife also turns on the concept of participation. Beatitude, or blessedness, is the ultimate end of man, and this consists in the vision whereby a human being sees God in his essence. Just as human beings already participate in being and goodness, so they will finally participate in God's beatitude. Of course, man is far below God in the perfection of his beatitude. For God has this beatitude by his very nature, whereas man attains beatitude by being admitted to a share in the divine light per divini luminis participationem. 26. Aquinas accentuates this point when he writes that all who share in blessedness can be happy only by participation in the blessedness of God, who is essential goodness itself, even though one human being helps another to tend toward, and arrive at, blessedness. 27. In setting out this theology of participation, Aquinas drew on a Platonic philosophical tradition as well as on biblical sources. The way he moves easily between the ideas of divine participation and likeness with God reflects an equivocation between the concepts of methexis, participation, and mimesis, imitation, in Plato's works. Plato developed these concepts to propose a solution to the ancient metaphysical problem of the relation between the one and the many, between universals and particulars. 28. In his Metaphysics, Aristotle criticized Plato for conflating methexis and mimesis. Tracing the history of the concept of methexis back to Pythagoras, Aristotle argued that neither the Pythagoreans nor the Platonists gave a satisfactory account of how the multiplicity of singular things share in the one, whether by imitation, mimesis, or participation, methexis. 29. For Aristotle, Platonic participation relied on an overly transcendent conception of form conceived as the higher, unchanging reality in which lower, ephemeral beings participate, and he proposed a more immanent account of the relation between particular things and their idea or form. 30. Though Neoplatonic thinkers developed concepts of participation which attempted to mediate between Plato and Aristotle, Aquinas has been credited with achieving the fullest synthesis of Platonic transcendence and Aristotelian immanence. 31. Participation is a concept with a long history, a history that is Christian in a broad sense that encompasses the Latinization of diverse biblical texts and ancient Greek metaphysics, mediated by medieval Arabic and Jewish sources. Equally, Aquinas's doctrine of participation is a large subject which poses deep interpretative questions, and within a few pages it is possible only to cite a few indicative texts and point to some of the linguistic, historical, and conceptual issues they raise. Nevertheless, this glimpse into the genealogy of participation helps to show what is at stake, theologically, when Spinoza uses the verb participare to elucidate the relation of being in God. We can see that he combines the ideas of methexis, sharing, and mimesis, imitation, which have structured the concept since it emerged in Plato's works. Being in God, which expresses our causal and conceptual dependence on God, means that we exist, and are intelligible, only insofar as we share in God's being, while a mode striving to be more in se and thereby participate more fully in God's nature might be interpreted as an imitation of God, who is absolutely in se. Since the concept of participation combines difference and identity, accentuating the ontological difference between creator and creation, while also affirming God's omnipresence, this concept helped Spinoza to resist the specifically modern tendency to separate God and nature that he discerned in both Cartesian philosophy and Calvinist theology. However, Spinoza also resisted the distinction between nature and grace which structures Aquinas's account of participation. 32. For Spinoza, our sharing in God's nature is not a special gift of grace, but a natural state, though it is nevertheless variable, a matter of degree that depends on, or corresponds to, an individual's intellectual and ethical condition. Indeed, Spinoza implies that all natural agency is also divine agency. His phrase God or nature provides a useful corrective to the view that natural and divine agency are in competition, and even pulling in opposite directions, although, as I argued in Chapter 3, we should not take God or nature to imply that divine agency is reduced to what we know as natural processes, since God's power is expressed through infinite attributes, not simply through the spatio-temporal conditions of extension and duration. Drawing on Aquinas to help clarify the theological significance of participation need not lead us to claim that his works were a direct or indirect source for Spinoza's use of the concept. 33 And we can note parallels between the way the concept of participation functions philosophically in Aquinas's works and in the Ethics, while recognizing that Spinoza's view of God, and of God's relation to human beings, differs from Aquinas's theological vision in several significant respects. Perhaps most importantly, Aquinas, like Aristotle and Descartes, regarded individual beings as substances, which Spinoza, of course, denied. Aquinas saw God as uncaused, while Spinoza conceived God as causa sui. 34 Spinoza rejected creation ex nihilo, a core Thomist doctrine, though he did so for reasons that accord with the spirit, if not the letter, of Aquinas's theology. 35 As we saw in the previous chapter, he also criticized the Aristotelian notion of a final cause that formed the deep structure of Aquinas's thinking and characterized scholastic thought more broadly. And while Aquinas locates the beatific vision of God in the afterlife, Spinoza suggests that beatitude is attainable though very rarely attained in this life. We can point again here to Spinoza's unwillingness to distinguish nature from grace. Furthermore, Aquinas's elaborate hierarchical cosmology includes strata of angelic beings, which have no place in Spinoza's more economical metaphysics, though his view that God has an infinity of attributes points to an ontological variety that remains unexplored in his philosophical system. 36. It is not necessary to understate the theological and cultural differences between Thomism and Spinozism in order to recognize that the philosophical elements of Aquinas's doctrine of God are similarly elemental in the Ethics. 37 For both thinkers, God is eternal, infinite, simple, and immutable, and God's essence and existence are inseparable. 38 Aquinas's preferred name for God is ego sum qui sum, from the Latin translation of Exodus 3:14 I am who I am, since this name, Aquinas suggests, denotes simply existence itself or the infinite ocean of substance. 39 I am who I am translates, with a certain theological wordplay, the four Hebrew letters known as the Tetragrammaton, or Yahweh. This unpronounceable name of God can be vocalized as Yahweh, which was Latinized as Jehovah, and this in turn was anglicized as Jehovah. In Latin, then, ego sum qui sum and Jehovah are virtually equivalent, since they are both ways of transcribing the most ontological name of God. Aquinas's preference for this divine name reflects his philosophical definition of God as the pure act of being, actus essendi, which he explicates through an Aristotelian conception of being, esse, as activity, as ontological affirmation and positivity. 40. In the theologico-political treatise Spinoza echoes Aquinas, along with other Jewish and Christian thinkers, in emphasizing that the Tetragrammaton is the unique name of God. There is no name in the Bible except Jehovah which makes known the absolute essence of God, without relation to created things. And therefore the Hebrews contend that this is, strictly speaking, the only name of God, the other names being merely common nouns. And really, the other names of God, whether they are substantives or adjectives, are attributes which belong to God in so far as God is conceived in relation to created things, or is manifested through them. 41. This account of God's absolute essence resonates with the explication of God in Part 1 of the Ethics. Though Spinoza makes few explicit biblical references in the Ethics, Exodus 3:14 certainly remains in the background to his theological metaphysics of substance. Aquinas distinguished those truths about God's essence and existence which can be known by human reason and which can therefore be accepted by non-Christian philosophers from other things about God at which these philosophers could not arrive, things communicated to us in the teaching of Christian religion, about which Christian faith instructs us beyond human understanding. 42 These articles of faith include the doctrine of the Trinity, which affirms Christ's unique ontological status. and unique relation to God. Spinoza agreed with Aquinas not only on the core philosophical doctrine of God, but also in distinguishing this rational knowledge from other doctrines, scriptural or ecclesial, which belong to what Aquinas called faith and Spinoza called theology. As a teacher of his monastic order and his church, Aquinas expounded both the philosophical and the non-philosophical elements of Christian teaching. Spinoza, by contrast, insisted on his philosophical doctrine of God while treating matters of faith or theology in an agnostic and anti-dogmatic spirit. The divergence between Spinozism and the specifically modern, post-Reformation Christian theology that he addressed was indeed wide, and within this context the charges of heresy and even of atheism against him are unsurprising. Yet when we read the Ethics in light of the theology proposed by Aquinas, who though controversial in his own time has long been regarded as an exemplar of theological orthodoxy, Spinoza's views about God and our relations to God seem rather less heretical than many commentators suppose. 43 The Ethics might be read as pushing certain Thomist insights further, rather than as moving in an entirely different theological direction. For Aquinas, the concept of participation names an ontological distinction between creation and creator, while affirming the intimacy emphasized by Paul when he wrote that God is not far from each one of us, for in him we live and move and have our being. This shows why we cannot attribute to Aquinas a one-sided insistence on divine transcendence at the expense of divine immanence. It also calls into question the prevailing interpretation of the Ethics as advancing a radical secular philosophy of pure immanence that contrasts with the unequivocal transcendence espoused by theologies vaguely defined as traditional or orthodox. 44 In fact, Spinoza, like Aquinas, affirms both ontological difference and being in God, and thus rejects both pantheism and deism. 45 Of course, Spinoza articulates this ontological difference in a new way, by arguing that God alone is substance, which exists through itself, while finite things are not substances but modes, which by definition exist not through themselves, but through God. Yet one result of this innovation is that, for Spinoza as for Aquinas, participating in God's nature signifies both essential difference and intimate relationship, for these are two aspects of the same principle of absolute dependence on God. So, without overlooking or understating the differences between Spinozism and Thomism, tracing the concept of participation from its early Greek roots to its apotheosis in Aquinas's thought helps to situate Spinoza's ethics within a rich philosophical and theological context. This context does not prescribe the religious valence of Spinoza's references to participation, but it does provide some orientation in thinking through what this might be. It is only by grasping the full ontological and ethical force of our being in God that we can begin to understand Spinoza's claim that self-contentment, acquiescentia in esse ipso, and an intellectual love of God, amor dei intellectualis, belong to the greatest human perfection. Postscript, Spinoza and Christ. Reading Spinoza alongside Aquinas suggests that it is Spinoza's view of Christ, and not his doctrine of God, which most clearly distances him from Christianity. The question of Christ's distinctiveness from other human beings, and the extent to which faith in Christ's special status is a requirement for salvation, are, of course, decisive tests of Christian orthodoxy. For centuries after the death of Jesus, theologians sought to articulate a cogent doctrine of Christ's unique ontological status, often making creative advances in metaphysics and logic in order to systematize the New Testament's claims that Jesus was the Son of God, even the Logos which was God and was with God, from the beginning. 46. When Aquinas sought to demonstrate Christ's uniqueness, he began by setting the question of Christ's relation to God within the framework of his hierarchical doctrine of participation in God's goodness. He then located Christ beyond this participatory range. Commenting on the fullness of Christ's grace, Aquinas explains that divine grace was given to Christ not by participation, but by nature. The closer any creature draws to God, the more it shares in God's goodness. Bonitate eius magis participat, and the more abundantly it is filled with gifts infused by God. Thus someone who comes closer to a fire, shares to a greater extent in its heat. But there can be no way, nor can any be imagined, by which a creature more closely adheres to God, than by being united to God in unity of person. Therefore, in consequence of the very union of Christ's human nature with God in unity of person, Christ's soul was filled with habitual gifts of graces beyond all other souls. The possession of infinite grace is restricted to Christ. To other saints is given the grace of being gods or sons of God by participation, through the infusion of some gift. Such a gift, being created, must itself be finite, just as all other creatures are. To Christ, on the contrary, is given, in his human nature, the grace to be the Son of God not by participation, but by nature. 47. In this way, Aquinas suggests that when a human life participates as fully as it can in divine goodness, a participation that occurs through an intellectual activity motivated by love for God, it draws closer to the life of Christ, without ever attaining the personal union with God that is restricted to Christ. Where does Spinoza stand on this question? His divergence from Aquinas' position is evident, though not unambiguous. In the first chapter of the Theologico-Political Treatise, he argues that Christ had an exceptionally direct connection to God, which surpassed ordinary human knowledge. I do not believe that anyone else has reached such perfection in knowledge, except Christ, to whom the decisions of God, which lead men to salvation, were revealed immediately without words or visions. So God revealed himself to the apostles through Christ's mind, as previously God had revealed himself to Moses by means of a heavenly voice. And therefore Christ's voice, like the one Moses heard, can be called the voice of God. And in this sense we can also say that God's wisdom, that is, a wisdom surpassing human wisdom, assumed a human nature in Christ, and that Christ was a way to salvation, et Christum viam salutis fuis. But I must warn here that I'm not speaking in any way about the things some of the churches maintain about Christ. Not that I deny them. For I readily confess I don't grasp them ea non capere. What I have just affirmed I conclude from Scripture itself. If Moses spoke with God face to face, as a man usually does with a companion, i.e., by means of their two bodies, Christ, indeed, communicated with God mind to mind. 48. There is deep ambiguity in this passage, since Spinoza did not think that Moses literally conversed with God as with an embodied companion. Where does this leave his suggestion that Christ, by contrast, communicated with God mind to mind? In Chapter 4 of the Theologico-Political Treatise, Spinoza draws a similar contrast between Christ and the prophets, asserting that all the prophets who wrote laws in the name of God did not perceive God's decrees adequately, as eternal truths. I say this only about the prophets, and not about Christ. For however much Christ too may seem to have written laws in the name of God, nevertheless we think that he perceived things truly and adequately. Christ was not so much a prophet as the mouth of God. From the fact that God revealed himself immediately to Christ, or to Christ's mind and not, as he did to the prophets, through words and images, the only thing we can understand is that Christ perceived truly, or understood, the things revealed. 49. Here, Spinoza attributes to St. Paul the view that everyone, by the natural light, clearly understands God's power and eternal divinity, while suggesting diplomatically that people may certainly plead ignorance when it is a question of the supernatural light, and of the fleshly passion of Christ, de carnali Christi passione and his resurrection, etc. 50. In other words, Spinoza was happy to see Christ as an exemplar, even the highest exemplar of the human mind's capacity to know, and thereby reveal, God. Interpreted in this naturalistic way, he could accept the Christian doctrine of the Incarnation. In 1675 Spinoza echoed that cautious, qualified endorsement of the Incarnation in a letter to Henry Oldenburg, written in response to Oldenburg's request to clarify his position on Christian doctrine. Here Spinoza denies that knowing Christ according to the flesh is necessary for salvation. We must think quite differently about the eternal Son of God, i.e., God's eternal wisdom, which has manifested itself in all things and chiefly in the human mind, and most of all in Jesus Christ, et omnium maxime in Christo Jesu manifestavit. Without this eternal, divine wisdom, he explains, no one can attain to a state of blessedness, since this alone teaches what is true and false, good and evil. However, As for what certain churches add to this that God assumed a human nature, I warned expressly that I don't know what they mean. Indeed, to confess the truth, they seem to me to speak no less absurdly than if someone were to say to me that a circle assumed the nature of a square. 51. In a subsequent letter to Oldenburg, continuing the same conversation, Spinoza connects his interpretation of Christ's divinity with the opening of John's Gospel. As I said in my previous letter, God manifested himself most in Christ. To express this more powerfully, John said that the Word became flesh. 52. Though the Ethics makes no pronouncement about Christ, its philosophical categories may illuminate the views Spinoza expressed in these earlier texts. We might interpret his remark about the absurdity of God taking on human nature in terms of the concepts of substance and mode. To say that God assumed a human nature amounts to claiming that eternal, infinite substance became a finite mode, and for Spinoza, this simply does not make sense. His willingness to write that God's eternal wisdom, which has manifested itself in all things, but most in the human mind, and most of all in Christ Jesus, suggests that in the attribute of thought God's essence might be expressed, or manifested, more or less fully, and this allowed Spinoza to claim that in Jesus's human mind God's eternal wisdom was manifested most of all. Perhaps this accords with the logic of degrees of perfection suggested in the Ethics, where the greater the perfection to which we pass equates to the more we participate in the divine nature, E4p 45s. And Spinoza's remarks about the immediacy and truth of Christ's knowledge of God resonate with his account of science ntia intuitiva. In his letters, as in the theologico-political treatise, Spinoza was prepared to recognize a difference between Christ and other human beings, while insisting that this is a matter of degree rather than an essential difference. Whereas Aquinas, a Trinitarian theologian, regarded Christ's uniqueness as both ontological and moral, since it consists in a non-participatory union with God's being and goodness, Spinoza suggests that Christ's being in God was participatory, and thus no different in kind from that of other human beings. This allows Spinoza to treat Christ as a human exemplar, a model for how far a human mind might be or become an expression, a manifestation, or a participator in God's eternal wisdom. Spinoza's way of thinking about both the similarity and the difference between Christ's mind and other human minds might be interpreted as a critique of more figurative claims about the Incarnation expressed in the official confessions and liturgies of the Christian churches. Alternatively, his remarks might provide philosophical grounding for the view that these figurative claims express some truth. The texts are, I think, open to both interpretations. Perhaps this is because Spinoza thought that people should be free to accept or to ignore these Christian teachings. They do not belong in his list of universal religious tenets in the theologico-political treatise. He expressed approval for the universal reach of Christianity. Christ was sent to teach, not only the Jews, but the whole human race. So it was not enough for him to have a mind accommodated only to the opinions of the Jews. He needed a mind accommodated to the opinions and teachings universal to the human race, i.e., to common and true notions. 53. However, the claims of Christian churches that human salvation is possible only through Christ jarred with this universalism, and turned it into dogmatism. While the gospel of incarnation and resurrection was offered to all, anyone who did not embrace it was deemed to be excluded from truth and blessedness, and in practice this exclusion often hardened into persecution and oppression. By contrast, there is a certain flexibility in Spinoza's remarks about Christ that accommodates Orthodox Christian belief and perhaps even illuminates it while refusing to require it. This open-mindedness appealed to the early German Romantics who embraced Spinozism at the end of the 18th century. It is very one-sided and presumptuous to assert that there is only one mediator, declared Friedrich Schlegel in his pioneering journal Athenam, to the ideal Christian, and in this respect the unique Spinoza comes nearest to being one. Everything ought to be a meditator. 54. Chapter 6. Acquiescentia. In Part 4 of the Ethics, Spinoza writes that acquiescentia in se ipso is really the highest thing we can hope for, E4p 52s. Traditionally, theologians had described a deep human desire to rest in God, an ideal powerfully expressed by Augustine, Anselm and Aquinas, among others. When 17th-century philosophers dismantled the teleological worldview of their medieval forebears, they called into question the possibility of ever finding rest. Hobbes, for example, argued in Leviathan, 1651, that the felicity of this life consisteth not in the repose of a mind satisfied, and discerned in all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power, that ceaseth only in death. 1. In 1661 Spinoza criticized Bacon for assuming that the human intellect is unquiet, it cannot stop or rest nec consistere, aut acquiescere possit, and, like Bacon, he uses the verb acquiescere to signify the mind's capacity for repose. 2. His claim in the Ethics that acquiescentia in se ipso is really the highest thing we can hope for seems to revive the ancient ideal of rest. But acquiescentia in se ipso means resting in oneself, not resting in God. Was Spinoza replacing traditional theological teaching with the humanist ideal of autonomy that would become a defining feature of the modern, enlightened age? Yes and no. Acquiescentia in se ipso appears in the enumeration of the affects in Part 3 of the Ethics, and remains an important concept right through to the end of Part 5. It is also a complex concept, since its meaning is comprised of three elements. First, there is Spinoza's definition of acquiescentia in se ipso as a joy arising from contemplating ourselves, or, in other words, self-love, CE 3p 55s. All love, according to Spinoza's definition, is joy accompanied by the idea of its cause, CE 3p 13s, so self-love is joy accompanied by the idea of oneself as the cause of one's joy. The second and third elements of acquiescentia, more implicit, but certainly no less significant, are drawn from the word itself. The verb acquiescere carries the sense of acceptance, submission, or obedience conveyed by the English acquiesce, while the Latin root quis signifies stillness, quiet, repose. Acquiescentia in se ipso has, then, a threefold meaning, combining self-love, or joy in one's own causal activity, obedience and acceptance, peace and rest. This threefold meaning indicates the effective, experiential character of the freedom, virtue, and blessedness which Spinoza opposes to an unfree, illusory kind of existence, and particularly to an unfree, illusory kind of religion. Acquiescentia in se ipso conveys the feeling quality of the highest human good. It thus takes its place among the distinctive cluster of concepts that define Spinoza's beatitudo, intuitive knowledge, intellectual love of God, the mind's eternity, and acquiescentia in se ipso. Not surprisingly, given its philosophical richness and semantic complexity, Spinoza's translators have struggled to find an adequate English translation of acquiescentia in se ipso. Translating it literally, as acquiescence in oneself, leaves out the element of joy that is integral to Spinoza's definition of this affect. 3. Furthermore, acquiescence in oneself suggests passivity, whereas in se ipso echoes the definition of substance as what is in itself, in se, E1d3, and the more we share in the nature of substance, the more active we become. Self-acceptance sounds a little more active than acquiescence in oneself, yet misses the crucial sense of repose, and leaves out the important little word in. Marion Evans, who took the pseudonym George Eliot soon after completing the first English translation of the Ethics in 1856, chose self-contentment, which remains perhaps the best rendering of acquiescentia in se ipso, and has been revived by Spinoza's most recent translators. 4. Late 19th century translators preferred self-approval or self-satisfaction, while in the 1980s Edwin Curley opted for self-esteem, noting that self-satisfaction sounds a little smug. 5. Our modern notion of self-esteem captures very well Spinoza's definition of acquiescentia in se ipso as a self-love that involves an idea of oneself, or an attitude towards oneself. We human beings live in relation to ourselves, with a certain self-understanding or self-awareness, and this reflexivity always has an affective dimension. Yet translating acquiescentia in se ipso as self-esteem neglects the element of quis, stillness, and rest. It also conceals the continuity between Spinoza's discussion of acquiescentia in se ipso in parts 3 and 4 of the Ethics, and the true peace of mind, vera animi acquiescentia, he attributes to the wise person in Part 5, CE 5p27, E5p42. Curley uses different English words for acquiescentia over the course of the ethics, and with good reason, since the meaning of acquiescentia varies according to the epistemic, psychological, and ethical condition of the person who experiences it. Nevertheless, the concept has an integrity throughout the text, which is obscured for Anglophone readers by these shifting translations of acquiescentia. In this chapter I will leave acquiescentia in esse ipso untranslated, in order to retain its integrity while exhibiting its rich and multiple significance. Because acquiescentia in esse ipso always involves an idea of oneself, it is an inherently cognitive affect. Ideas, for Spinoza, are not static images, like mute pictures, but acts of thinking that affirm their object, CE 2p49s. So any idea of oneself is an act of thinking that affirms one's own existence in a certain way. Spinoza distinguishes between three kinds of thinking: imagining, reasoning and intuiting, and one's idea of oneself can take any of these cognitive forms. When our self-understanding is based on imagination, our acquiescentia is a hollow, volatile, egotistical satisfaction. When it is rooted in the second, rational kind of knowledge, it becomes a stable joy that can be shared with others. Within scientia intuitiva, the third kind of knowledge, acquiescentia signifies the feeling quality of participation in God's eternity, giving experiential content to the apparently abstract idea of intellectual love of God. Just as there is a hierarchy among Spinoza's three kinds of cognition, so there is a hierarchy among their corresponding forms of acquiescentia. In the Theologico-Politico treatise, Spinoza uses a concept of acquiescentia, distinguished by the clearest knowledge, to define human blessedness. True salvation and blessedness vera salus and beatitudo consists in true peace of mind vera animi acquiescentia, and we truly find peace vera acquiescimus only in those things we understand very clearly. Point 6. The Ethics makes the same argument, while providing a much fuller discussion of the acquiescentia that belongs to the inadequate ideas of ourselves produced by imagination. The relationship between acquiescentia in esse ipso and Spinoza's three kinds of cognition bears witness to the continuity and coherence of his discussion of acquiescentia, on the one hand, and to the polyvalence of the concept, on the other. Acquiescentia in esse ipso is a single affect, always conforming to its definition as self-love, that is, joy arising from contemplating ourselves. However, it is characterized by varying forms of stillness and obedience, according to the kind of cognition that produces it. Point 7. Indeed, these variations are ethical and experiential qualities by which the different kinds of cognition can be recognized and distinguished, for it is through the various forms of acquiescentia that we feel the effects of our self-knowledge, or lack thereof, within our own being. Spinoza's discussion of acquiescentia in esse ipso has a deep philosophical significance. This affect links his critiques of free will, of Cartesian philosophy, and of superstitious religion, and it also links these critiques to his own account of true freedom and blessedness. Spinoza took the concept of acquiescentia in esse ipso from Henri Desmaritz's Latin translation of Descartes' Les Passions de l'âme, the Passions of the Soul, completed in 1650, just a year after the French original was published. 8. Desmaretz used acquiescentia to translate the French satisfaction. In the second part of Les Passions de l'âme, Descartes defines and discusses a series of particular passions, among them la satisfaction de soi mesme, self-satisfaction, which he opposes to repentance. Desmaretz chose acquiescentia in esse ipso to translate la satisfaction de soi mesme, and det nobis acquiescentiam interiorum for nous dun unsatisfaction interior. Descartes returns to la satisfaction de soi mesme in part 3 of Les Passions de l'âme, and here Desmaretz translated this as satisfactios of acquiescentia in esse ipso. 9. Descartes emphasizes that the satisfaction de soi mesme of a consistently virtuous person has a quality of stillness or rest, la satisfaction, Chuont toujours sur qui constamment la vertu, est unhabitude en leur âme, qui se nama tranquillite and repose de conscience. 10 Desmaretz translated the latter part of this sentence as tranquillitas and quis conscientia, and he amplified Descartes' point by identifying the passion of la satisfaction as acquiescentia as well as satisfactio. Although the idea of stillness or rest may be implicit in satisfactio, it is much more explicit in acquiescentia. So while Descartes explicates la satisfaction in terms of tranquility and repose, Desmaretz makes quis integral to this passion, and thus inseparable from it, a subtle yet significant difference. Spinoza's incorporation of acquiescentia in se ipso into his own discussion of the affects in Ethics 3 and 4 engages closely with Descartes' passions of the soul. 11 Though Spinoza is clearly indebted to the Cartesian account of la satisfaction de soi-même, he responds to it critically. 12 His discussion of acquiescentia in se ipso echoes 7 features of Descartes' discussion of la satisfaction de soi-même. 1. La satisfaction de soi-même is a joy relating to one's own action. We may consider the cause of a good or evil, present as well as past. A good done by ourselves gives us an internal satisfaction. This joy, Descartes emphasizes, depends completely on ourselves. 13 Similarly, Spinoza states that I shall call joy accompanied by the idea of an internal cause, acquiescentia in se ipso, E3p30s, and that acquiescentia in se ipso is a joy born of the fact that a man considers himself and his own power of acting, E3def.af. 25. Descartes' idea of a joy that depends completely on ourselves resonates with the self-sufficiency of Spinoza's substance, captured by the words in se that link his definition of substance to acquiescentia in se ipso. 2. La satisfaction de soi-même is coupled with, and opposed to, repentance, le repentir. Descartes defines repentance as a kind of sadness that results from believing we have done an evil deed. 14 Likewise, Spinoza identifies the sadness contrary to acquiescentia in se ipso as repentance, E3p30s. However, in his definitions of the affects he distinguishes between two senses of acquiescentia in se ipso, one is the opposite of repentance, and the other is the opposite of humility. 3. Descartes elevates la satisfaction de soi-même above the other passions, describing it as the sweetest of all the passions, whereas repentance is the most bitter, because its causes lie in ourselves alone. 15 As we have seen, Spinoza suggests that acquiescentia in se ipso is really the highest thing we can hope for. 4. La satisfaction de soi-même can be either a habit of the soul or a passion, depending on whether it accompanies the steadfast pursuit of virtue, or arises as a fresh satisfaction following the performance of an action we think good. 16 Spinoza echoes this distinction in his account of acquiescentia in se ipso. Like all the affects, acquiescentia can be predominantly passive, a confused idea, and fleeting, contributing to vacillations of mind, E3gen.deff, E3p59s. A wise person enjoys lasting acquiescentia. He always possesses true peace of mind. Vera animi acquiescentia, E5p42s. 5. Having distinguished between the habit and the passion of la satisfaction de soi-même, Descartes suggests that the passion may be either true or false, genuine or vain. When the cause of our self-satisfaction is not just, i.e., when the actions from which we derive great satisfaction are not very important or are even vicious, then our satisfaction is absurd. 17 Similarly, Spinoza states that some instances of acquiescentia are vana, empty, futile, or false, E3p58s, while others are vera, true, genuine, properly named, well-founded. However, this is not simply a binary distinction, since within true acquiescentia we can make the further distinction between that which arises from reason, and that which arises from science ntia intuitiva. 6. Descartes associates vain self-satisfaction with impertinent arrogance. 18 Spinoza identifies the vain, deluded form of acquiescentia in se ipso as pride, superbia, defined as thinking more highly of oneself than is just, out of love for oneself, E3p26s, DEFF. 28. Pride is a species of acquiescentia in se ipso. It can also be defined as love of oneself, or acquiescentia in se ipso, insofar as it so affects a man that he thinks more highly of himself than is just. E3def.af.28. 7. Descartes illustrates his description of vain self-satisfaction by the example of religious bigotry, hypocrisy, and violence, which he describes with great vividness. The vanity and impertinent arrogance of deluded self-satisfaction, writes Descartes, is noticeable especially in those who believe themselves devout, but are merely bigoted and superstitious. These are people who, under the pretext of frequently going to church, reciting many prayers, wearing their hair short, fasting, and giving alms, think that they are absolutely perfect and imagine that they are such close friends of God that they could not do anything to displease Him. They suppose that anything their passion dictates is a commendable zeal, even though it sometimes dictates the greatest crimes that men can commit, such as the betrayal of cities, the killing of sovereigns, and the extermination of whole peoples for the sole reason that they do not accept their opinions. 19. The detail and vigor of this passage suggests that Descartes' observations of violent religiosity vividly displayed in the sectarian wars that divided Europe during his lifetime not only furnish an example of vain self-satisfaction, but motivate his account of this passion. Likewise, Spinoza's critique of superstition certainly provides an important context for his analysis of the affects and of human servitude. He analyzes superstition in both epistemic and affective terms. Superstition is based on inadequate cognition and is manifest in the passion of fear, and it is contrasted with the freedom and blessedness arising from adequate understanding and manifest in an active affect of love. 20. This account of superstition is paralleled by his description of the empty acquiescentia in se ipso that is encouraged only by the opinion of the multitude, not only because it is irrational but because it makes people both fearful and violent. He who exults at being esteemed by the multitude is made anxious daily. And this gives rise to a monstrous lust of each to crush the other in any way possible. E5p 58s. 21. Spinoza's discussion of acquiescentia in se ipso appropriates these 7 characteristics of la satisfaction de soi-même in a manner that critiques and subverts the Cartesian passion. This appropriation targets a central tenet of Descartes' philosophy, the freedom of the human will. For Descartes, virtue consists in the rational exercise of free will, and this is particularly pertinent to the twin passions of self-satisfaction and repentance, since we deserve to be praised or blamed only when we are free to act well or badly. Self-satisfaction and repentance accompany deeds done by ourselves, caused by ourselves alone, through our own volition. There is only one thing in us which could give us good reason to esteem ourselves, namely, the exercise of our free will and the control we have over our volitions, writes Descartes. 22. La satisfaction de soi-même is closely connected to the virtue of generosite, which is the key to all the other virtues and a general remedy for every disorder of the passions. 23. La generosite involves both an affirmation of human freedom and the constant resolution to use this freedom well. 24. As we have seen, Descartes distinguishes between true and illusory satisfaction de soi-même, and associates the latter with superstitious religion. Spinoza, however, assigns the whole Cartesian concept of satisfaction de soi-même along with its mirror image, repentance, to the category of illusion. A decision of the mind which is believed to be free is not distinguished from imagination itself, writes Spinoza, concluding that those who believe that they do anything from a free decision of the mind, dream with open eyes. E3p2s. The idea of free decision is a fiction. E3def.af.6 exp. Throughout the Ethics he treats belief in free will as a symptom of ignorance. Men think themselves free, because they are conscious of their volitions and their appetite, and do not think of the causes by which they are disposed to wanting and willing, because they are ignorant of those causes. E1app. 25. In fact, Spinoza states plainly, the will cannot be a free cause, but only a necessary one. E1p32. 26. When Spinoza defines acquiescentia in se ipso alongside repentance in his definitions of the affects, he links both affects to an erroneous belief in free will. 27. He distinguishes this inadequate acquiescentia in se ipso from a more neutral version of the affect, paired with humility, which does not involve the idea of free will. Acquiescentia in esse ipso is opposed to humility, insofar as we understand by it a joy born of the fact that we consider our power of acting. But insofar as we also understand by it a joy, accompanied by the idea of some deed which we believe we have done from a free decision of the mind, it is opposed to repentance, which we define as follows: smiley face. Repentance is a sadness accompanied by the idea of some deed we believe ourselves to have done from a free decision of the mind. E3def.af.26 exp. E3def.af.27. In his explanation of the latter definition, Spinoza refers the reader back to Part 2, on the free decision of the mind, CE 2p35s. This scholium takes free will as an example to elucidate the proposition that falsity consists in the privation of knowledge which inadequate, or mutilated and confused, ideas involve men are deceived in thinking themselves free. They say that human actions depend on the will, but these are only words for which they have no idea. For all are ignorant of what the will is, E2p35 and Scholl. In this way, Spinoza declares the Cartesian affects of acquiescentia in esse ipso and repentance to be intrinsically inadequate, bound up with a host of negative connotations, falsity, mutilated and confused ideas, self-deception, ignorance. Descartes suggested that when la satisfaction de soi-même is vain, it can lead to violence and persecution. It sometimes dictates the greatest crimes that men can commit, such as the extermination of whole peoples. For Spinoza, however, it is the misguided commitment to free will which produces, or at least stimulates, this kind of violence. The fiction of free will, he argues, exacerbates the affects of both love and hatred. Because men consider themselves to be free, they have a greater love or hate toward one another than toward other things, E3p49s. Spinoza returns to this point in Part 5, where he emphasizes the link between the idea of free will and ignorance. Imagining a thing as free can be nothing but simply imagining it while we are ignorant of the causes by which it has been determined to act, E5p5s. Believing in human free will, for Spinoza, is just like believing in divine miracles. Both beliefs are equally superstitious, equally rooted in ignorance. Point 28. When he describes the emotional consequences of belief in free will at the end of his account of the affects, he refers specifically to acquiescentia in esse ipso and repentance. Having repeated his definition of these affects as joy or sadness accompanied by the idea of oneself as cause, he adds that because men believe themselves to be free, these affects are very violent, E3p51s. This rejection of free will rids acquiescentia and repentance of the moral force of their corresponding Cartesian passions. Point 29. While Descartes defines la satisfaction de soi-même and repentance with reference to good or evil deeds, Spinoza omits these terms from his definitions. He suggests that repentance and its corresponding acquiescentia have acquired a moral valence by education and custom, which conditions people to have certain emotional responses to their own actions. It is no wonder sadness follows absolutely from all those acts which from custom are called wrong, and joy, from those which are called right. For from what has been said above we easily understand that this depends chiefly on education. Parents, by blaming the former acts, and often scolding their children on account of them, and on the other hand, by recommending and praising the latter acts, have brought it about that the emotions of sadness were joined to the one kind of act, and those of joy to the other. Experience itself also confirms this. For not everyone has the same custom and religion. And according as each one has been educated, so he either repents of a deed or exults at being esteemed for it, E3def.af.27 exp. When Spinoza presents his neutral definition of acquiescentia in esse ipso, which is paired with humility, he characterizes both affects simply in terms of power. Acquiescentia in esse ipso is a joy born of the fact that a man considers himself and his own power of acting. Humility is a sadness born of the fact that a man considers his own lack of power, or weakness, E3def.af.25 and 26. Spinoza associated both moralism and immorality, especially the kind that accompanies superstitious religion, with the illusory belief in free will. This was not merely a critique of Descartes, who expressed an outlook that had come to dominate his Christian culture. Spinoza does, however, suggest that Descartes, being a philosopher, should have known better. 30. The concept of acquiescentia, with its connotations of acceptance and obedience, helped Spinoza to counter the moral outlook grounded on belief in free will with an alternative ethics grounded on understanding and accepting necessity. Indeed, in the Ethics, acquiescentia implies a distinctive ideal of obedience. We tend to associate obedience with heteronomy, submission to an external authority. Relatedly, acquiescence usually refers to a rather passive acceptance of another's will that is reluctant, helpless, or perhaps indifferent. This was equally true in the 17th century. Hobbes, for example, used the verb acquiescere to describe heteronymous submission to an external authority when discussing the interpretation of Scripture in De Civ. 1642. 31 Yet Spinoza's use of acquiescentia suggests a different kind of obedience, which encompasses both following the laws of one's own nature and wisely accepting the necessity of divine law. According to this Spinozist conception of obedience, being in oneself, in esse ipso, and being in God become indistinguishable, for neither relation is heteronymous. This is an immanent obedience. Though he does not use this language, Spinoza does explicitly state that there is a kind of service to God that is synonymous with human freedom, virtue itself, and the service servitus of God, our happiness itself, and the greatest freedom, E2p 49s. 32 As Nancy Levine has observed, when Spinoza uses the term servitus, he means to set the question of freedom on an entirely different basis. 33. We must distinguish this notion of immanent obedience, drawn from Spinoza's account of acquiescentia in esse ipso, from the practical obedience that Spinoza makes central to his definition of true religion in the theologico-political treatise. The intellectual or exact knowledge of God is not a gift common to all the faithful, as obedience is. Men, women, children, everyone in fact, is equally able to obey on command. But not everyone is equally able to be wise. God asks of man no other knowledge than knowledge of God's divine justice and loving kindness charitatis. This knowledge is not necessary for intellectual understanding ad scientias, but only for obedience. 34. This obedience need not involve knowledge of God's nature. Even here, however, Spinoza's discussion coheres with the more philosophical concept of immanent obedience suggested by his analysis of acquiescentia in the Ethics. The theologico-political treatise goes on to argue that it does not matter, as far as faith is concerned, whether people believe that God directs things from freedom or by a necessity of nature, or whether God prescribes laws as a prince or teaches them as eternal truths, or whether man obeys God from free will or from the necessity of the divine decree. 35 We know from the Ethics that the wise person embraces the second of each of these alternatives. The philosopher's obedience is grounded in his insight into the necessity of the divine decree, this decree being synonymous with eternal truth and the necessity of nature. Earlier I suggested that acquiescentia is correlated to the three kinds of knowledge, since it is an inherently cognitive affect, always involving a certain idea of oneself. Just as there are three kinds of knowledge, so there are three kinds of acquiescentia. This threefold structure produces three different modes of obedience. False acquiescentia, arising from the first kind of cognition, involves heteronymous obedience, and is characterized by a failure of immanent obedience. We fail to follow the laws of our own nature when our idea of ourselves is determined by external causes. Because this idea is an inadequate self-image, mediated by the inconstant opinions of the multitude, the self we take satisfaction in is not really our self at all. At the same time, we disobey, that is to say, we refuse to accept natural or divine necessity, insofar as we hold on to belief in free will. Our acquiescentia in esse ipso does not live up to its name, it is not in itself, but subject to external influences. Adequate or true acquiescentia, arising from the second and third kinds of knowledge, involves an obedience to oneself, which means actively following the laws of one's own nature. At the beginning of Part 3, Spinoza opposes action to passivity, and defines it in these terms: we act when something happens, in us or outside us, of which we are the adequate cause, i.e., when something in us or outside us follows from our nature, E3D2. In Part 4, he links this definition of action with ratio, the second kind of knowledge. Acting from reason is nothing but doing those things which follow from the necessity of our nature, considered in itself alone, by E3P2 and E3D2, E4P59D. So when Spinoza considers the acquiescentia in se ipso arising from reason, he reminds readers that man's true power of acting, or virtue, is reason itself, which man considers clearly and distinctly, explaining that while a man considers himself, he perceives nothing clearly and distinctly, or adequately, except those things which follow from his own power of understanding, E4P52D and Scholl. True acquiescentia in se ipso is how it feels to obey, or express, our nature considered in itself alone. Spinoza picks up this thread of argument in Part 5, referring back to E4P52 and stating that the highest satisfaction of mind summa animi acquiescentia stems from the right principle of living, E5P10s. We should keep this in mind, he advises, together with the fact that men, like other things, act from the necessity of nature. Whereas the fiction of free will exacerbates the affects of love and hate, when our reason recognizes how all beings follow the necessity of nature, this produces the peace of acquiescentia in se ipso. In the appendix to Part 4, Spinoza recommends the calming effects of accepting necessity, even when we are subject to the vicissitudes of fortune. We do not have absolute power to adapt things outside us to our use. Nevertheless, we shall bear calmly equo animo firmus those things which happen to us contrary to what the principle of our advantage demands, if we are conscious that we are a part of the whole of nature, whose order we follow. If we understand this clearly and distinctly, that part of us which is defined by understanding, i.e., the better part of us, will be entirely satisfied plain acquiescent with this, and will strive to persevere in that satisfaction acquiescentia. For insofar as we understand, we can want nothing except what is necessary, nor absolutely be satisfied in veris acquiescere with anything except what is true. E4APP32. This passage echoes remarks about calm acceptance of matters of fortune at the end of Part 2, where Spinoza emphasizes how much knowledge of the will's necessity is to our advantage in life. There he explains that understanding necessity teaches us how we must bear ourselves concerning matters of fortune, or things which are not in our power, that is, concerning things which do not follow from our nature that we must expect and bear calmly equo animo expectere, et fair both good fortune and bad, adding that all things follow from God's eternal decree with the same eternal necessity as from the essence of a triangle it follows that its three angles are equal to two right angles, E2P49s. On the one hand, acquiescentia of the second kind involves a familiar modern idea of autonomy acting according to one's own nature and understanding, yet on the other hand it also involves recognizing and accepting how much lies beyond our power. In the passage from the appendix to Part 4, the two semantic elements of acquiescentia obedience and stillness come together. Someone who obeys necessity is able to bear it calmly, and Spinoza connects this to an acquiescentia that wants nothing except what is necessary, that is to say, nothing except what is. This suggests a kind of desire that rests in itself, rather than seeking something it feels is lacking. Spinoza has already outlined such a desire, in discussing love at the end of Part 3, there he explained that the will, voluntatum, to join oneself to a beloved object consists in an acquiescentia in the lover on account of the presence of the thing loved, by which the lover's joy is strengthened or at least encouraged, E3def.af.6. This will rests content with what it has, because it does not want anything else, it can rest, or acquiesce, in the present moment. While acquiescentia of the second kind involves an imminent obedience to the laws of one's own nature, the third and highest kind of acquiescentia sees these laws as divine laws, so that obedience to oneself becomes indistinguishable from obedience to God and also, as we shall soon see, from resting in God. Obedience to the God of superstitious religion, mediated by a confused amalgamation of imagination and received opinion, must be a heteronymous submission. Superstitious people surrender their own power of acting to a god imagined as external, and to an ecclesial authority which competes with their power, and diminishes it. Acquiescentia of the second kind reverses this weakening effect by making obedience immanent and autonomous. But it is in acquiescentia of the third kind, whereby one's dependence on God is the core truth grasped in intuitive knowledge, that the highest human freedom is found. 36 This is quite different from the usual Enlightenment concept of autonomy. It combines fidelity to one's own finite power with the understanding that this power both depends on, and expresses, an infinite power. 37 Though Spinoza inherited the concept of acquiescentia from Descartes, or rather, from Desmarets's translation of Descartes, he made it his own by imbuing it with an undefined yet powerful notion of immanent obedience, thereby both criticizing and replacing the Cartesian free will that he rejected as a fiction. Acquiescentia indicates a freedom that is identical to necessity. Insofar as this is a human freedom, as the title of Part 5 of the Ethics indicates, it participates in divine freedom. God acts from the laws of his nature alone, and is compelled by no one, and God alone is a free cause, for God alone exists only from the necessity of his nature, E1P17 and COR2. Through our acquiescentia we can approximate, share in or imitate this freedom in necessity, being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious of ourselves, and of God, and of things. Immanent obedience concerns our implicit, or possibly explicit, metaphysical self-understanding, our sense of how our agency relates to the world. The other semantic elements of acquiescentia, stillness, peace, repose, joy, self-love, are more experiential, more effective. This is a question, to put it simply, of how a person feels about being herself. But it is also a question of how one's whole experience of being in the world is colored, whether by anxiety and unease, or contentment and peace of mind. So what do the three kinds of acquiescentia in se ipso feel like? We have already glimpsed the unsettled quality of acquiescentia based on imaginative thinking, in considering Spinoza's critique of the equivalent Cartesian passion, la satisfaction de soi-même. Indeed, when Spinoza introduces acquiescentia in se ipso and defines it for the first time, he connects it to imagination. If someone has done something which he imagines affects others with joy, he will be affected by joy accompanied by the idea of himself as cause, or he will regard himself with joy, E3P30. And when he defines it a second time, this time in conjunction with repentance, he emphasizes that the things which a person believes will make for joy or sadness, and which he therefore strives to promote or prevent, are often only imaginary, and links this with the inconstancy of human nature and judgment, E3P51s. It is here that he adds, because men believe themselves free, these affects of acquiescentia in se ipso and repentance are very violent. Spinoza's discussion of the affects in Part 3 of the Ethics emphasizes their general instability. Summing up, he links the affects with vacillations of mind, affectus, animic fluctuations, and writes that from what has been said it is clear that we are driven about in many ways by external causes, and that, like waves on the sea, driven by contrary winds, we toss about, not knowing our outcome or our fate, E3P59s. Early in Part 5, the affects are again associated with fluctuation or agitation. Here Spinoza refers to animi commotionem, seu affectum, and suggests that love and hate cause animi fluctuations, CE5P2. With regard to acquiescentia, of the first kind, in particular, he identifies two related consequences of this instability: it makes people anxious within themselves, and troublesome to others. The first kind of cognition encompasses opinion as well as imagination, CE2P40s, and Spinoza's discussion of acquiescentia makes it clear that opinion means the opinions of other people. When the mind considers itself and its power of acting, it rejoices, and does so the more distinctly it imagines itself and its power of acting, writes Spinoza, E3P53, adding that this joy is more and more encouraged the more a man imagines himself to be praised by others. For the more he imagines himself to be praised by others, the greater the joy with which he imagines himself to affect others. E3P53C. This acquiescentia is conditioned by the attitudes and opinions of society in general, and of our own circle of acquaintances in particular, which are often, though not necessarily, prejudices and superstitions. Because the affects of acquiescentia and gloria, translated by Carlisle as love of esteem, are closely connected, our relationship to ourselves is intimately bound up with our relationships to others. CE4P52S. For this reason, the problems associated with imaginative acquiescentia are often compounded by social influences. Spinoza hints at the anxiety-provoking character of acquiescentia in the Scholium to E3P55, where we find his third definition of the affect, this time named self-love philotia or acquiescentia in se ipso, as joy arising from considering ourselves. Because this joy is renewed as often as a man considers his virtues, or his power of acting, it also happens that everyone is anxious just yet to tell his own deeds, and to show off his powers, both of body and of mind. Spinoza adds here that human beings, for this reason, are very troublesome to one another, homines hac de causa sibi in vicem molesti sint, E3P55S. He amplifies this point when he returns to the subject of vain, empty acquiescentia, based on the first kind of cognition, in Part 4. Here opinion, rather than imagination, emerges as the distinctive feature of the self-understanding that gives rise to vain acquiescentia. The love of esteem gloria, which is called empty vana, is acquiescentia in se ipso, that is encouraged only by the opinion of the multitude. When that ceases, the acquiescentia in se ipso ceases, i.e., by P52S, the highest good that each one loves. That is why he who exults at being esteemed by the multitude is made anxious daily, strives, sacrifices and schemes quotidiana cura anxious niditer, faciat, experiator, in order to preserve his reputation. For the multitude is fickle and inconstant, unless one's reputation is guarded, it is quickly destroyed. E4P58S, 38. As well as making us anxious and envious, pursuing this vain acquiescentia makes us aggressively competitive with other people. Indeed, those who succeed in gaining it may be the worst of all. In this struggle for acquiescentia, the one who at last emerges as victor exults more in having harmed the other than in having benefited himself. Of course, this competitive spirit is deeply embedded in our culture, so often entrenched by educational, professional, and political systems, even the most civilized. Too many examples present themselves. I often think of Spinoza's analysis of acquiescentia when an American university asks me to rank a tenure candidate in comparison with her peers, and I remember that Spinoza refused the offer of a professorship. There is a tragic irony here. It is because we long for contentment, yet fundamentally misunderstand it, that we are driven to behave in ways that produce the opposite effects. Spinoza emphasizes that it is precisely because acquiescentia is the highest thing we can hope for, the highest good that each one loves, that the false acquiescentia arising from inadequate understanding has such destructive consequences. Since this struggle is over a good thought to be the highest, this gives rise to a monstrous lust of each to crush the other in any way possible. Here, then, Spinoza argues that the first kind of acquiescentia is as volatile as the opinions it rests upon, generating agitation within both individuals and communities. In other words, it not only fails to produce the quies that belongs to genuine acquiescentia, but actually encourages unrest. Not surprisingly, then, Spinoza concludes that this love of esteem, or acquiescentia, then, is really empty, because it is nothing est agiter hec gloria, scu acquiescentia revera vana, quia nulla est, E4P58S. Right at the end of the Ethics, where he contrasts the wise person with the ignorant person, Spinoza returns to this idea that someone who lacks adequate knowledge is restless, anxious, agitated, troubled in many ways multis modis agitator by external causes, and unable ever to possess true peace of mind vera animi acquiescentia, E5P42S. Our power of acting is limited, and we are all influenced by external things. Spinoza thinks it is impossible not to be, see E4P3 and E4P4. But being subject to forces beyond our control so that we feel their effects within us does not necessarily mean that we are driven about and destabilized by them. The ignorant man described at the end of the Ethics is dominated by external causes. He is so entirely determined by them that they constitute his very existence, so that as soon as he ceases to be acted on, he ceases to be. E5P42s. This emphasis on the power of external causes might appear at odds with Spinoza's definition of acquiescentia in se ipso, which refers to the idea of an internal cause, or the idea of oneself as a cause. Yet even the empty acquiescentia that depends on external factors, such as the approval of other people, involves an idea of oneself, of one's own agency, an idea which is itself subject to external causes. This is a mutilated and confused idea, in which our own power and activity, our assumptions formed by customs and education about the moral status of certain actions, the opinions and reactions of others, and our, perhaps mistaken, perception of those opinions and reactions are all mixed up together. This is certainly an inadequate self-image, produced by a combination of imagination and opinion, but it is still an idea of oneself, and thus of an internal cause. In contrast to the emotional volatility that accompanies the first kind of knowledge, the feeling quality of adequate understanding is much more even, equo, and peaceful. The stillness experienced in acquiescentia of the second kind is a quality of stability and equanimity. When the mind thinks about those things which it perceives clearly and distinctly, and with which it is fully satisfied, plain acquiescent, then not only are the affects of love, hate, etc. destroyed. Here Spinoza refers us back to his discussion of anemic emotions and anemic fluctuations, but also the appetites, or desires, which usually arise from such an affect, cannot be excessive. E5P4s. 39 Spinoza is not here espousing the Stoic view that desire should be restrained or reduced by reason. After all, desire is our very essence, and whenever it is diminished this brings sadness. Rather, he is arguing that when desire is accompanied by understanding, there cannot be too much of it. A desire which arises from reason, is the very essence or nature of man, and it makes no sense to say that human nature could exceed itself, or could do more than it can. E4P61 and Dem. The essence of each being is its desire or striving, and adequate acquiescentia does not lessen or halt this striving, but stabilizes it, making it more immanent and less restless. The quietude of adequate acquiescentia is active and self-expressive, not self-limiting, and certainly not repressive. Given our inherent sociability and interdependence, the internal stability of individuals whose acquiescentia comes from the second kind of knowledge will be conducive to political stability and vice versa. Point 40 During a discussion of religious conflict in the Theologico-Political Treatise, Spinoza uses the verb acquiescere to signify agreement or concord between people. The common mentality of human beings is extremely variable, and not everyone is equally accepting of all things. Nec omnes in omnibus ec acquiescere. Opinions govern people in different ways. 41. The mental stability of the second kind of acquiescentia has a bodily correlate in hilaritas, usually translated as cheerfulness, the affect of joy which is related to the mind and body at once. E3P11s. Spinoza states that the idea of anything that increases or diminishes, aids or restrains, our body's power of acting, increases or diminishes, aids or restrains, our mind's power of thinking. E3P11. In contrast to pleasure, titulatio, which is also a joy relating to both mind and body, cheerfulness affects all parts of the body equally. It is a condition of overall stability, equilibrium, and well-being, just as genuine, rational acquiescentia involves intellectual stability, equanimity, and contentedness. When the body is affected by cheerfulness, all its parts maintain the same proportion of motion and rest to one another. Cheerfulness is always good, and cannot be excessive since stability cannot be excessive. E4P42d. Spinoza reflects that this stable joy is, unfortunately, very rare, more easily conceived than observed, E4P44S, point 42. Science ntia intuitiva, Spinoza's third kind of cognition, is a direct, immediate comprehension of God and of the way all things follow necessarily from God's nature. While reason grasps, by common notions, ideas, and properties which a certain group of entities share, intuitive knowledge sees singular things. Point 43. Spinoza writes that the greatest satisfaction of mind mentis acquiescentia there can be arises from this third kind of knowledge, E5P27. This acquiescentia is constituted by the consciousness of being in God, and is closely related to the intellectual love of God. In this affect, divine and human consciousness, and joy, come together. Spinoza gives this idea a biblical expression in the theologico-political treatise, citing Paul's letter to the Galatians on the fruits of the Holy Spirit and suggesting that the Holy Spirit is in truth simply the mental peace animi acquiescentium that arises in the mind from good actions. Point 44. The acquiescentia accompanying science ntia intuitiva shares the qualities of stability, equanimity, and obedience to one's own nature that distinguish acquiescentia of the second kind from its false counterpart. But as we might expect, given the nature of the third kind of cognition, it differs from acquiescentia of the second kind in its connection to God. Having argued that the greatest virtue of the mind, that is, the mind's power or nature or its greatest striving, is to understand things by the third kind of knowledge, Spinoza explains that he who knows things by this kind of knowledge passes to the greatest human perfection, and consequently is affected with the greatest joy, accompanied by the idea of himself and his virtue. Therefore the greatest satisfaction acquiescentia there can be arises from this kind of knowledge, E5P27D. In science ntia intuitiva, the idea of oneself includes the idea of being in God. The mind knows that it is in God and is conceived through God, E5P30. This means that acquiescentia of the third kind is a joy accompanied by the idea of God, as well as by the idea of oneself. Whatever we understand by the third kind of knowledge we take pleasure in eo delectamur, and our pleasure is accompanied by the idea of God as cause. From this kind of knowledge there arises the greatest satisfaction of mind summa. Mentis acquiescentia there can be, by P27, i.e., by DEFF.25, joy. This joy is accompanied by the idea of oneself, and consequently, by P30, it is also accompanied by the idea of God, as its cause, QED. E5P32 and Dem. Spinoza introduces the intellectual love of God in the corollary to this proposition. From this kind of knowledge there arises joy, accompanied by the idea of God as its cause, i.e., love of God, not insofar as we imagine Him as present, but insofar as we understand God to be eternal. And this is what I call intellectual love of God, E5P32c. In Part 3 of the Ethics, the affects of acquiescentia and love are distinguished insofar as the former is a joy accompanied by the idea of an internal cause, i.e., the idea of oneself, while the latter is a joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause, i.e., the idea of something or someone else. But the demonstration of E5P32 suggests that in the third kind of cognition this distinction between internal and external causes is unsettled. In place of two distinct ideas, an idea of oneself, and an idea of God, intuitive knowledge offers a single idea of oneself as in God, or, to put it another way, of God's nature as containing and expressing this singular existing being. This idea is an immediate awareness of being in God. Thus Spinoza explains that the mind's intellectual love of God is the very love of God by which God loves himself. It is an action by which the mind contemplates itself, with the accompanying idea of God as its cause, by P32 and P32c, that is, an action by which God, insofar as he can be explained through the human mind, contemplates himself. Whether this love is related to God or to the mind, it can rightly be called satisfaction of mind animi acquiescentia, which is not really distinguished from glory. For insofar as it is related to God, it is joy, if I may still be permitted to use this term, accompanied by the idea of himself as its cause. And similarly insofar as it is related to the mind. E5 p36d and Scholl, 45. Although the intellectual love of God can be distinguished conceptually from acquiescentia of the third kind, phenomenologically they are inseparable. Both are a joy arising from the idea of one's being in God, in other words, a joyful awareness of being in God. We have seen that the stillness belonging to acquiescentia of the second kind is not stasis, but stability, which contrasts with the instability accompanying the first kind of knowledge. It is an equanimity of mind, mirrored by equilibrium in the body, hilaritas. This stability is a prerequisite for gaining the third kind of knowledge, and enjoying all that arises from it. While acquiescentia of the second kind involves stability over time, or duration, acquiescentia of the third kind involves the stillness of eternity. As Spinoza writes at the very end of the Ethics, the wise person is hardly troubled in spirit vix animo movter, but being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, he never ceases to be, but always possesses true peace of mind. Sed semper vera animi acquiescentia, E5p42s. Never ceasing to be and always possessing true peace of mind are presented here as two aspects or two descriptions of the same condition. Spinoza's closing remarks reinforce his suggestion that acquiescentia of the third kind is linked to what remains of the mind after the body perishes, because the highest acquiescentia there can be arises from the third kind of knowledge. It follows from this that the mind can be of such a nature that the part of the mind which we have shown perishes with the body is of no moment in relation to what remains. E5p38s. The peace and stillness that characterize acquiescentia of the third kind is the feeling of eternity. 46. The three kinds of acquiescentia thus express three different qualities of thinking: the unsettled, confused, anxious thinking of imagination and opinion, the stable, ordered thinking of reason, and the intuitive thinking that understands things immediately, as they are in God, sub specie eternitatis. While the second kind of cognition consists in a process of reasoning that traces, step by step, the logical connections between ideas and the causal connections between things, intuitive thinking is not a process at all, it grasps the truth immediately. 47 Yet acquiescentia of the third kind is not merely an absence of emotional disturbance. While it brings deep rest and peace, it also expresses the highest degree of activity and striving. Spinoza states that the greatest virtue of the mind, that is, the mind's power or nature or its greatest striving, is to understand things by the third kind of knowledge, E5p25d, and just two propositions later he asserts that the greatest acquiescentia there can be arises from this kind of knowledge, E5p27. He seems to acknowledge that the very notion of affect, involving movement and transition, becomes problematic in the third kind of cognition. There is inevitably an element of feigning in speaking of an eternal joy, and of the passage to the third kind of acquiescentia. 48. As a joy accompanied by the idea of oneself, acquiescentia signifies the feeling quality of our relation to ourselves, our sense of our own power and agency. We have seen that this affect can be true or false, authentic or inauthentic, depending on whether it arises from adequate or inadequate self-understanding. In moving from the first to the third kind of acquiescentia we see an increase in stillness or repose, quis, that is also, crucially, an increase in activity or power, involving a distinctively Spinozist conception of immanent obedience. Inadequate acquiescentia falls short of all these criteria, while adequate acquiescentia fulfills them. Tracing the correlation between acquiescentia and the three kinds of cognition brings into view the threefold structure of Spinoza's account of acquiescentia. Corresponding to the three kinds of cognition: 1. Imagination. 2. Reason. 3. Intuition. Are three kinds of relation, according to the criterion of obedience. 1. Heteronomy. 2. Autonomy. 3. Being in God. And three kinds of experience, according to the criterion of stillness. 1. Agitation. 2. Stability. 3. Rest. And three psychological states. 1. Anxiety. 2. Equanimity. 3. Peace. One of Spinoza's 17th-century critics, Pierre Poiret, a disciple of the visionary mystic Antoinette Bourignon, described acquiescentia in se ipso as the head and root of all vices, and true atheism. 49 His critique assumed that, in proposing acquiescentia in se ipso as our highest good, Spinoza was replacing the Christian virtues of humility and repentance with the sin of pride. Our threefold analysis of this affect exposes the error of Poiret's view. The acquiescentia in se ipso that is distinguished from humility and repentance is acquiescentia of the first kind. This acquiescentia belongs, together with these two effects, within the domain of the imagination, the basis of superstitious religion, and Spinoza argues that all three effects are equally volatile, confused and debilitated. Rather than simply inverting the traditional Christian schema of virtue and vice, which opposed humble obedience to prideful self-assertion, Spinoza showed why this whole moral schema rests on misunderstanding. Poiret's critique was itself rooted in cognition of the first kind. It was a symptom of the superstition that Spinoza was challenging. The account of adequate acquiescentia developed through parts 4 and 5 of the Ethics lies at the heart of this challenge. In fact, the highest kind of acquiescentia is very far from hubristic, and is absolutely opposed to atheism. 50 It involves an obedience based on consciousness of being in God, and yields a certain kind of humility, although Spinoza does not give it this name since it is a consciousness of ontological dependence on God. 51 And far from being a sign of weakness or smallness, this humility is a feeling of the highest degree of power or activity that a human being can express, by virtue of participation in the divine nature, E4 P45s. According to the popular religious imagination, joy, peace, and rest were a heavenly reward for obedience to the extrinsic will of God, meditated in Catholicism by obedience to the teachings of the Church, and in Protestantism by obedience to the commands written in the Bible. For Spinoza, blessedness is not the reward of virtue, it is virtue itself. Immanent obedience and self-contentment are one and the same thing, acquiescentia in se ipso, a single affect in which cognition, ideas about oneself and one's relation to God, is thoroughly blended with feeling. Of course we may distinguish them conceptually, as I am doing here, as two elements or aspects of acquiescentia in se ipso, but this is only to explain why they are inseparable. Acquiescentia in se ipso is a polyvalent concept, and in the Ethics Spinoza defines it more than once. So our analysis of this affect is, inevitably, complex. Yet the thing itself is very simple. Do we feel anxious or contented? Are we agitated or at peace? Spinoza offers this feeling of being ourselves as a guide to the depth of our self-understanding, the adequacy of our metaphysics and our theology, the truth of our religion. Chapter 7. How to Love God. In Chapter 4 of the theologico-political treatise, entitled On Divine Law, Spinoza asserts that the highest human good is to know God and to love Him. Attaining this good is, he explains, our true liberty. A man is more perfect in proportion to the nature and perfection of the thing which he loves before all others. Therefore, the man who is necessarily the most perfect and who participates more in supreme blessedness is the one who loves above all else the intellectual knowledge of God, the most perfect being, and takes the greatest pleasure in this knowledge. Our supreme good, then, and our blessedness come back to this, the knowledge and love of God. Since, then, the love of God is man's highest happiness and blessedness, and the ultimate and finus ultimus and object of all human actions, the only one who follows the divine law is the one who devotes himself to loving God qui Deum amore curat, not from fear of punishment, nor from love of another thing, such as pleasures or reputation, etc., but only because he knows that the knowledge and love of God is the highest good. This good consists only in contemplation and in a pure mind, in sola speculatione et purum ment consisti. 1. In the Ethics, Spinoza offers a fuller and more philosophical account of this religious ideal, bringing to full maturity a view he had expressed in his earliest works. The short passages on Amor Dei Intellectualis, the intellectual love of God, laid in Part 5, mark the culmination of Spinoza's many years of labor in pursuit and contemplation of this highest good. Spinoza's doctrine of divine love is summarized in the claim that our salvation, or blessedness, or freedom, consists in a constant and eternal love of God, or civ in God's love for human beings, E5p 36s. His phrasing here indicates that amor dei intellectualis involves both our love for God, and God's love for us. This suggestion of reciprocity could be misleading, had he not already taken pains to correct an anthropomorphic image of divine love. Strictly speaking, God loves no one and hates no one, he insisted a few propositions earlier. Love and hate are species of joy and sadness respectively, defined as transitions to greater or lesser perfection in God, being immutable, is without passions, and is not affected by any affect of joy or sadness, E5p17 and cor, E1p20c2. Therefore, he who loves God cannot strive that God should love him in return, E5p19. Spinoza offers these remarks just before the turning point of Part 5, where he declares that we have now concluded everything that concerns this present life. This transition signals a shift in perspective, and his account of amor dei intellectualis begins on the far side of it. The scholium to E5p36 suggests that it is appropriate to speak of a mutual love relationship between ourselves and God only if this is conceived not in terms of reciprocity, but in terms of identity. Of course, this must be a kind of identity that does not compromise the ontological difference marked by Spinoza's distinction between substance and its modes, a difference that consists, at the very least, in an asymmetrical relation of dependence. In linking our love for God to God's love for us with the word civ, the inclusive Latin or, Spinoza indicates that this is one love, conceived in two different ways, a constant and eternal love of God, or civ. God's love for men. Spinoza was developing his distinctive view of divine love at least since the early 1660s, when he wrote his short treatise on God, man, and his well-being. There he argues that if God loved us in return for our devotion, this would produce a great mutability in God. Where previously God had neither loved nor hated, he would now begin to love and to hate, and would be caused to do this by something that would be outside him too. Ordinary human love is responsive, preferential, and mutable, it arises and passes away, waxes and wanes, and depends at least to some extent on the activity or condition of its object. In the Cogitata Metaphysica appended to his 1663 Guide to Descartes' Principles of Philosophy, Spinoza contended that God is improperly said to hate things, and love others. God does not love things in the way in which ordinary people persuade themselves he does. 3. As Warren Zev Harvey has shown, Spinoza knew how these theological questions had been addressed by the medieval Jewish philosophers Maimonides, who refused to attribute passionate love, eshek, to God, and Gersonides, who argued that God passionately loves the world. Point 4. Spinoza's remarks in these early texts suggest that while God's love is not like human love, there may be a way or a sense in which God does love things. And while he thought it incoherent to imagine God to be mutable, subject to external causes and susceptible to desires and preferences, he did not understand God to be remote or abstract. Point 5. On the contrary, the short treatise invokes the ontological principle of being in God to explain that the intimacy between God and human beings is too close to admit a conventional notion of love. When we say, however, that God does not love man, that must not be understood as if he left man, as it were, to proceed on his own, rather, that because man, together with all there is so in God, and God so consists of all of these, there cannot be in him any real love towards something else, since everything consists in one unique thing which is God himself. Point 6. In this first, unfinished attempt to elaborate his philosophy, Spinoza conceived both love and knowledge as a kind of union or unity, and this led him to formulate a religious ideal of union with God. Love, he explains in the short treatise, means enjoying a thing and being united with it, and the most perfect man is the one who unites with the most perfect being, who is God. Point 7. This union is achieved through the highest kind of knowledge, which is an immediate manifestation of the object itself to the intellect. And if the object is magnificent and good, the soul necessarily becomes united with it. This knowledge is what produces love, so if we come to know God in this way, then we must necessarily unite with God. Our blessedness consists only in this union with God. 8. In the Ethics, this highest knowledge is defined as science ntia intuitiva. Here Spinoza no longer speaks of a union with God, though of course he retains, and consolidates, his grounding principle of being in God. Perhaps he came to regard the idea of union with God as, ironically, too dualistic, since suggesting that there are two separate things which come into union or unity actually betrays the principle of being in God. In the Ethics he no longer defines love as enjoying a thing and being united with it, but as joy, that is, a person's feeling of an increase in her desire and power accompanied by the idea of an external cause of this joy, E3P13s, E3def.af.6. However, this definition of love poses further problems when it is applied to God. It introduces mutability or fluctuation into the very concept of love, and specifies the beloved object as an external cause, which more directly and more obviously than the notion of union with God threatens the principle of being in God. In the Ethics, then, Spinoza must confront these challenges, for he not only repeats his earlier critiques of anthropomorphic ideas of divine love, but also seeks a positive account of amor dei intellectualis that encompasses, in a single affect, both our love for God and God's love for us. This love, he argues, belongs to the greatest human perfection, it is the greatest joy and the greatest satisfaction acquiescentia there can be, see E5P27, E5P32. By the time Spinoza introduces amor dei intellectualis in Ethics V, he has already explicated its three components: God, knowledge, for intellectualis signifies a certain kind of knowing or understanding, and love. These three components are condensed within his concept of amor dei intellectualis, and we must consider each of them in order to understand the nature of divine love, and how human beings may come to share in it. Spinoza's theology has been explored in the third and fifth chapters in this book, so we need only review it briefly here. Part 1 of the Ethics argues that God is neither an anthropomorphic, personal deity, nor a remote abstraction. God is the eternal, self-causing, unique substance. God is absolutely infinite, expressing infinite power in infinitely many ways, i.e., through infinite attributes. God is reducible to nothing else, not even the whole universe. This is the God in which all things exist, the source of all beings, not only the cause of things beginning to exist, but also of their persevering in existing. The cause of the being of things, E1P24c. From Part 2 onwards, Spinoza's focus narrows to human beings, and to the two divine attributes thinking and extension through which we exist and know everything we conceive and encounter, including ourselves. Although our being in God is an ontological fact which we share with all things, participation in the divine nature becomes a normative ethical principle within human life. The greater the joy with which we are affected, the greater the perfection to which we pass, that is, the more we participate in the divine nature, E4P45s. In Part 5, Spinoza asserts that human freedom, or blessedness, consists in living according to the principle of being in God. This means expressing the truth of our ontological constitution, as individual beings in God, by actively knowing it and resting at peace in it. We may clarify the nature of this knowing, the second component of amor dei intellectualis, by returning to Spinoza's distinction, in Part 2 of the Ethics, between three kinds of cognition, or kinds of thinking. The first is opinion or imagination, the second is reason, ratio, and the third is intuitive knowing, science ntia intuitiva. To recall, these are different qualities of thinking, or states of mind. The first is characterized by fluctuation and, often, agitation, the second is a stable, orderly process, the third shares in the stillness of eternity. The first kind of cognition is inadequate or false, and the second and third kinds are adequate, or true. Reason, the second kind of cognition, grasps the common properties of things, tracing logical connections between ideas and causal connections between bodies. Intuition, the third kind of cognition, involves insight into being in God. It conceives things truly under a species of eternity, for it is a simple, direct, immediate comprehension of the way singular things are contained in God and follow from the necessity of the divine nature, E5p29s. Through science ntia intuitiva, we know singular things including ourselves, and other human beings in their being in God. Insofar as our mind knows itself and the body under a species of eternity, explains Spinoza, it necessarily has knowledge of God and knows that it is in God, E5p30.9. His epistemological distinction between rational and intuitive knowing is closely linked to his metaphysical distinction between duration and eternity, and to his phenomenological distinction between fluctuation and quiesce, stillness, contentment, rest. Love, the third component of Amor Dei Intellectualis, is defined in Part 3 of the Ethics as joy, accompanied by the idea of the cause of that joy. Joy is pure affect, since it is simply the feeling of an increase in power, but love always has a cognitive element, since it involves the idea of a cause. Conversely, we may equally say that love always follows from true knowledge, because knowing is an activity that increases our power. Love, for Spinoza, proceeds from true knowledge as necessarily as light does from the sun. 10. Because Spinoza understands love to be an inherently cognitive affect, his threefold account of cognition generates a threefold taxonomy of love. An emotion of joy may be incorrectly attributed to a cause that is merely imagined, either because the object itself is imaginary, or because its causal link to the affect is imaginary. It may be correctly attributed to a cause that is rationally understood, or it may be correctly attributed to a cause that is intuitively known. Joy shares in the quality of the cognition it is based upon. It may be vacillating, and thus fragile and fickle; it may be stable and well-grounded; it may be deeply peaceful, manifesting the immutability of eternity. Amor Dei Intellectualis belongs to this third category. It arises from science ntia intuitiva, consists in joy, accompanied by the idea of God as its cause, E5p32c, and is eternal, E5p33. Spinoza's definition of love also admits a distinction between external and internal objects of love. We love things, or animals, or other people, when we know, or imagine, them to cause our joy, and we love ourselves when we know, or imagine, our own power and actions to be the cause of our joy. Amor Dei Intellectualis is a love of God considered less as an external cause than as an internal or immanent cause. Like the theologico-political treatise, the Ethics advances a robust critique of the doctrine of divine love that imagines God as a heteronymous cause outside the world, external to and indeed far beyond each individual. According to this anthropomorphic theology, the relational dynamic between ourselves and God is often imagined to be like that between an uncomprehending child, who is anxious for approval and fearful of punishment, and her remote, forbidding, inscrutable Father. In place of this superstitious doctrine, which he consigns to the imagination, the first kind of cognition that yields error and confusion, Spinoza outlines a non-dualist account of true blessedness in which love for God entails the recognition that we are in God, and that God's power is inseparable from our own power of acting and existing. Just as Spinoza's God does not intervene in nature, so God does not compete with or disrupt human agency. On the contrary, God facilitates all our activity. When we express ourselves, we express something divine, and when we understand this and do not try to resist it, our power is enhanced. This means recognizing our ontological dependence, which involves overcoming misguided views of ourselves as substances, and as possessing free will. As a form of love related to an internal cause, Spinoza's conception of Amor Dei Intellectualis emerges from his account of self-love, defined as joy arising from considering ourselves, E3p55s, or joy accompanied by the idea of an internal cause, E3p30s. Point 11. Self-love is a species of amor, yet named as a distinct affect, philotia, or acquiescentia in se ipso, E3p55s. As we saw in the last chapter, acquiescentia in se ipso always rests on a certain kind of self-understanding. This might be a deluded, inadequate self-image formed by imagination or opinion, or some combination of these two, or a self-understanding based on reason, or a self-understanding arising from intuitive knowledge. Spinoza introduces his concept of amor dei intellectualis in the corollary to a demonstration concerning this third kind of acquiescentia. E5p32, whatever we understand by the third kind of knowledge we take pleasure in eo delect amor, and our pleasure is accompanied by the idea of God as cause. Democrat, from this kind of knowledge there arises the greatest satisfaction of mind mentis acquiescentia there can be, by p27, that is, by DEFF 15 i.e., Spinoza's definition of acquiescentia in se ipso, joy. This joy is accompanied by the idea of oneself, and consequently, by p30, it is also accompanied by the idea of God, as its cause, QED. COR, from the third kind of knowledge there necessarily arises an intellectual love of God. For from this kind of knowledge there arises, by p32, joy, accompanied by the idea of God as its cause, that is, by DEFF 6 i.e. Spinoza's definition of love of God, not insofar as we imagine him as present, by p29, but insofar as we understand God to be eternal. And this is what I call intellectual love of God. As Spinoza's demonstration indicates, the crucial link in his reasoning from science ntia intuitiva to amor dei intellectualis is E5p30, which states that insofar as our mind knows itself and the body under a species of eternity, it necessarily has knowledge of God, and knows that it is in God. This form of knowing not only understands, in a rational way, the principle of being in God, the general fact that whatever is in God, but also has an immediate insight into singular things as contained in God, E5p29s. More precisely, in science ntia intuitiva a person knows herself to be in God, she has an intuitive grasp of her own being in God. The highest kind of self-knowledge includes an intimate knowledge of God, and the highest kind of self-love includes love of God. Spinoza thus introduces his concept of amor dei intellectualis by suggesting that, in the third kind of knowing, acquiescentia in se ipso becomes indistinguishable from love of God. In Part 3, where the affects are considered primarily as they arise from the first kind of cognition, as confused and mutable passions, acquiescentia and amor are distinct insofar as acquiescentia in se ipso is a joy accompanied by the idea of an internal cause, that is, the idea of oneself, while amor is a joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause, that is, the idea of something or someone else. However, the demonstration of E5p32 suggests that in science ntia intuitiva this distinction between internal and external causes is dissolved. In place of two distinct ideas, an idea of oneself, and an idea of God, intuitive knowing offers a single insight into oneself as in God. To put it another way, one knows God's nature as containing and expressing this singular existing being. This insight is an immediate awareness of being in God. In an important paper on amor dei intellectualis, Yitzhak Melamed asks how Spinoza's concept of love, which involves the idea of an external cause, can be applied to God, who neither has an external cause, nor is an external cause of anything else. Recognizing that the love of God seems closer to the affect of acquiescentia in se ipso, Melamed suggests that in Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza attaches the additional title of intellectual love to this affect, and wonders why he does so. We can respond to this question by showing how the affects of acquiescentia and love that are clearly distinct in Part 3 converge to a single point in Part 5, when they are related to the third kind of cognition. Here, the idea of external causation is absorbed or dissolved into the singular truth of being in God, so that acquiescentia of the third kind and amor dei intellectualis are two aspects of the same affect. Point 12 Although the intellectual love of God can be distinguished conceptually from acquiescentia of the third kind, phenomenologically they are inseparable. Both are a joy arising from the idea of one's being in God, or, in other words, a joyful awareness of being in God. As he continues his discussion of amor dei, Spinoza pushes this point further, first by attributing the affect of self-love to God, and then by assimilating this divine self-love to human self-love. He asserts that God loves himself with an infinite intellectual love, E5p35, before arguing that the mind's intellectual love of God is the very love of God by which God loves himself, E5p36. God does not love things including ourselves as distinct objects. From this it follows that insofar as God loves himself, he loves men, and consequently that God's love of men and the mind's intellectual love of God are one and the same, E5p36c. Reaching for a way to express this identity, Spinoza describes amor dei intellectualis as an action by which the mind contemplates itself, with the accompanying idea of God as its cause, that is, an action by which God, insofar as he can be explained through the human mind, contemplates himself, E5p36d. He concludes that whether this love is related to God or to the mind, it can rightly be called satisfaction of mind animi acquiescentia, E5p36s. This meeting point, or coincidence, of divine and human love can also, Spinoza adds, be called glory, which signifies our joyful consciousness of God's love for us, and God's joyful consciousness of our love for God. Again, this deep mutuality is really an identity. The joy of Gloria is, like the human and divine love that grounds it, one and the same. Unusually in the Ethics, Spinoza appeals explicitly to the sacred scriptures here, leaving scholars to trace possible source texts for his remarks about Gloria or Kavod, in Hebrew. 13. Though he has defined love in terms of joy, Spinoza now signals that it is questionable to use the concept of joy when writing of divine love. Insofar as love is related to God, he writes, it is joy, if I may still be permitted to use this term, accompanied by the idea of himself, E5p36s. If joy is the idea, or the consciousness, of an increase in power, then the corresponding divine affect would be consciousness of God's plenitude of power. This affect, though again, we might ask whether it is appropriate to apply this concept to God, is both like and unlike joy, which is why Spinoza uses the word while calling it into question. The translation of animi acquiescentia as satisfaction of mind is quite felicitous here, for satisfaction denotes fullness. On the one hand, this contrasts with a process of increase, yet on the other hand, it is the telos, the resting place, of such a process. In this proposition, which marks the culmination of his discussion of amor dei intellectualis, Spinoza achieves a realization of the non-duality which has, in fact, constituted his philosophy from the beginning as expressed in E1p15, whatever is in God. While affirming this non-duality, he is careful to preserve the asymmetry between God and finite individuals, which follows from the fact that God is at once transcendent and immanent, ontologically different from all finite things as well as intimately present to them. God's self-love is identical to the individual's intellectual love of God not insofar as God is infinite, but insofar as God can be explained by the human mind's essence, considered under a species of eternity, that is, the mind's intellectual love of God is part of the infinite love by which God loves himself, E5p36. Point 14. In his Scholium, Spinoza moves from asserting the identity of our love for God and God's love for us to emphasizing the dependence of human beings on God. Again, this dependence indicates the ontological asymmetry at the heart of Spinoza's theology. Because the essence of our mind consists only in knowledge, of which God is the beginning and foundation, and here Spinoza makes his 18th and final reference to E1p15, it is clear to us how our mind, with respect both to essence and existence, follows from the divine nature, and continually depends on God, E5p36s. In the Ethics, Spinoza defines religion as whatever we desire and do of which we are the cause insofar as we know God, E4p37s1. He could have added affectivity to this definition, whatever we desire and do and feel insofar as we know God, since the affects are central to his discussion of religion. Spinoza thought that both the Dutch Reformed Church and the Roman Catholic Church promoted a superstitious popular religion characterized by passive affects, many of them species of sadness, the feeling of diminishing desire and power, bound up with confused ideas about God and human beings. To these superstitious affects he opposes the active affects of joy and peace arising from a true understanding of our participation in God's nature. He shows how our affects vary depending on the kind of cognition, and particularly the kind of self-understanding, in which they are grounded. His account of acquiescentia in se ipso, for example, identifies a single affect of self-love that encompasses the worst vices and the highest virtues, from grotesque, destructive pride to beatific divine love. This is why knowledge of God, which is excluded from the first kind of cognition, and belongs only to ratio and scientia intuitiva, provides one criterion for distinguishing true religion from superstition. Yet Spinoza criticized superstitious religion not simply because it was grounded on ignorance, but also for its pernicious consequences. It diminished the power of those who believed and practiced it, disrupted order and prevented peace. He witnessed directly how the 17th century churches fueled anxiety, conflict, and violence. Effects based on a confused understanding perpetuate instability. The opinions of the multitude are always fickle and inconstant. E4p 58s. In a specifically religious context, the passions of hope and fear which were encouraged by Christian doctrines of an afterlife, comprising either eternal happiness or eternal damnation, are inherently inconstant and destabilizing. 15 These fluctuating effects, including the self-love that is based on a confused self-image, make people aggressively competitive and very troublesome to one another. E3p 55s. Point 16 Spinoza perceived that self-aggrandizement and self-diminishment were two manifestations of the same underlying condition. The enlightened love, in which, through the third kind of knowledge, human self-love becomes inseparable from divine self-love, is nothing like the vacillating, egotistical passion that Spinoza criticizes so forcefully. Someone who attains scientia intuitiva knows that her own power is not in competition with the power of others, nor with the power of God. She understands herself and others as beings in God, and thus as channels for the expression of divine power. Indeed, this understanding gives rise to a certain kind of humility. Spinoza urges his readers to a recognition of finitude and dependence which is very different from the species of sadness that he identifies as humilitas. This recognition is, in fact, empowering, if we suppose that a man conceives his lack of power because he understands something more powerful than himself, by the knowledge of which he determines his own power of acting, then we conceive nothing but that the man understands himself distinctly, or sieve that his power of acting is aided. E4p 53d. Spinoza's discussion of amor dei intellectualis accentuates the empowering character of true religion. Having argued that this divine love constitutes our salvation, or blessedness, or freedom, and having emphasized that the mind, like all things, depends on God, he explains that I thought this worth the trouble of noting here, in order to show how much the knowledge of singular things I have called intuitive, or knowledge of the third kind, can accomplish, and how much more powerful it is than the universal knowledge I have called knowledge of the second kind. E5p 36s. This reflection on the difference between ratio and scientia intuitiva throws light on Spinozistic religion, not least because it indicates that it really is religious, a way of life involving ethical conduct, inward virtue, and the cultivation of transformative affects. Though true understanding and active, joyful affects may arise from ratio, the joy and peace belonging to scientia intuitiva are deeper and longer lasting, even eternal. The wise person, sapiens, who grasps the being in God of all things, is still subject to the fluctuations of embodied existence, under the attribute of extension, but his consciousness, while registering these bodily changes, does not itself fluctuate. He is hardly troubled in spirit, but being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious of himself, and of God, and of things, he never ceases to be, but always possesses true peace of mind. Vera animi acquiescentia, E5p 42s. It is clear, writes Spinoza, how much this wise person is capable of, and how much more powerful he is than one who is ignorant. He also indicates that this sapiens is more empowered than a merely rational person. Though in part 1 of the Ethics he demonstrated legitimately and beyond all chance of doubt that all things, and consequently the human mind also, depend on God both for their essence and their existence, he admits that this rational demonstration still does not affect the mind as much as when this is inferred from the very essence of any singular thing, i.e., known by intuition, which we say depends on God. E5p36s. The power of the third kind of knowledge consists in the way it produces effects, and these particular affects are themselves especially empowering. Love has a particularly important place within Spinoza's account of the affects, and also, therefore, within his religion. Augustine taught that misdirected love which pursues finite things instead of God is the deepest human error, and likewise Spinoza argued that loving the wrong things, or loving things in the wrong way, is a particularly damaging affective state. 17 Conversely, a love that is constant and grounded in truth secures eternal happiness, peace, liberation. Before he turns to consider eternal life in the final 22 propositions of the Ethics, Spinoza concludes his analysis of everything that concerns this present life by noting that sickness of the mind and misfortunes take their origin especially from too much love toward a thing that is liable to many variations and which we can never fully possess. For no one is disturbed or anxious concerning anything unless he loves it, nor do wrongs, suspicions, and enmities arise except from love for a thing which no one can really fully possess. E5p20s. By contrast, clear and distinct knowledge, and especially that third kind of knowledge, whose foundation is the knowledge of God itself, transforms the mind by producing love toward a thing immutable and eternal. E5p20s. Here Spinoza references recent propositions indicating that this love is a fusion of love of God and acquiescentia in se ipso, and he then goes on to define this fusion as amor dei intellectualis. Science ntia intuitiva begets a love toward a thing immutable and eternal, which we really fully possess, and which therefore cannot be tainted by any of the vices which are in ordinary love, but can always be greater and greater, and occupy the greatest part of the mind, and affect it extensively. E5p20s. Point 18. At this point Spinoza refers the reader all the way back to E2p45 for an explanation of how we really fully possess the eternal and immutable thing that becomes the object of our love. This proposition concerns the being in God of singular things. E2p45. Every idea of a body, or of an individual thing actually existing, necessarily involves the eternal and infinite essence of God. Scholl. By existence I do not here understand duration, i.e., existence conceived abstractly and as a certain form of quantity. I speak of the very nature of existence, which belongs to individual things because there follows from the eternal necessity of the nature of God an infinity of modes themselves infinitely modified. I speak, I say, of the existence of individual things so far as they are in God. The idea of any singular thing must involve an eternal and infinite essence of God, E2p45d. Its being in God is not a fluctuating, durational existence, but a participation in divine nature. Since amor dei intellectualis is a species of self-love, the merging of human and divine self-love, it might seem to be a solitary experience of mystical union that excludes other people. On the contrary, we love others most purely, actively, and productively when we understand and respect them in their eternal aspect, insofar as they are in God. Here again, Spinoza's philosophy, while it refutes some of the dichotomies of post-Reformation theology, has affinities with an older Christian tradition. His account of religious love has a deeply communal dimension, and he reiterates Thomas Aquinas's view that self-love is the basis of love for other people, just as it can provide a starting point for loving God. 19 The acquiescentia in se ipso arising from true knowledge of the self's being in God not only overcomes the agonistic, competitive, anti-social tendencies of affects based on the first kind of cognition, but also, more positively, opens up a new way of relating to others in their being in God. As Spinoza asserts in E1p15, being in God is something we share with all beings, and, as he suggests in the Scholium to E4p35, we share it most fully with human beings whose understanding and ethical conduct align with and express, or, in other words, obey, their ontological constitution. The more truly we understand ourselves and others, the less competitive and the more cooperative we become. The greatest good of those who seek virtue is common to all, and can be enjoyed by all equally, explains Spinoza. Moreover, the good which everyone who seeks virtue wants for himself, he also desires for other men, and this desire is greater as his knowledge of God is greater. E4p36, E4p37. Amplifying this moral generosity further and echoing Jesus's exhortation to love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, Luke 6:27, Matt 5:44, Spinoza argues that he who lives according to the guidance of reason strives as far as he can to compensate the hatred, anger, contempt, etc. of others towards him with love or generosity, E4p46. These ethical teachings culminate in the last proposition of Part 4, and its scholium. E4p73, a man who is guided by reason is more free in a society, where he lives according to a common decree, than in solitude, where he complies only with himself. Scholl, these and similar things which we have shown concerning the true freedom of man are related to strength of character ad fortitudinem, i.e., by E3p59s to tenacity and generosity ad animositatem, et generositatem. I do not consider it worthwhile to demonstrate separately here all the properties of strength of character, much less to show that a man strong in character vir fortis hates no one, is angry with no one, envies no one, is indignant with no one, scorns no one, and is not at all proud. For these and all things which relate to true life and religion, are easily proven from E4p37 and p46, viz. That hatred is to be conquered by returning love, and that everyone who is led by reason desires for others also the good which he wants for himself. When this communitarian ethic is understood in light of Spinoza's principle of being in God, it suggests a religious ethic of loving both oneself and others as in God. On this point, Spinoza shares Augustine's view that joyful communion with others is our highest happiness, that we may thoroughly enjoy God and that all of us who enjoy God may enjoy one another in God. Point 20. Chapter 8. Eternal Life. Halfway through Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza pauses. He will now, he declares, turn from what relates to this present life the various principles of self-government and remedies of the emotions he has enumerated thus far and consider the eternity of our minds, E5p20s. Point 1. Having asserted that the human mind cannot be absolutely destroyed with the body, but something remains of it, which is eternal, E5p23, he repeats the verb sentire 3 times in quick succession to emphasize that we know this truth with the intimacy and immediacy of feeling. It is impossible that we should remember ourselves to have existed before the body, since there are no traces in the body of this pre-existence, and eternity is not defined by time, nor can it have any relation to time. Nevertheless we feel, we experience sentimus, experimerc, that we are eternal. For the mind no less feels senti those things which it conceives by the understanding, than those which it has in the memory. For the eyes of the mind, by which it sees and observes things, are themselves demonstrations. Although, therefore, we do not remember that we have existed before the body, we feel our mind sentimus mentum nostrum, so far as it involves the essence of the body under the form of eternity, to be eternal, and in this sense its existence cannot be defined by time or explained by duration. E5p23s. Spinoza's rather surprising juxtaposition of experience and eternity here recalls the very first line of his treatise on the emendation of the intellect, discussed in Chapter 1, after experientia had taught me that all the things which regularly occur in ordinary life are empty and futile. I resolved at last to try to find out whether there was something which, once found and acquired, would continuously give me the greatest joy, to eternity too. Many years later, in the Ethics, Spinoza claims that even ordinary people are conscious conscios of the eternity of their minds, E5p34s. Forms of the word conscientia recur several times in the text's final propositions. The more we achieve science ntia intuitiva, the third kind of knowledge, argues Spinoza, the more we know ourselves under a species of eternity, and the more we are conscious of ourselves and of God and the more perfect and blessed we become, E5p30, E5p31s. For Pierre-François Moreau, whose 1994 book Spinoza, L'expérience et l'éternité follows the arc from the beginning of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect to Part 5 of the Ethics, Spinoza's appeal to our feeling of eternity proves nothing, demonstrates nothing, yet plays a different role. It incites experiencing that we are eternal, in other words, that the necessity which we discover is a matter for us, makes us aspire to live this from the inside à la vivre de l'intérieur. This human experience invites us to search en nous mettre en quête for an eternity that is at once promised and given, to take the path which will lead us to knowledge and blessedness vers la connaissance et la beatitude. Point 3. Spinoza's references to sentir and conscientia in Ethics V suggest an intimate form of knowing in which the knower is not separate from what is known. More specifically, the human mind knows itself, CE 5p30, not by positing itself as an object, but by sensing itself immediately, intuitively. The mind feels those things which it conceives. We feel our mind to be eternal. In this intellectual feeling, or consciousness, one has an immediate grasp of oneself and of other things, of the connections between oneself and others, and of the intelligibility of the causal chain considered as a whole. This is a knowing of God, on whom all beings, their activities and their mutual relationships, depend for their intelligibility and causal power. Spinoza wants us, his readers, to become more conscious of ourselves and of God, E5p31s, highly conscious of our minds, of God and of things, E5p39s. This intensification of consciousness is figured as a growth or expansion of being in God, so that love, and thus knowledge, of God must occupy or constitute the greater proportion of the mind, producing a mind the greater proportion of which is eternal, E5p39d. Point 4. This recalls Spinoza's brief discussion of the third kind of cognition in Part 2 of the Ethics, which we considered in Chapter 2. As Kristin Primus has pointed out, there is a link, which Spinoza does not make explicit, between his remark that the idea of the mind, i.e., the idea of the idea, is nothing but the form of the idea insofar as this is considered as a mode of thinking without relation to the object, E2p21s, and his announcement in the middle of Part 5 that it is time now to pass to those things which pertain to the mind's duration without relation to the body, E5p20s. Point 5. Spinoza has explained that science ntia intuitiva comprehends the truth immediately, in one glance, E2p40s2, and this oracular metaphor recurs in his remark that the eyes of the mind, by which it sees and observes things, are themselves demonstrations, which he appears to offer as a kind of explanation, or confirmation, of his insistent claim that we feel, we experience, that we are eternal. Point 6. In Chapter 2, I suggested that in science ntia intuitiva there is no distinction between what is known and the act of knowing it. Spinoza gestures to this when he writes that the idea of the mind and the mind itself are one and the same thing, which is conceived under one and the same attribute, viz. thought, E2p21s, and this kind of epistemic non-duality seems to be echoed much more intensely in the latter part of Part 5. Although the account of eternal life presented in the Ethics is complex and for some readers simply baffling the mind's intuition of its own eternity, so immediate that we simply see it, feel it, can be a touchstone as we navigate this difficult terrain. Spinoza suggests that this intuition underlies even erroneous doctrines of immortality. The core insight into our eternity is true, but it tends to be theorized and represented in misleading ways. Nevertheless, Spinoza also treats human eternity as an accomplishment, indeed as a transformation. Science ntia intuitiva can seem mysterious in this respect. Do we all possess this knowledge, or is it something very rare? 7. The answer, I think, is both because we have a consciousness of eternity that is distorted by fluctuating thoughts and clouded by imaginative thinking, and particularly by doctrines of immortality inculcated by superstitious religion. Even the rational thinking developed through the practice of reading the Ethics struggles to grasp our eternity, both because it divides the knower from what is known, and because it is durational. It takes time to think through a logical sequence of propositions. Point 8. Scholars disagree about whether intuitive knowledge should be attributed to Spinoza. Beth Lord argues that Spinoza did not have the third kind of knowledge. His writing, in these 10 final propositions of the Ethics, is therefore strange and incoherent. It reflects the paradox of an enduring rational mind trying to imagine what eternal intuitive knowing might be like, while Gilles Deleuze suggests that the final section of the Ethics, from E5p21 onwards, is written from the perspective of the third kind of knowledge. Point 9. The idea that ethics v documents an attempt to imagine intuitive knowledge, or relies on the testimony of others who claim to have possessed it, undermines the basic epistemological position that Spinoza maintains throughout his work, since his remarks about this form of knowing and all that it can achieve would be merely an instance of the inadequate first kind of knowledge. Furthermore, if intuitive knowledge were merely a hypothesis, it is not clear what could motivate such speculation for a thinker as scrupulous as Spinoza. We would do well to follow H. F. Hallett's advice, offered to the readers of Mind in 1928. It is to science ntia intuitiva that we must look for our main clue to the Spinozistic conception of eternity, but it is not necessary, indeed it would be pernicious, to separate the second section of Part V of the Ethica from the rest of the work. Spinoza means to tell a single story. 10. In interpreting the end of the Ethics, we have to take a middle path between rationalism and mysticism. To suggest that ordinary rational understanding already a significant achievement, in Spinoza's view fails to do justice to ethics v need not entail a mystical claim that access to this part of the text is denied to all but those few readers who have attained a special state of union with God. It is, however, to remain open-minded about the distinctive features of the third kind of knowledge that are emphasized there, the possibility of transformation, and the possibility of an immediate, non-dualist awareness of being in God, which perhaps resembles the kind of awareness that can arise during meditation or contemplation. This open-mindedness certainly does not involve relinquishing our critical faculties. On the contrary, discernment between truth and falsity, between intuition and imagination, is extremely important, but it is nevertheless a refusal to refuse what cannot be captured by rational thinking and logical analysis. This is, I think, the only way to accommodate the possibility that Spinoza is right about intuitive knowledge. It is not surprising, then, that when Spinoza discusses the eternity of the mind there is a disparity between the content of his account, which foregrounds science ntia intuitiva and its literary form, which like the rest of the ethics consists in a series of propositions to be followed by rational thinking, unfolding in time. Our mind, so far as it knows itself and its body under the form of eternity, has necessarily the knowledge of God, and knows itself to be in God and to be conceived by and through God. E5p30. The third kind of cognition depends on the mind as its formal cause, so far as the mind itself is eternal. E5p31. From the third kind of cognition necessarily arises the intellectual love of God. For from this kind of cognition arises joy in connection with the idea of God as a cause, i.e., the love of God, not imagined as present but understood as eternal, and this is what I mean by the intellectual love of God. E5p32c. The intellectual love of God, which arises from the third kind of cognition, is eternal. E5p33. Both intuitive knowledge and the mind's eternity are closely connected to our dependence on God. And just as being in God is an unconditional ontological principle while participating in the divine nature is a matter of degree, something to strive for, so our mind's eternity has this twofold structure. On the one hand, the mind is eternal, on the other hand, it has the ethical, or religious, task of becoming eternal. Point 11. Although Spinoza suggests that the mind's eternity is a truth known in our inward experience, our intellectual feeling, our consciousness, the way this truth is elucidated in Part 5 of the Ethics is deeply cultural. Spinoza's account of human eternity took shape within a milieu saturated by Christian teachings about the afterlife, in which, it was believed, people would either enjoy eternal bliss or suffer eternal damnation. Point 12. In order to uncover the intuition of eternity, to restore it to the natural light of a human mind which knows itself to be in God, Spinoza had to dismantle these powerful, emotive images. He was in no doubt that the doctrine of personal immortality taught by the Christian churches, both Catholic and Reformed, was a pernicious superstition, and the Ethics offers several different arguments against it. Point 13. One line of argument challenges its theoretical basis. Belief in immortality rests on a confused image of eternity, combined with mistaken ideas about personal identity. If we attend to the common opinion of men, Spinoza observes, we shall see that they are conscious of the eternity of their minds, but that they confound it with duration, and attribute it to the imagination or memory, which they believe to remain after death, E5p34s. Note that Spinoza here suggests that ordinary beliefs about immortality evince a mixture of truth and falsity. People are conscious of the eternity of their minds, but they confound it with duration. He reminds readers of his ontological definition of eternity in Part 1 of the Ethics, where he distinguishes sharply between eternity and duration, and rules out conceiving eternity in temporal terms, as if it meant existing for an infinite period of time. By eternity I understand existence itself, conceived as following solely and necessarily from the definition of the thing which is eternal. Exp. For existence so conceived is an eternal truth, inasmuch as it is the essence of the eternal thing. Consequently, it cannot be explained by duration or time, even though the duration be conceived without beginning or end. E1d8. Eternity cannot be explained by duration, by E1d8 and its explanation, asserts Spinoza, before clarifying that there are two ways of conceiving things as actual, either as existing with relation to a certain time and place, or as contained in God and following from the necessity of the divine nature. But the things which are conceived in the second way as true or real, we conceive under the form of eternity, and the ideas of them involve the eternal and infinite essence of God, E5p29d and Scholl. 14. Spinoza's account of the human mind shows how our identity as persons is grounded in our imagination, our memory, and our emotions. It is impossible for any of this to continue after we die. The mind can imagine nothing, nor can it remember past things, except during the existence of the body, E5p21, and a passion is an act of imagination insofar as it indicates the present constitution of the body, and thus the mind is liable to passions only during the existence of the body, E5p34d. As well as challenging these theoretical foundations of Christian belief in personal immortality, Spinoza criticized the effective and ethical consequences of this belief. Popular doctrines about the Last Judgment, whether these reflected Calvinist ideas of predestination, or the Catholics' more meritocratic view of salvation, caused believers to fluctuate between hope for reward in heaven and dread of punishment in hell. The experience of anxiety which motivated and shaped Luther's theological breakthrough bears witness to the emotional instability generated by the Christian doctrine of salvation. Protestant reformers did not solve this problem, but merely reconfigured it. Calvin, for example, argued that knowledge of God ought to awaken and arouse us to the hope of a future life, to which is reserved the vengeance due to iniquity, and the reward of righteousness. 15 This arousal to hope, inseparable from dread of divine vengeance, was for Spinoza the antithesis of the deep rest, acquiescentia in se ipso, which the Ethics recommends as the highest human good. As Daniel Garber has shown, Spinoza's discussion of the eternity of the mind is oriented to the practical project of overcoming the fear of death. If Spinoza's discussion is disappointing insofar as the person who has attained eternity in the sense Spinoza promises it has not conquered the death of the body, writes Garber, Ethics v nevertheless achieves something perhaps just as important, conquering the fear of death. In place of the false hope Christianity offers, Spinoza offers us a real hope, the hope for a kind of happiness and peace of mind beyond anything the Christian can offer. 16. More than this, however, Spinoza thought that the very idea of extrinsic rewards and punishments, whether worldly or eschatological, was a corruption of true piety and virtue. He articulated this view in his letter to Ossens in 1671, written in response to Veltison's accusation of atheism. Is someone who holds that our greatest happiness and freedom consist only in the love of God irreligious? Or that the reward of virtue is virtue itself, whereas the punishment of folly and weakness is folly itself? But I think I see what mud this man is stuck in. He finds nothing in virtue itself, or in understanding, which delights him, and he would prefer to live according to the impulse of his affects. If one thing did not stand in his way, he fears punishment. 17. Hoping for eternal life as a reward for virtue, or fearing it as a punishment for vice, not only reveals an ignorant superstition, but also undermines genuine virtue. Part 2 of the Ethics concludes by confirming that we clearly understand how far they stray from the true valuation of virtue, who expect to be honored by God with the greatest rewards for their virtue and best actions, as for the greatest servitude as if virtue itself, and the service of God, were not happiness itself, and the greatest freedom, E2p 49s. Spinoza believed that church teachings about heaven and hell, election and damnation, actually undermined the intrinsic value of virtue, and thus threatened moral life itself. Spinoza reiterates this point near the end of Part 5, where he connects it explicitly with the question of human eternity. Even if we did not know our mind to be eternal, he argues, still piety and religion, and everything we have shown in the fourth part to belong to courage and generosity, would be the primary objects of life, E5p41. Yet, he notes, those who hope for heavenly rewards do not value these virtues piety, religion, courage, generosity for their own sake. On the contrary, they regard them as a burden, and long to be free of them. For most people apparently believe that they are free to the extent that they are permitted to yield to their lust, and that they give up their right to the extent that they are bound to live according to the rule of the divine law. Morality pietatum, then, and religion, and absolutely everything related to strength of character animi fortitudinem, they believe to be burdens, which they hope to put down after death, when they also hope to receive a reward for their servitudes, that is, for their morality and religion ptatisect religion iones. E5p41s. Here, however, Spinoza takes a rather surprising turn. Although eschatological hope and fear are destabilizing affects, he suggests that insofar as they provide moral incentives for the vulgar, they are the lesser of two evils. They are induced to live according to the rule of the divine law, as far as their weakness and lack of character impotens animus allows, not only by this hope, but also, and especially, by the fear that they may be punished horribly after death. If people did not have this hope and fear, but believed instead that minds die with the body, and that the wretched, exhausted with the burden of morality patis, cannot look forward to a life to come, they would return to their natural disposition, and would prefer to govern all their actions according to lust, and to obey fortune rather than themselves. E5p41s. In this passage we see Spinoza's caution and pragmatism mitigating his critique of superstitious religion. As an ethical idealist, he argued that fear and the idea of extrinsic punishment are opposed to virtue and to freedom. Insofar as he was also a pragmatist, he regarded fear of hell together with other elements of Christian morality that he criticized on philosophical grounds as an effective means for preventing social disorder, because men rarely live from the dictates of reason. These two effects, humility and repentance, and in addition, hope and fear, bring more advantage than disadvantage. The mob is terrifying, if unafraid, E4p54s. This ambivalence towards fear reflects Spinoza's recognition that the failure to live rationally and virtuously was so pervasive, so entrenched in customs and beliefs, that basic social conditions of peace and stability had to be prioritized, in order to facilitate the pursuit of freedom and blessedness. Yet this pragmatism does not alter, or even qualify, his principled claim that the Christian doctrine of eternal life both rests on and perpetuates ignorance about the intrinsic goodness of virtue. 18. Spinoza's insistence that belief in personal immortality was motivated, for good or ill, by fear of death offered a bold challenge to church teachings. At the same time, his argument drew deeply on the biblical texts that these same churches claimed as their own. Here, once again, he engaged in sophisticated ways, constructively as well as critically, with layers of scriptural tradition. This biblical engagement is explicit in the theologico-political treatise, and it is also discernible, though less conspicuous, in the ethics. The New Testament's teaching on eternal life is bound up with a narrative concerning human sinfulness. 19 In Paul's letters, sin is linked to the body, to the flesh and to death, and all of these are presented as a condition of bondage. Paul declares that Christ's resurrection accomplishes liberation from sin, and thus from death. As he wrote to the first Christians in Rome, "When you were slaves to sin, you were free from the control of righteousness. What benefit did you reap at that time from the things you are now ashamed of? Those things result in death. But now you have been set free from sin and become slaves of God, the benefit you reap leads to holiness, and the result is eternal life. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus. Romans 6:20-23. Through Christ, Paul explains, we are given new life, a life of the Spirit rather than of the flesh, and released from the bonds of sin. To set the mind on the flesh is death, but to set the mind on the Spirit is life and peace. Romans 8:6.20. In chapter 15 of the first letter to the Corinthians, which discusses resurrection, Paul presents Christ as a counterpart to Adam. While Adam's sin brought death to the human race, Jesus is a second Adam who restores us to life, for as in Adam all die, so in Christ all will be made alive. So it is written, the first man Adam became a living being. Genesis 2:7, the last Adam, a life-giving spirit. 1 Corinthians 15:22. 45.21. In this way, Paul at once invokes and subverts Jewish teaching, emphasizing both fulfillment of the tradition and a new beginning. Spinoza rejected the concept of sin for philosophical reasons, and he distrusted the morbid or moralizing concern for human sinfulness voiced frequently by Christian leaders in his day. Nevertheless, his analysis of bondage and freedom, death and life, mirrors Paul's in interesting ways. Parts 4 and 5 of the Ethics deal with human servitude and human freedom respectively. Part 4 takes up the Stoic critique of bondage to the passions, emphasizing the link between existential servitude and fear, but Spinoza places this idea in a theological context, presenting his own gloss on the story of Adam's fall into sin narrated in Genesis 2. God prohibited a free man from eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and that as soon as he should eat of it, he would immediately fear death, rather than desiring to live. E4p 68s.22. This gives a mythical resonance to Spinoza's assertion, in the preceding proposition, that a free man homo liber thinks of nothing less than of death, and his wisdom is a meditation on life, not on death. A free man, i.e., one who lives according to the dictate of reason alone, is not led by fear, but desires the good directly. E4p 6-7. These passages echo the exegesis of Genesis 2:17 in the Theologico-Political Treatise, where Spinoza suggests that God wanted Adam to recognize the intrinsic value of virtue, and to be motivated by love of the good, rather than by fear of evil. Let us survey Holy Scripture to see what it teaches concerning the natural light and the divine law. The first thing that strikes us is the story Historia of the first man, where it is related that God told Adam not to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This seems to mean that God told Adam to do and seek the good for the sake of the good bonum agree, et quaerere sub ratione boni, and not in so far as it is contrary to evil, i.e., that he should seek the good from love of the good ut bonum ex amor boni quaerat, and not from fear of evil. 4. He who does good from a true knowledge and love of the good acts freely and with a constant heart liberi et constanti animo agit, whereas he who acts from fear of evil is compelled by evil, acts like a slave servilitur agit, and lives under the command of another. 23. On Spinoza's interpretation, the fall dramatized in Genesis 2, and repeated through all generations descended from Adam, is not from immortality to mortality, but from desire for life to fear of death. Its consequence is servitude, slavery, as in Paul's analysis of the fall into sin. This fall is a corruption of life itself. It is the mark of a life that has degenerated into fear of death, squandering its vitality in the weakest of passions. While desire for life is an active affect, expressing our own essence or nature, fear of death is a passive affect, since death according to Spinoza always comes from an external source, CE 3p3. In the appendix to Part 4 of the Ethics, this critique of fear is explicitly linked to superstitious religion. Superstition seems to maintain that the good is what brings sadness, and the evil, what brings joy. He who is led by fear, and does the good only to avoid evil, is not governed by reason. E4APP31. Similarly, in the preface to the Theologico-Political Treatise, Spinoza suggests that the essence of superstitious passion is fear, and especially fear of punishments to be administered in the afterlife. 24. He warns there that this degenerate religiosity is not only founded on ignorance, but also leads to the conflict, oppression, and social unrest that threatened the stability of the Dutch Republic in his own lifetime. 25 Spinoza's reinterpretation of the Genesis narrative thus implies a provocative critique of established religion. He presents superstition as a corrupted form of religiosity that people mistake for true faith, and he reads the fall as a descent into this superstitious religion. Part 4 of the Ethics is concerned, then, with our bondage not simply to the passions in general, but to the particular passions associated with beliefs instilled by the established churches. Spinoza's philosophical anthropology shows that if we live in fear of death, then as finite modes who are constitutionally vulnerable to external influences we experience our very being as a state of bondage. The freedom that constitutes our salvation involves a turn from death to life that echoes the message of Paul's theology, yet at the same time exposes the error of those contemporary religious authorities which claimed Paul's teachings as their own. As we have seen, Spinoza nevertheless affirms the value of superstitious teachings for purely pragmatic reasons, but only for so long as people remain ignorant of their true good. For Spinoza, the fear that sustains superstition is not simply debilitating, but perverse. All fear is a passion, and therefore a weakness, since a fearful person suffers on account of the external things that frighten her. But someone who fears death, because she fears punishment in an afterlife, has been determined by an external power, specifically, by the teachings of the Church, to fear the consequences of her own actions. Such a person is made afraid of her own power, and this means that she is afraid of her own existence. It is difficult to imagine a state in which a human being lives less in accordance with his nature to conceive, in Spinoza's terms, a life less virtuous. Spinoza's critique of superstition echoes Paul's inversions of Jewish tradition, in a manner specifically accommodated to 17th-century religious life. While Paul's Christ is a new Adam who conquers death by life, through release from the bondage of sin, Spinoza proposes a new exemplar, a wise person, sapiens, or a free person, homo liber, who models freedom from the bondage of Christian superstition, overcoming the fear of death with desire for life. When Spinoza discusses eternal life in Part 5 of the Ethics, he refers back to his reading of the Fall in Part 4. Among the cluster of propositions that deal with the third kind of knowledge and the love of God, he presents his account of blessedness as a remedy for the fear of death. The more the mind understands things by the second and third kind of knowledge, the less it is acted on by affects which are evil, and the less it fears death. Winky face, death is less harmful to us, the greater the mind's clear and distinct knowledge, and hence, the more the mind loves God. E5p38 and Scholl. Readers are reminded here that evil effects are those which are contrary to our nature and the cause of sadness. E5p38, referencing E4p30. Spinoza then explains that because human bodies are capable of a great many things, they can be of such a nature that they are related to minds which have a great knowledge of themselves and of God, and of which the greatest, or chief, part is eternal. So they hardly fear death. E5p39s. As he approaches his conclusion to the Ethics, Spinoza contrasts his own account of human freedom with conventional Christian beliefs, which persuade people to persist in their servitude, especially by the fear that they may be punished horribly after death. E5p41s. Here, servitude is explicitly identified with superstitious beliefs and practices. As we have seen, Spinoza suggests that most people regard virtue as a burden which they hope to put down after death, when they also hope to receive a reward for their servitude, that is, for their morality and religion. When this passage is read in context, it is clear that morality and religion here refers not to any morality or religion, but specifically to the superstitious doctrines taught by the Reformed and Roman Catholic churches, which formed the minds of the multitude. Overlooking Spinoza's distinction between religion and superstition leads very quickly to the view that his critique of morality and religion is a sign of atheism. But, of course, superstition can be criticized as vehemently for the sake of true religion as from an atheistic perspective, and Spinoza seems to be doing just this when he expresses his wish to see religion again free of all superstition. 26. Replacing fear of death by desire for life involves not simply a transition from ignorance to knowledge, although it is also that, nor from superstitious passion to rational understanding, although it is this as well, but a conversion of a passive affect to an active one, see E4D3, also E4 App 1-4. The fear of death that characterizes superstition is passive, that is to say, due to external causes in several ways. This fear is shaped by heteronymous authorities, inculcated, that is, by priests, theologians and the superstitious beliefs of others. Death always comes from an external cause, and the judgment and punishment envisaged after death are attributed to the heteronymous decree of an anthropomorphic God. Desire for life, on the other hand, both arises from one's own essence, as striving for preservation, and takes this essence as its object. It is an intrinsic or immanent fulfillment, rather than a striving for extrinsic reward. Another New Testament epistle, the first letter of John, helps to illuminate what Spinoza's religion teaches about human life, death, and eternity. This epistle was traditionally believed to be written by the author of John's Gospel, since it has the distinctive characteristics of Johannine theology, influenced by Greek philosophy, Stoicism and Platonism, as well as by the teachings of Jesus and their Jewish background. Point 27. The first letter of John was one of Spinoza's favorite biblical texts. In chapter 14 of the Theologico-Political Treatise he makes several references to it, including to 1 John 4:7, God is love, and he placed one of its verses on the title page of this work. By this we know that we abide in God and he in us, 1 John 4:13. This epigraph, of course, invokes the surrounding text, if we love one another, God lives in us and his love is perfected in us. By this we know that we abide in him and he in us, for he has given us his Spirit, 1 John 4:12-13. The author of 1 John concludes his letter by reminding its readers that I write these things to you, so that you may know that you have eternal life, 1 John 5:13. This epistle is particularly germane to Part 5 of the Ethics, since it explores the interconnected themes of love of God, love of other people, and eternal life. Point 28. As in other Johannine texts, eternal life is here understood as the life of God that human beings can share in. This divine life is qualitatively different from natural life, psyche, which is characterized by duration. Eternal life is not a human life that never ends, but the very life of God that by its nature is unending. Point 29. The author of 1 John suggests that this eternal life can be possessed in the present, rather than only at some future point at the end of time, a doctrine described by modern biblical scholars as realized eschatology. Point 30. Particularly distinctive to 1 John, moreover, is the idea that gaining eternal life is immediately dependent on ethical action. We know that we have passed from death to life because we love one another. Whoever does not love abides in death. All who hate a brother or sister are murderers, and you know that murderers do not have eternal life abiding in them, 1 John 2:14-15. Here, both life and eternal life are gained by loving others. In describing a passage from death to life, these verses indicate that eternal life involves radical existential transformation, a deep conversion, a new birth. 31. Although the author of 1 John regards life and death in spiritual or ethical terms, that is, as ways of being in this present life, he also presents the transition to eternal life as an ontological change. This passage is not simply a metaphor for ethical improvement. 32. The essentially religious thought here is that love has, and indeed is, a transforming power. We have passed from life to death because we love one another. Furthermore, the first letter of John emphasizes that fear is opposed to love. Its author suggests that fear is connected to death just as love is connected to eternal life. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casts out fear, for fear has to do with punishment, and whoever fears has not reached perfection in love, 1 John 4:18. Such a statement would not be out of place in the Ethics, and this is no coincidence. Like the author of 1 John, Spinoza addressed readers who lived in a diverse society unsettled and fractured by religious tensions. Indeed, the Ethics might plausibly be read as a philosophical exposition of the theology of 1 John, situating the biblical text in the 17th century European context by accentuating, and explaining with rational arguments, the harmful psychological and social effects of fear, and by insisting that hatred-fueling sectarian conflict must be overcome by love. 33 Spinoza's critique of superstition and of the violence and repression it generates can thus be interpreted as a call to return to a true religion articulated in New Testament sources. Read in this way, Spinoza is criticizing the morbidly fearful religion of superstition for the sake of a positively religious conception of life and love. Immortality may seem to be a metaphysical or eschatological issue, and sin primarily an ethical category. However, the close connections between sin and death, faith, and eternal life within Christian theology suggest that both doctrines combine ethical and eschatological aspects. Indeed, in the first letter of John we encounter an equivocation between ethical and eschatological, or natural and supernatural, interpretations of eternal life. This is mirrored in Part 5 of the Ethics, where ethics and eschatology become inseparable from Spinoza's ontology. Here the ethics is describing a way of being in which human life participates more fully in the eternal life of God. Spinoza repeatedly links love with life, and hatred and fear with death. Towards the end of Part 4, he tells us that all those things which relate to true life, vita and religion follow from the principles that hate is to be conquered by returning love, and that everyone who is led by reason desires for others also the good he wants for himself. E4p 73s. He also invokes life, vita, when he elucidates the interconnectedness of human desire, virtue, and being. No one can desire to be blessed, to act well and to live vivere well, unless at the same time he desires to be, to act, and to live, that is, to actually exist. For this desire is the very essence of man, that is, the striving by which each one strives to preserve his being. E4p21. And he states that a free man's wisdom consists in the contemplation not of death, but of life. He is not led by fear, but desires the good directly, that is, acts, lives and preserves his being from the foundation of seeking his own advantage. E4p67. 34 Here again, we find echoes of the opening of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, discussed in my first chapter. I asked there what conception of life and death Spinoza had in mind when he compared himself to a man suffering from a fatal illness, who, foreseeing certain death unless he employs a remedy, is forced to seek it, however uncertain, with all his strength, and realized that those things people ordinarily strive for not only provide no remedy to preserve our being, but in fact hinder that preservation, and always cause the destruction of those who are possessed by them. 35 His coupling of true life and religion in the Scholium to E4p73 suggests that like Paul, who wrote that to set the mind on the Spirit is life and peace, and like the author of 1 John, who wrote that we have passed from life to death because we love one another, Spinoza proposes a conception of human life that combines moral, spiritual, and biological vitality. If, as Spinoza claims, death can be caused only by an external force, then there are two alternative ways to resist death: to desire life. We might either close ourselves off from outside influences, or open and expand ourselves to embrace external things. The contracting response is fear, the expansive, inclusive response is love. Spinoza believed that the fearful response is not in fact viable for us. It is contrary to our nature, since we cannot prevent ourselves from being affected and influenced by external beings and events. 36 The alternative possibility, on the other hand, may help to explain his insistence on the human capacity for eternity. While the ignorant person is determined heteronomously, constituted by affects brought about by external causes, so that as soon as he ceases to be acted upon, he ceases to be, the wise person's existence is not circumscribed in this way. Rather, his mind embraces many things, perhaps even infinitely many, being, by a certain eternal necessity, conscious of himself, and of God, and of things. He never ceases to be, but always possesses true peace of mind. E5p42s. Spinoza thought that how we live conditions who we are in the strongest sense. Though he maintains that an eternal essence of each person is eternally in God, he also conceives our ethical task as becoming eternal. 37 This is where ethics meets ontology. At the heart of the ethics is the idea that how we think, act and relate to others constitutes our identity. CE4p39s, E5 p39s. It would not make sense to say that overcoming fear of death is merely an ethical or a psychological task, for it involves a change in our being. And this, I think, is how Spinoza's account of the eternity of the mind should be understood, certainly not as the continuance of personal duration in an afterlife, nor as a mere technicality lacking in practical significance, but rather as a transformation, at once ethical and ontological, that softens the distinction, perhaps even to a vanishing point, between a human being's finite life and the eternal life of God. The ethical orientation of Spinoza's account of human eternity is reflected in the structure of his text. The sequence of propositions concerning eternity are preceded and followed by passages explaining that virtue involves the transformation of the lived body. 38 In the first half of Part 5, readers are advised to forge stronger and stronger links between their own experience and the idea of God through an imaginative practice. The mind can bring to pass that all the affections of the body or images of things shall be connected with the idea of God. E5 p14. 39 Propositions 11 to 13 discuss how frequent connections between images of things lead to the flourishing of these images in a way that engages the mind, and here Spinoza reminds us of his analysis of habituation in Part 2.40. Once the eternity of the mind has been demonstrated, Spinoza summarizes its practical implications. In this life, then, we strive especially that the child's body may change, as much as its nature allows and assists, into another, capable of a great many things and related to a mind very much conscious of itself, of God, and of things. E5 p39s. He seems to be arguing that the path of spiritual transformation leads through the imagination, through the body, yet finally leaves this embodiment behind to arrive at intuitive knowledge, the mind's direct seeing or feeling of its own eternity. Our striving for eternal life requires us to develop bodily capacities to act and to feel in many different ways, in order to seek a condition in which whatever is related to the body's memory or imagination is of hardly any moment in relation to the intellect. E5 p39s. Point 41. Although Spinoza refuses to console or to frighten us with a doctrine of personal immortality, his understanding of human eternity is not simply formal or abstract. It has everything to do with how we live and act, think and feel. The ethics conceives human eternity as a way of existing in God, and thereby participating in God's eternity while still living. Point 42. In this respect, eternal life is primarily an ethical principle rather than a theological belief. For Spinoza, however, questions about how to act and to live, what to desire and do, are inseparable from the religious question of how to be in God. Point 43. Chapter 9. Spinoza's religion. What is religion? Addressing this question in his Summa Theologia, Thomas Aquinas turned to earlier authors for insight into the origins and meanings of the word religio. According to Cicero, a person is said to be religious because he often ponders over, and, as it were, reads again religit, the things which pertain to the worship of God. Legere can also mean to choose, and to gather, as well as to read. Augustine, who thought that true religion existed throughout history and across different cultures, offered two different etymologies. In The City of God he suggested that we must cultivate religio because we ought to seek God again, Deum religere debimus, whom we had lost by our neglect, while his treatise on true religion connected religio with religare, meaning to bind together. Whether religion take its name from frequent reading, or from a repeated choice of what has been lost through negligence, or from being a bond, concluded Aquinas, it denotes properly a relation to God. Point 1. Aquinas classified religio among the virtues, and discussed it within the part of the Summa Theologia known as the Treatise on Justice and Prudence. Following Aristotle's formal definition of virtue as the mean between deficiency and excess, he identified both irreligion and superstition as vices contrary to true religion. Point 2. Religio is the virtue of paying due honor to God, and is thus closely connected with justice, which means giving to each person his or her due. Point 3. Aquinas declared that religion excels among the moral virtues, since its actions are directly and immediately ordered to the honor of God. Point 4. While religio, like other virtues, has both an inward and an outward aspect, it is constituted chiefly by internal acts of devotion and prayer. Point 5. For Aquinas, as for his predecessors, religio had very little to do with beliefs or metaphysical doctrines. In the 17th century, during Spinoza's lifetime, the concept of religion was undergoing a deep shift, from the medieval view crystallized by Aquinas to the modern category of religion that is still with us today. Spinoza, however, resisted the emerging conception of religion as a particular set of teachings, beliefs, and practices, circumscribed and regulated by ideals of orthodoxy and orthopraxy. He discusses religio in 8 passages in the Ethics, and like Aquinas he consistently situates it amongst the virtues. At the end of Part 4 he states that all the painful emotions which people feel towards each other are directly opposed to justice, equity, honor, piety, and religion, E4 App 24. The penultimate proposition of Part 5 asserts that even if we did not know our mind to be eternal, still piety and religion, and everything we have shown in the 4th part to belong to courage and generosity, would be the primary objects of life, E5 P41. Here Spinoza associates piety and religion with everything which belongs to strength of mind animi fortitudinem, E5 P41s. In the Ethics, strength of mind or fortitude is a broad virtue associated with the core affect of desire, based on true understanding and conducive to our true freedom. Fortitude encompasses various forms of courage, defined as the desire by which everyone strives to persevere in his existence according to the dictate of reason, and of generosity, the desire by which everyone strives to aid other people and unite with them in friendship, E3P59s. Summing up the characteristics of this virtue in the final proposition of Part 4, Spinoza concludes that I do not think it worthwhile to demonstrate separately all the properties of fortitudinous, and much less to show that a man strong in character vir fortis hates no one, is angry with no one, envies no one, is indignant with no one, scorns no one, and is not at all proud. For these and all things which relate to true life and religion ad veram vitam, et religionem are easily proven from E4P37 and E4P46, namely, that hatred is to be conquered by returning love amor and that everyone who is led by reason desires that the good which he seeks for himself may be possessed by others. E4P73s. Fortitude, love, and generosity, then, relate to true life and religion. The 2 prior propositions that Spinoza cites in this passage confirm, respectively, the form and the content of religio. Proposition 37 states that the good which everyone who desires virtue follows for himself, he desires for all human beings, and the more, in proportion as he has greater knowledge of God. It is in the scholium to this proposition that Spinoza comes closest to defining religion: whatever we desire or do, or cause to be done, in virtue of our having the idea of God, or of knowing God, I relate to religion, E4P37s1. For Spinoza, religio encompasses both inwardness and expression. Just as Aquinas recognized in the virtue of religio both an internal and an external aspect, so Spinoza's definition includes both desire, that is, conscious appetite, and action. 6 Proposition 46 states, in philosophical terms, the familiar Christian exhortation to love your enemies, and do good to those who hate you, Luke 6:27. He who lives according to the guidance of reason strives as far as he can to compensate the hatred, anger, contempt, etc. of others towards him with love or generosity. Spinoza refers again to these passages in the appendix to Part 4, where he places religio alongside other virtues. The things that produce concord are those things belonging to justice, equity, and being honorable. Especially necessary to bring people together in love are those things which concern religion and piety. Amori autem conciliando illa aprum necessaria sunt, qui ad religionem, et pietatem spectant. On this, see E4P37s1 and S2, E4P46s, and E4P73s E4 App 15. This sense of religio is echoed in letters exchanged with Henry Oldenburg at the end of 1675, which discuss Oldenburg's fears that Spinoza's Ethics, if published, would destroy the practice of religious virtue religiosi virtutis praxin. 7. Just as Spinoza treats religion as a virtue, so, conversely, he associates the lack of virtue with false religion. He argues that people who are more ready to denounce vice than to teach virtue, and not knowing how to strengthen minds but only how to crush them, are burdensome both to themselves and others. That is why many, from too great an impatience of mind and a false zeal for religion, have preferred living among the lower animals than among men, E4 App 13. He also states that self-depreciation has a false appearance of piety and religion, E4 App 22. In just one passage in the Ethics he considers religion apart from virtue, associating it instead with customary morality. Not everyone has the same custom and religion consuetudo et religio. On the contrary, what is holy sacred to some is unholy profane to others, and what is honorable for some is dishonorable for others. Hence, according as each person has been educated, he either repents of an action or glories in it, E3 def.af.27 exp. Here religion is seen to be socially constructed, and this is closer to a recognizably modern concept of religion. Again, though, this sense of religio has both an inward and an outward aspect. It involves a recognition of sacredness, which is a special kind of value, and this attitude will guide thoughts, emotions, and moral conduct as well as acts of devotion, reverence and worship. For Spinoza, religio is a relation to oneself, as well as echoing Aquinas's definition a relation to God. In considering Spinoza's remarks about religion alongside Aquinas's discussion of this virtue, I am not seeking to trace a line of influence from the Summa Theologia to the Ethics. Rather, I want to draw attention to the fact that Spinoza and Aquinas share a similar category of religio. They treat it as a virtue, having both inward and outward aspects, rather than as a system of beliefs or as membership of a faith community. Of course, in Spinoza's philosophy, virtue itself gains a distinctive meaning. It is no longer an Aristotelian concept, theorized as a habit, hexis, habitus, as it was for Aquinas, nor is it a moral concept, as it was for Descartes. By virtue and power I understand the same thing, declares Spinoza at the beginning of Part 4 of the Ethics. Virtue, insofar as it is related to man, is the very essence, or nature, of man, insofar as he has the power of bringing about certain things, which can be understood through his nature alone, E4d8. He understands religio according to this definition of virtue, just as Aquinas understood it according to his own account of virtue. Recognizing this formal similarity along with the formal difference it brings into view helps us to approach Spinoza's writing about religion in light of the conceptual shift from the medieval to the modern era, and to appreciate his distinctive response to a new way of thinking about religion that rose to precedence in his own century. It also shows how inappropriate and misleading it would be to impose onto Spinoza's works our 21st century assumptions about what religion is, and what it means to be religious. In his 2011 Gifford Lectures, published in 2015 under the title The Territories of Science and Religion, the historian Peter Harrison analyzed a remarkable change in the understanding of religion, that can be traced back to the early modern period. 8 During the 16th and 17th centuries, religio became objectified in a double sense: first, as a system of propositional beliefs, inculcated by printed creeds and pedagogic practices of catechism, and second, as an empirical social reality, so that one might speak of the Christian religion or the Jewish religion. It was this objectified form of religion, characterized by belief and belonging, which would eventually be privatized, as a matter of personal choice, within secular societies espousing values of religious liberty and religious toleration. 9 When J. S. Mill articulated these values in On Liberty, he recognized that they had their roots in an intensification of religious difference during the upheavals, conflicts, and persecutions of the 16th century Protestant Reformations. 10. The 1555 Peace of Augsburg identified two religions, Roman Catholicism, the Old Religion, and Lutheranism, which was defined in terms of the Augsburg Confession's 28 articles. For the first time, writes Harrison, religion could be understood as a political and legal construct. 11 While many preachers and theologians continued to emphasize the interior aspects of their own religion, they identified other religions by more observable features such as doctrines and rituals. 12. Summarizing this shift to the new idea of religion, Harrison suggests that The philosophical exercises and bodies of knowledge employed in the inculcation of the interior virtue of religio came to stand in for the thing itself in its entirety. The content of catechisms that had once been understood as techniques for instilling an interior piety now came to be thought of as encapsulating the essence of some objective thing, religion. Religion was vested in creeds rather than in the hearts of the faithful. 13. This modern conception of religion allows us to identify plural religions, distinguished chiefly by their scriptures, creeds, and practices. While the virtue of religion, in the medieval sense, can only be properly understood from the inside, modern religion can become an object of study for historians, sociologists, anthropologists, and philosophers. 14. An early work of comparative religion was Edward Herbert of Cherbury's De Religione Gentilium, published posthumously in 1663, which surveyed ancient religions for evidence of 5 common notions of a rationalist true religion, which Herbert had set out in his major work De Veritate, 1624. 15. At the end of the 17th century, William Turner, a Sussex vicar, published the History of All Religions in the World, from the creation down to this present time. The title page of this weighty tome indicated that it was divided into 2 parts, the first containing their theory, and the other relating to their practices, each divided into chapters, by the several heads, or common places of divinity, viz. The object of religious worship, the place, the time, the persons officiating, the manner, and the parts of worship, n.c. Turner's book included a table of heresies and a geographical map, showing in what country each religion is practiced. Turner proudly declared his work to be written in a different method from anything yet published on this subject, and thus summed up, on a single page, the modern conception of religion. 16. Harrison argues that one indicator of this new way of understanding religion is the changing grammar of religion in the early modern period. Since the Latin language has no articles, translators of Latin works must choose whether to render religio as religion, a religion, or the religion. These translation choices changed dramatically during the middle decades of the 17th century. In 1632, when Spinoza was born, the phrase Christian religion, without an article, occurred in English books roughly twice as often as the Christian religion, while by 1660, when Spinoza began to compose his philosophical works, this proportion had been inverted, the Christian religion now occurring twice as often as Christian religion. The deeper significance of this grammatical shift is illustrated by different translations of the title of Calvin's Institutio Christianae Religionis. This was first rendered into English, in 1561, as the Institution of Christian Religion, whereas a 1762 edition was entitled The Institution of the Christian Religion. 17. In the earlier title, Christian religion might be replaced with Christian virtue, with little change in meaning, while the addition of the suggests a more objectified notion of religion as a doctrine or a social group. Several reasons might be given for this emergence of modern religion during Spinoza's century. Successive reformations and counter-reformations involving a series of disputes over the means of salvation, the laity's access to scriptures and sacraments, and the question of clerical marriage generated a sharpened sense of religious difference, as each Christian faction asserted its claim to true religion and denounced alternative views. This politicized sectarianism tended to objectify religion in terms of theological belief and institutional belonging. These social changes were accompanied by a slow philosophical revolution in which the concept of virtue was replaced, in both natural and moral philosophy, by a concept of law. Medieval philosophers had understood individual things to be animated by inner principles, powers, and potencies, which had a teleological orientation to God. Virtus, the Latinized concept of Greek arete, meaning excellence or virtue, had connotations of strength, power, and manliness as well as moral goodness. Early modern philosophy is characterized by a movement away from the Aristotelian physics and metaphysics that had shaped this worldview. Suarez, Descartes, Bacon, and Hobbes all questioned teleological accounts of nature, and sought to expel scholastic notions of telos, virtus, habitus, and dispositio from their accounts of natural processes. Refusing to invoke final causes, These natural philosophers argued that bodies are moved not by intrinsic powers and principles, but by forces and according to laws external to themselves. This new vision of nature extended to human beings, and was paralleled by a new vision of intellectual and moral life. 18 As the Dutch Calvinist theologian Gisbert Fuetius argued, the Cartesians' refusal to recognize inherent powers throughout nature undermined appeals to an inner habitus as the cause or explanation for moral action. 19 And sure enough, as the modern image of a mechanistic, law-governed universe took shape, concepts of moral law and divine command replaced Aristotelian virtue as the organizing principle of a broadly Christian moral philosophy. As questions about the good life were reconfigured around the concept of law, and the associated concepts of duty and obligation, autonomy emerged as the core moral ideal, grounded on the distinction between laws imposed on individuals from the outside, whether by religious authorities, rulers of states, or unspoken customs and traditions, and laws we impose freely, rationally, on ourselves. This ideal of autonomy became the hallmark of Enlightenment thinking, exemplified above all by Kant's moral philosophy. While this is partly a narrative about the intertwined rise of modern philosophy and science, scholastic accounts of human virtue came under attack for distinctively theological reasons too. Luther denounced the view of pagan thinkers, such as Aristotle and Cicero, that a virtuous habitus could be cultivated by human effort, arguing that our all-pervading sinfulness means we could only be justified by divine grace. Calvin, similarly, condemned the very false opinion that man has in himself sufficient ability to ensure his own virtue and happiness. 20 More fundamentally, these reformers rejected the idea that righteousness is a condition of a person's inner being. Luther, in particular, did not think that grace changed a person's nature. The individual remained sinful, and his righteousness or justification meant that he now stood in the right relation to God, even as a sinner. Salvation was certainly not a reward for good works facilitated by a divinely infused virtue or habitus. In other words, Luther ceased to think about faith and righteousness in terms of the concepts of virtue and habit. 21 His polemic against scholastic and humanist accounts of virtue suppressed the very notion of human power, whether individual or collective. And perhaps despite an Enlightenment ideal of mastery being one of the clichés of modern scholarship, this suppression continued in the new natural philosophies of the 17th century, in which nature was understood mechanistically, and human freedom was set apart from nature, no longer conceived as a channeling, cultivation and refinement of natural powers. During the 17th century, then, as Harrison argues, the fate of the inherent virtues of natural things was intimately related to the fate of the moral and intellectual virtues. As a consequence of challenges to Aristotelian understandings of virtues both natural and human, religio took on a new meaning, and was increasingly associated with systems of thought, belief, and social organization in the familiar modern sense. 22. Of course, the older concept of religio, closely associated with virtue, piety, devotion, and attention to the inner life, continued to be asserted often by those who recognized the intellectual and social reification of religion, and sought to resist it. In the Catholic tradition, Francis de Sales and Pascal wrote influential works exploring the inward relation to God. Quakers and Christian enthusiasts emphasized personal experience. And Lutheran Pietists revived pre-Reformation devotional and mystical works. Medieval writers like Thomas à Kempis and Johannes Tauler inspired Johann Arndt's True Christianity, a popular pietist guide to the holy life, which was published in over 100 editions between 1605 and 1740. Arndt, like Pascal, located religion in the heart, while emphasizing charitable works. German Romanticism, which challenged both doctrinal and institutional religion, was a marriage of pietism and spinozism, mixed with new elements, an expansive sexual morality, and devotion to art. The Romantic theologian Friedrich Schleiermacher, who was educated at a Moravian pietist school, famously described religion as a feeling of absolute dependence. Søren Kierkegaard, the most significant religious thinker of the 19th century, channeled both pietism and romanticism into his searing critiques of objectified religion. He argued that academic theology rationalized faith, that the Danish state church taught a worldly, bourgeois, civic religion, that Hegelian philosophy externalized religious life as Sittlichkeit, given form by customs and institutions. Kierkegaard's emphasis on inwardness, subjectivity, and spiritual upbuilding directly addressed the modern idea that religion is a set of doctrines that can be understood through propositional knowledge, or a social phenomenon known by empirical methods. Spinoza did not, of course, belong to the Christian tradition which produced these successive efforts to draw religion back into the human heart. Nevertheless, situating his treatment of religio within this broader milieu helps us to appreciate how he too offered philosophical resistance to the modern concept of religion that took shape following the Reformation. Harrison traces its development through the 17th century without mentioning Spinoza, perhaps because the discussion of religio in the Ethics bears little trace of the objectifying, intellectualizing view of religion that Harrison's book seeks to explain, or perhaps because Spinoza has so often been read as an opponent of religion of any kind. Why would Spinoza, in many respects such a radical thinker, be exempt from this new way of thinking about religion? Why does the Ethics employ a concept of religio that is structurally similar to Aquinas's use of this term? In some ways, this is not surprising. Spinoza did not share the motivations that led other philosophers and theologians to reject the scholastic view that religio is a virtue, a habitual disposition. Since he dismissed Christian teachings about sin, he was untroubled by the idea that the highest good could be attained by human effort. Indeed, his concept of conatus, or striving, placed this effort center stage. More profoundly, Spinoza's critique of human free will and his insistence on being in God amount to a refusal to draw the distinction between divine and human agency, between grace and nature, which underpinned and structured Christian debates about this issue. And while Spinoza joined Descartes, Bacon, and Hobbes in rejecting a teleological metaphysics of nature, expelling final causes from scientific inquiry, his assertion that everything strives to persevere in its being echoes the medieval conception of virtues as both inward power and outward expression. Spinoza's streamlined approach to virtue, or power, is quite different from the elaborate psychology of the scholastics, who attributed all sorts of powers, faculties, virtues, and tendencies to natural things. Yet it is also fundamentally different from the philosophies of nature advanced by those 17th-century thinkers who argued that bodies are moved not by intrinsic powers and principles, but by forces external to themselves, in accordance with mechanistic laws. Point 23. Although the passages on religio in the Ethics show that Spinoza did not espouse the modern view of religion, we have to look beyond the Ethics to appreciate his intense interest in the category of religion itself. Spinoza was keenly aware of the changing discourse among his contemporaries, and as we might expect, he did not simply cling to an unreconstructed medieval conception of religio. Rather, he actively resisted the tendency to equate religion with beliefs and doctrines, and to objectify other religious creeds and practices, because he saw this as a cause as well as a symptom of sectarian conflict. Before he completed the Ethics, he was working out these ideas in his letters and, of course, in the theologico-political treatise. Two of Spinoza's later letters, quoted in my introduction, directly confront the modern concept of religion. Written during the years following the publication of the theologico-political treatise, these letters show how vigorously Spinoza defended his non-sectarian understanding of religio as an ethical virtue, rather than a confession of faith in ecclesial doctrines. In 1671, he responded to Lambert van Veltissen's charge that to avoid being faulted for superstition, he had cast off all religion by challenging Veltissen's concept of religion. What he understands by religion, and what by superstition, I don't know. Has someone who maintains that God must be recognized as the highest good, and that he should be freely loved as such, cast off all religion? Is someone who holds that our greatest happiness and freedom consist only in this love of God irreligious? Or that the reward of virtue is virtue itself, whereas the punishment of folly and weakness is folly itself? And finally, that each person ought to love his neighbor and obey the commands of the supreme power. 24. This passage implies that Spinoza considered his philosophy to be religious precisely insofar as it states that God must be loved as the highest good, that virtue is intrinsically good, and that neighbor love and a law-abiding pacifism should be the guiding principles of social life. Spinoza's letter to Albert Berg, written in the winter of 1675-76 following news of Berg's conversion to Roman Catholicism, shows awareness of different religious traditions as well as different Christian sects. Here Spinoza uses the word religion in the modern sense, yet he immediately corrects himself, as if calling this sense of religion into question. You presume you have at last discovered the best religion, or rather the best men, to whom you have abandoned your credulity. How did Berg know, asked Spinoza, that his new-found Catholic teachers are the best among all those who have ever taught other religions, still teach them, or will teach them in the future? Have you examined all those religions, both ancient and modern, which are taught here, and in India, and everywhere throughout the globe? And even if you had examined them properly, how would you know you have chosen the best? 25 Spinoza was not actually advising Berg to undertake studies in comparative religion. Rather, he challenged not only Berg's claim to have found the true religion, but also more importantly the sectarianism underpinning this claim, by treating religio as a virtue, a matter of honor, justice, loving-kindness, and holiness of life, which can be common to all. In every church, writes Spinoza, there are many very honorable men, who worship God with justice and loving-kindness. We know many men of this kind among the Lutherans, the Reformed, the Mennonites, and the enthusiasts. And, not to mention others, you know your own ancestors, who in the time of the Duke of Alva, with equal constancy and freedom of mind, suffered all kinds of torture for the sake of religion. So you ought to concede that holiness of life vitae sanctitatum is not peculiar to the Roman Church, but is common to all. And because we know by this to speak with the Apostle John that we remain in God, and God remains in us, it follows that whatever distinguishes the Roman Church from the others is completely superfluous, and so has been established only by superstition. For as I have said, with John, justice and loving-kindness are the unique and most certain sign of true Catholic faith. Veri Fide Catholici. 26. Here Spinoza reminds Berg of the destructive consequences of sectarianism. The Duke of Alva had brutally repressed the Reformation in the Netherlands, on behalf of the Spanish king, Philip II, son of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. Spinoza cleverly challenges Berg's own sectarianism by using the word Catholic in its original sense in distinction from the Roman Church to denote a universal, inclusive faith. In the Ethics, of course, he asserts this universality and inclusivity through his principle of being in God. Everything is in God, and this includes all people, and all their religious ideas and practices. This letter, like his response to Welthuysen, echoes the argument set out in the concluding chapters of the theologico-political treatise. Here Spinoza offers a robust critique of an objectified, excessively doctrinal conception of religion. Chapter 19 of the treatise explicitly distinguishes between external and internal religio, between the exercise of piety and the external practice of religion, externo religion ionis cultu, and piety itself and the internal worship of God dei interno cultu. 27. This distinction between what is external and what is internal echoes Spinoza's remarks, earlier in the treatise, about God's internal aid and the human being's internal virtue. There he appealed to the Proverbs of Solomon to argue that natural knowledge science ntia naturali, teaches ethics and true virtue ethicem docet, et veram virtudem. Solomon agrees that the happiness and peace felicitas et tranquillitas of one who cultivates the natural understanding naturalem intellectum does not depend on the rule of fortune, i.e., on God's external aid, but chiefly on his internal virtue, i.e., on God's internal aid, a sua interna virtut, civ dei auxilio interno. 28. This significant passage implies a preference for internal virtue, which is aligned with true virtue and also with natural knowledge. Returning to chapter 19, we may detect an analogous preference for internal religion, which, Spinoza argues, cannot be commanded by human authorities. External religion receives the force of law only from the decree of those who have the right to rule, that is, from the sovereign ruler of a republic, and not from separate ecclesial authorities. Moreover, sovereigns have a right of command over external religion provided only that they do not allow the doctrines of religion to be increased to a great number or to be confused with knowledge cum science. 29. Spinoza offers these suggestions in a pragmatic spirit, observing that men are likely to make great mistakes in matters of religion, and to compete vigorously in inventing many things, according to the differences in their mentality. Given these human tendencies, if no one were bound by law to obey the supreme power in the things he thought pertained to religion, society would be thrown into chaos. The right of the state would depend on the varying judgment and affect of each person, according to his faith and superstition, and people would be deprived of the security and peace that is the supreme exercise of loving kindness. 30 Since Spinoza thinks true religion consists in loving kindness, these remarks suggest that his political strictures on external religious life seek to protect and facilitate this true religion. The claims about the nature and scope of religio set out in chapters 13 and 14 of the theologico-political treatise constitute the core argument of the book. These clarifications of the concept of religion are, Spinoza writes, the main points I have been aiming at in this treatise. 31 He concludes chapter 14 by entreating the reader most earnestly to take the time to read these two chapters quite carefully, to weigh them again and again, and to be persuaded that we did not write them with the intention of introducing any novelties, but only to correct distortions ut depravata corrigeremurs, which we hope one day, finally, to see corrected. 32 Following Spinoza's advice to review carefully these chapters of the theologico-political treatise, we find that the distortions he sought to correct involve an objectifying, overly theoretical conception of religion. The title of chapter 13 of the treatise announces the ethical orientation of Spinoza's own concept of religion, that Scripture teaches nothing about the divine nature, except what men can imitate by a certain manner of living. Spinoza quickly professes himself confounded by the mentality of people who have introduced into religion so many matters of philosophic speculation that the Church seems to be an academy, and religion, a science ntia, or rather, a disputation. 33 He argues briskly that scriptural or revealed religion requires obedience, not knowledge, before emphasizing the importance of this point, because the judgment of the whole of religion depends on this quia hintodius religionis decisio. Pendet, I want to show the whole matter more carefully and to explain it more clearly. 34 The more detailed argument that follows is twofold. First, Spinoza explains that we do not all have equal access to intellectual knowledge of God. Anticipating the objection that mere belief, rather than knowledge, is required of the faithful, he argues that anyone who says this is talking nonsense. Invisible things, and those which are the objects only of the mind, can't be seen by any other eyes than by demonstrations. Someone who doesn't have demonstrations doesn't see anything at all in these things. If they repeat something they have heard about them, it no more touches or reveals their mind than do the words of a parrot or an automaton, which speaks without a mind or without meaning. 35 Second, Spinoza states that religio consists in neither theoretical knowledge nor propositional beliefs, but in the virtues of justice, loving kindness, and mercy. He turns to the Bible to support this claim. God through the prophets asks from us no other knowledge than knowledge of his divine justice and loving kindness, quam cognitionem divini sui justicii, et charitatis, i.e., such attributes of God as people can imitate in a certain way of life. Jeremiah teaches this most explicitly, your father, indeed, ate, and drank, and passed judgment, and did justice, and then it was well with him, he judged the right of the poor and the needy, and then it was well with him, for this is to know me, said Yahweh. 22:15-16. No less clear is the passage in 9:23, let each one glory in this, that he understands me and knows me, that I, Yahweh, practice loving kindness, judgment and justice on the earth, for I delight in these things, says Yahweh. We infer this also from Exodus 34:6-7. There, when Moses wants to see and to come to know him, God reveals only those attributes which display divine justice and loving kindness. Finally, we should note especially the passage in John, where, because no one has seen God, he explains God only through loving kindness, and concludes that whoever has loving kindness really has and knows God. We see, then, that Jeremiah, Moses and John sum up the knowledge of God each person is bound to have by locating it only in this, that God is supremely just and merciful, or, that he is the model of the true life. 36. Spinoza concludes chapter 13 by rejecting an objectifying view of pietas, a virtue that was traditionally associated closely with religio, and in this instance is virtually synonymous with it. Piety, suggests Spinoza, is a matter of how rather than what, a matter of how one thinks and behaves, not a matter of what one knows or believes. So we should not for a moment believe that opinions, considered in themselves and without regard to works, have any piety or impiety in them. Instead, we should say that a person believes something piously only insofar as his opinions move him to obedience, and impiously only insofar as he takes from them a license to sin or rebel. Indeed, Spinoza claims that piety has nothing to do with propositional beliefs, even if those beliefs happen to be true. So, if anyone becomes insolent contumax by believing truths vera credendo, he is really impious. On the other hand, if he becomes obedient by believing falsehoods falsa credendo, he has a pious faith. Pm habet fidem. 37. He repeats this point in a slightly different way in chapter 14, where he condemns sectarians for persecuting, as God's enemies, everyone who does not think as they do, even though they are very honest and obedient to true virtue. On the other hand, they still love, as God's elect, those who give lip service to these opinions, even though they are most weak-minded. He adds here that nothing more wicked or harmful to the Republic can be imagined. 38. The subject of this chapter is faith, fides, which has more cognitive connotations than religio. Spinoza's chief task here is to separate faith from philosophy, which is, he declares, the main purpose of this whole work. Commentators often interpret this as a call for freedom to philosophies, by limiting the reach of religious authority, and it is certainly this, but it is also an attempt to circumscribe the scope of faith itself, in order to defend Spinoza's ethical conception of religion. 39. Ironically, this chapter offers two lists which bear a passing resemblance to the creedal statements, summarizing theological doctrines in propositional form, which crystallized sectarianism during the 16th century. Spinoza's lists are notably short in comparison with the Augsburg Confession of the Lutheran Church, or the Belgic Confession of the Reformed Church. Doctrinal minimalism was a strategy pursued by others who wished to settle sectarian conflicts. 40. More than this, however, the content of Spinoza's lists subverts the epistemic, confessional concept of fides that is intimately connected to the modern objectification of religio. The first list comprises a definition of faith, followed by 5 propositions which follow from this definition. In each case, Spinoza pushes the concept of faith away from theoretical knowledge or belief, and towards virtue. Faith, he states, certainly can be nothing other than knowing sentire such things about God that, were you unaware ignoratis of them, obedience to God would be destroyed, and that the mere fact of obedience implies. 41. It is striking that, in this carefully worded definition, Spinoza chooses the verb sentire, to feel, in order to articulate the kind of awareness of God involved in faith. It would have been more natural to use sire, to know, or nescere, to be acquainted with, to recognize, both of which occur in the passage from 1 John that Spinoza cites in this chapter. We know simus, that we know novimus God if we keep God's commandments. 1 John 2:3-4. Sentire suggests an immediate, affective cognition, rather than propositional understanding. This is emphasized further by Spinoza's claim that faith is certainly nothing other than this feeling knowing of certain features of God. 42. And what are these features of God? As Spinoza has already suggested in the preceding chapter, they are moral qualities: loving kindness, caritas, justice, and mercy, and we know God insofar as we embody these qualities. The 5 propositions which follow from his definition of faith are all connected with inward or outward virtue. Faith is not saving by itself, but only in relation to obedience. If someone is truly obedient, he must have a true and saving faith. We can judge no one faithful or unfaith except from their works. Here Spinoza cites James 2:18, I shall show you my faith from my works, and 1 John 4:7-8, whoever loves diligent is born of God and knows God, for God is loving kindness. Caritas. The real antichrists are those who persecute honest men who love justice, because they disagree with them, and do not defend the same doctrines of faith they do. Faith requires, not so much true doctrines, as pious doctrines, i.e., doctrines which move the heart to obedience, even if many of them do not have even a shadow of truth. 43. Having thus elaborated his concept of faith, Spinoza proceeds to enumerate the tenets of the universal faith Fide Universalis Dogmata. This second list comprises 7 dogmata, each with a practical orientation to virtue. As Susan James explains, whereas tenets of faith were usually presented by religious authorities as accredited truths to which the faithful must consent, Spinoza's are designed not to communicate the truth but to guide our actions. Equally, evidence of one's commitment to the tenets is not supplied by one's ideas but by one's actions. 44 Mogens Laerke has developed this insight by tracing in the theologico-political treatise a systematic distinction between faith as a theoretical foundation, fundamentum, and true religion as a practical standard, norma. No doctrine will qualify as being of universal faith unless it measures up to the practical standard of true religion, i.e., justice and loving kindness. Conversely, doctrines of universal faith form the speculative or theoretical foundation of true religion. 45 As Spinoza puts it, the person who displays the best arguments is not necessarily the one who displays the best faith, instead it's the one who displays the best works of justice and loving kindness. 46 Here Spinoza singles out one of the most divisive theological questions of post-Reformation Christendom, the relative significance of faith and works, and appeals to a particularly contentious New Testament text, James 2:17, faith without works is dead, to underscore his point. 47 Yet he is not merely criticizing the Protestants' elevation of faith above works, and thus siding with the Catholic Church. Rather, he is advancing a philosophical argument that rejects the sectarianism underlying the whole debate. When Spinoza sets out his 7 dogmata of universal faith, he links each tenet to a negative claim, in the form of a theoretical question which, he insists, does not matter, as far as faith is concerned. So his list of dogmata is not determined simply by a practical religious standard, as James and Laerke point out, it also explicitly excludes certain theoretical issues. If we consider this Spinozist creed as a clarification of the very concept of faith, it becomes a repudiation of theory itself. God exists, i.e., there is a supreme being, supremely just and merciful, or a model of true life. Anyone who does not know, or does not believe nescit, vel non credit that God exists cannot obey God or know God as a judge. It does not matter for faith what God, or that model of true life, is, whether fire, spirit, light, thought, etc. God is unique. No one can doubt that this too is absolutely required for supreme devotion, admiration, and love towards God. For devotion, admiration, and love arise only because the excellence of one surpasses that of the rest. 2. It does not matter for faith how God is a model of true life, whether because God has a just and merciful heart, or because all things exist and act through God, and hence we too understand and see through God what is truly right and good. God is present everywhere, or everything is open to God, omnia ipsa patera. If people believed some things were hidden from God, or did not know that God sees all, they would have doubts about the equity of the justice by which God directs all things, or at least they would not be aware of it. 3. It does not matter for faith whether God is everywhere according to God's essence, or God's power. God has a supreme right and dominion over all things, and does nothing because he is compelled by law, but acts only according to his absolute good pleasure and special grace. For everyone is absolutely bound to obey God, whereas God is not bound to obey anyone. 4. It does not matter for faith whether God directs things from freedom or by a necessity of nature. The worship of God and obedience to God consist only in justice and loving kindness, or in love towards one's neighbor. It does not matter for faith whether God prescribes laws as a prince or teaches them as eternal truths. Everyone who obeys by living in this way is saved, the rest, who live under the control of pleasures, are lost. If people do not firmly believe this, there would be no reason why they should prefer to obey God rather than pleasures. 6. It does not matter for faith whether we obey God from freedom of the will or from the necessity of the divine decree. God pardons the sins of those who repent. No one is without sin. So if we do not maintain this, everyone would despair of his salvation, and there would be no reason why anyone would believe God to be merciful. Moreover, whoever firmly believes that God, out of mercy and the grace by which he directs everything, pardons our sins, and who for this reason is more inspired by the love of God ethac de causa in deia more magis incenditur, that person really knows Christ according to the Spirit, and Christ is in him. 7. It does not matter for faith whether the reward of the good and punishment of the evil are natural or supernatural. 48. When we lay out Spinoza's dogmata like this, with each tenet accompanied by a statement of what is irrelevant to faith, it appears more like an anti-creed than a creed. This is fundamentally at odds with Calvin's approach to doctrine. The preface to the Institutes of Christian Religion complains that Catholic priests are too willing to accept ignorance of the true religion taught in Scripture, since they think it unimportant what anyone holds or denies concerning God and Christ. 49. While creeds aim to unify a community, they are also inherently sectarian. The creeds of the early Christian Church settled disputes and established boundaries between orthodoxy and heresy, while the plural creeds and confessions that emerged following the Reformation articulated the differences between churches. Spinoza's dogmata, by contrast, propose a universal faith. 50. They are offered to the predominantly Christian readership of the theologico-political treatise as tenets that all Christians, whether Catholic or Calvinist, Cartesian or nonconformist, may accept. 51. Spinoza's dogmata are, in fact, quite loosely Christian. Only the final tenet mentions Christ, and not as a requirement for salvation, but as a way of understanding what it means to acknowledge God's mercy and grace, and to participate more fully in divine love. Spinoza's doctrinal minimalism does not, however, indicate that he thought people should have thinned down, minimal religious lives. On the contrary, while his 7 dogmata define what can be universally shared, he urges his readers to interpret and embrace these foundations in ways particular to their own minds and hearts. Spinoza does not merely permit this personal appropriation, but insists on it. Each person is bound teneter to accommodate these tenets of faith fide dogmata to his own power of understanding, and to interpret them for himself, as it seems to him easier for him to embrace them without any hesitation, with complete agreement of the heart integro animi consensus amplecti, so that he may obey God wholeheartedly deo pleno animi consensus obediat. 52. This existential requirement opens the door to a much richer religious life than is implied by the dogmata themselves. 53. Wholeheartedly embracing the universal faith might involve engaging with a wide and diverse range of ideas, images, stories, and practices. Participating in rituals of worship and undertaking rigorous philosophical work could be equally conducive to appropriating Spinoza's dogmata and practicing true religion. As Michael Rosenthal has argued, the dogmata provide a bridge between the inner and outer forms of religion, disclosing the indissoluble links between the imaginative practices of outer religion and the rational ones of inner religion. 54. Having read the Ethics, we know that Spinoza pursued answers to the questions which the theologico-political treatise puts beyond the scope of faith. His philosophical inquiries yield knowledge that applies directly to the dogmata enumerated in the treatise. I. God is infinite and eternal substance, expressed through infinite attributes. 2. All things exist and act through God, and hence we understand through God what is truly right and good. 3. God is everywhere according to his essence and his power, since God's essence and power are one and the same. 4. God directs things by a necessity of nature which coincides with divine freedom. v. Divine laws are eternal truths. 6. We obey God from the necessity of divine decree. And 7. Goodness is rewarded and evil is punished naturally, not supernaturally. For Spinoza, faith and philosophy are separable precisely because they are analogous to one another. They both offer a kind of knowledge of God, or at least an idea of God. The virtue of religio does require some knowledge, for all virtues require knowledge. Courage, for example, involves knowledge of the good, since it is virtuous to fight bravely for a good cause, but not for an unjust cause. Justice involves knowing what is due to each person. Since religio is a kind of justice towards God, it requires some understanding of God, and of how it might be appropriate to honor God. Religio can discern God either through faith, or through philosophy. Either way, Spinoza argues, the virtue of religio will involve desires and actions that embody justice and loving kindness. The theologico-political treatise considers religio in relation to faith, while the ethics shows how this virtue can be cultivated on the basis of a philosophical understanding of God, and particularly by knowing our own being in God, which we share with all other people and things. Spinoza's inclusive definition of religio in the ethics accommodates these alternatives of faith and philosophy: whatever we desire and do, insofar as we have the idea of God, or insofar as we know God quaetanus dei habemus ideam, siv quaetanus deum conocimus, I relate to religion, E4 p. 37s1. The ideas we have of God may be adequate or inadequate, and as Spinoza emphasizes in the theologico-political treatise, they will, either way, provide a foundation for true religion as long as they inspire justice and loving kindness. In other words, religio may be based on imaginative thinking about God, or on reason, or on intuition. Whether religio is grounded in faith or in philosophy, it need not require propositional knowledge. Of course, it might involve this kind of knowledge, or belief, but religio certainly would not consist in this. Spinoza's religio is neither a doctrine nor a belief, neither a sect nor a church. It is a virtue, and it consists in desire and action, whatever we desire and do that is oriented not only to God, but also to singular things in their being in God. In Chapter 3, I suggested that the 17th-century Christian churches might have been better fortified against the challenges of modernity if they had embraced Spinozism. I think this is also true of ourselves, and our culture. Spinoza's philosophy of religion accommodates the religious diversity that now shapes modern cities, schools, and universities. It also offers resistance and critique to many of the tropes now diagnosed by humanities scholars, at least as diseases of modernity: dualism, nihilism, voluntarism, reductive materialism, subjectivism. When we dwell in the world of the ethics, these philosophical pathologies simply don't arise. While contemporary theologians often seek refuge in a more enchanted medieval cosmology, built by thinkers who knew only one true faith, Spinozism can confront modernity without nostalgia, yet with religio. 55. Afterword. The path to these things. In the Ethics, Spinoza proposes both a speculative theology and a philosophy of religious life. The first concerns our being, while the second concerns our becoming. These two aspects of the ethics, the ontological or metaphysical, on the one hand, and the ethical or existential, on the other, are intimately connected. In Part 1, Spinoza argues that God, a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, necessarily exists, and that whatever is in God. For each individual mode this entails causal and conceptual dependence, which can give the impression that we are trapped in a rigid determinist system. As we move through the ethics, however, Spinoza's metaphysics of human being in God unfolds. We see that we can be more or less, that we are continually passing between various degrees of being, and that our fluctuating existence, with its striving to persist and increase, opens up a path to follow in pursuit of the highest good. This ethical journey, way, or path, via, expresses our nature, yet it involves effort, emendation, learning, growth in virtue and self-understanding. Religious life consists in keeping to this demanding path, or, perhaps more realistically, in returning to it again and again. Its task is to appropriate, live out and remain faithful to the truth of our being in God, the truth that constitutes the core of Spinoza's theology. This is the meaning of human freedom, as the title of Ethics V suggests. Spinoza ends Part 5 with a word of encouragement to follow his difficult path of freedom. If the path via I have shown to lead to these things now seems very hard per ardua videator, still, it can be found. E5 p. 42s. In fact, he suggests, the path only seems arduous. When it is found and followed, even if only for a short time, it turns out to be a place of rest. Religio joins a number of concepts in the ethics: being in God, science ntia intuitiva, participation, acquiescentia, Amor Dei Intellectualis and Eternity, which are gathered in this book under the title Spinoza's Religion. These concepts touch one another, illuminate one another, and each might be placed at the heart of the gathering. Whichever concept takes center stage, the ethics discloses ways of being, knowing, desiring, feeling and acting that are entirely natural to human beings, yet also high ideals which inspire strivings of devotion and cultivation. We considered, in Chapter 2, how the text itself exemplifies and guides these strivings. The ethics addresses readers with mixed minds, and seeks to train their imaginations as well as model the clear, orderly thinking of ratio and the immediate, penetrating insight of science and TIA intuitiva. Spinoza is often described as a rationalist, and he is certainly committed to the intelligibility of being. Yet his conception of knowledge seems much broader than the epistemologies that dominate contemporary philosophy. He understands human cognition to be intimately tied to our embodiment, our affective experience, our duration. His use of the verb cognoscere throughout the passages in the ethics dealing with our knowledge of God suggests a process of getting to know God, which requires sustained attention. Similarly, he chooses the verb nascere, meaning to recognize, to become acquainted, to describe a process of getting to know ourselves. It is necessary to know nascere both the power and the weakness of our nature, E4P17s. This suggests that we should seek to know, by intimate acquaintance, both our sadness and our joy, though Spinoza celebrates joy, and criticizes the idea that forms of sadness should be cultivated as spiritual virtues. This does not mean we should resist or refuse sadness when it arises, for how else can we come to know the power and the weakness of our nature, except by feeling its fluctuations? Sentire denotes the mind's feeling of its own eternity, while science and TIA intuitiva likewise conveys the immediacy and simplicity of sensation, a capacity to see, in one glance, the being in God of singular things. Spinoza suggests that our minds can connect to God in all these ways, and he shows why this connection naturally, necessarily, brings us joy and peace, our highest activity, and our deepest repose. We are not autonomous beings, and we do not strive for these goods alone. We seek like-minded companions, and the more we taste the imminent rewards of consciously being in God, the more we wish to share them with others. This is precisely what Spinoza himself desired and what he did. The very fact that he spent many years writing the Ethics, without extrinsic reward, is, I think, an extraordinary demonstration of his own virtue of religio. In my introduction, I suggested that the Ethics may be ambiguous on the question of religion. This is partly because Spinoza approaches this question neither in terms of orthodoxy, nor in terms of orthopraxy. Both these alternatives belong to the modern objectification of religion, which he sought to resist. More fundamentally, the religious ambiguity of the Ethics contributes to this resistance. It is possible to interpret the text so that the concept of God becomes a theoretical vanishing point, evacuated of recognizably religious significance, and many people have read it this way. I find it remarkable that Spinoza's philosophy accommodates 21st-century atheism along with the simple piety of his landlady. This profound inclusivity is a great strength at a time when there are deep sectarian divisions not only between different religions, but between what we have become accustomed to call religious and secular perspectives. Unlike many other religious philosophies, Spinoza does not alienate non-religious readers. Point 1. Nevertheless, if we exclude the insights I have considered under the heading Spinoza's Religion, we miss much of the richness and depth of the Ethics. We also miss the opportunity to allow Spinoza to challenge the dogmatism of the secular view that now dominates our culture, just as he challenged Christian and Jewish dogmatisms in his own time. If we insist on Spinoza's atheism, we cannot appreciate his core principle of being in God, and have little choice but to dismiss much of Part 5 of the Ethics. If we assume that Deus sive natura simply reduces God to a familiar modern notion of nature, stripped of any theological meaning, then we lose the conception of God, or natura naturans, as ontological ground, which is so integral to Spinoza's metaphysics, with its deep commitment to the intelligibility of being. Point 2. Spinoza offers us the freedom to name this ontological ground God or nature, Yahweh, or substance, or perhaps something else. Any name can only gesture to a plenitude of being that eludes us, although we cannot exist, or conceive ourselves, apart from it. Yet how we gesture to the ground of our being matters a great deal, since this gesture is a fundamental way of making, or disclosing, meaning in our world. Since God names this excessive, elusive, omnipresent fullness of being in a manner that draws human beings into communities of devotion and inquiry, equipped with long histories and rich philosophical, contemplative, and poetic traditions to draw upon, this is both a good name and a risky one. In the 17th century it had a very broad appeal, and offered a promising basis for universality as well as enormous potential for theological discord. Perhaps this is why Spinoza retained it in the Ethics as well as in the theologico-political treatise, while addressing, in both texts, the misunderstandings and conflicts generated by dogmatic belief in God. To speak personally for a moment, I feel ambivalent towards the word God, but one of the things I like about it is that it places us in what Etienne Sauria called a questioning situation. Point 3 I find that this word opens up, rather than circumscribes, the Kierkegaardian question of existence. What does it mean to be a human being? That guides my philosophical work and what I hesitatingly call my spiritual life. Point 4 The Catholic theologian Karl Rahner wrote that the word God, or equivalent words in other languages, is so very much without contour, and for this reason is obviously quite appropriate for what it refers to. Using the word mystery in a sense similar to Sauria's questioning situation, Rahner suggests that the concept God is not a grasp of God by which a person masters the mystery, but it is letting oneself be grasped by the mystery which is present and yet ever distant. Point 5 The name of God, spoken with due care, has a remarkable power to hold open the question of religion. Since Spinoza retains the classical conception of religio as the virtue of giving honor to God, his decision to name God as the ground of being in Part 1 of the Ethics raises the question, what does it mean to give honor to God? This prompts theological questions. What is God? Where is God? How am I connected to God? And while the Ethics does offer compelling answers to these questions, it also suggests that pursuing them will cultivate a sense of our own epistemic limitations. Such questions flow from, and are intimately connected to, the practical religious question of how we might give honor to God. Spinoza refuses to answer this question in terms of religious belief or religious practice. In place of orthodoxy or orthopraxy, he holds open the ethical, existential, or spiritual question of religion. How? This is a working question, a guiding question, a question that is genuinely asked only insofar as it is lived. Point 6 One clear answer that emerges from Spinoza's works is the kind of devotion I discussed in Chapter 1, a willingness to spend time, to pay attention, to offer these resources of one's life, as Foucault put it, the price that must be paid for access to the truth. Paying this spiritual price is what it means to honor God, and perhaps, as Latour suggests, learning to redirect attention is religion itself. Point 7 Yet precisely how we spend our time, precisely where we direct our attention, may remain open for devotion can be expressed through philosophical and theological inquiry, through contemplation and meditation, through rituals and liturgies, or simply through ethical life. Religio might take the form of seeking God, or giving praise and thanks to a God already given through a cultural tradition. It might be cultivated and communicated in hymns and mantras, in speech and writing, in works of love or in silence. Spinoza's conception of God as ontological ground not only secures the intelligibility of being, but also provides a resting place for desire. In other words, this grounding is affective and experiential, as well as metaphysical. If we were not consciously grounded in God, we could not feel, or know by experience, that we are eternal, not even for a moment. The Ethics suggests that we do have this knowledge, and that we can rest in it, regardless of religious belief or belonging. Without God, our hearts would remain restless, our desire and love would be drawn only to mutable, perishable things. Spinoza's writings give philosophical expression to an eternal desire and love, which has been articulated in many ways, in many traditions, throughout human history. We can trace the stakes of this issue to the beginning of the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, where Spinoza describes how our minds, or souls, are disturbed and diminished by the love of those things that can perish, whereas love amor toward the eternal and infinite thing feeds the mind animum with a joy entirely exempt from sadness. This is greatly to be desired desiderandum, and to be sought with all our strength. 8. This affirmation of eternity does not make Spinozism a dualistic, life-denying, otherworldly philosophy. On the contrary, all the things of this world have some share in God's eternity, and deserve to be seen and loved as beings in God. When things express themselves most truly, they participate most fully in God's nature. For a Spinozist, it would be poetic, but not untrue, to call their being in God glory, and to say that every creature on the earth sings its own peculiarly glorious song in praise of its Creator. Acknowledgements. 7 friends and fellow philosophers read a draft of this book, and offered their comments. Yitzhak Melamed, who kindly welcomed me in when I turned up on the doorstep of the 17th century, and whose work on Spinoza has been an inspiration. Mogens Laerke, whose detailed critiques and generous encouragement were enormously helpful. Michael Della Rocca, whose reflections on the metaphysical questions at stake in the book were so enriching and clarifying. Chris Insole, whose philosophical theological work on Kant makes him a kind of fellow traveler in the terrain explored here. John Milbank, who set out a helpful critique of Spinoza from the perspective of Trinitarian Christianity. King Holung, whose expertise in both Deleuze and theology helped sharpen my argument, and John Tresh, my most brilliant friend, who encouraged me to write this book 6 years ago and then, when it was nearly finished, helped me to see it from a reader's point of view. This book has also been shaped by countless conversations with a wonderful community of Spinoza scholars, not least the 3 mentioned above, and by their work. I'm particularly indebted to Edwin Cully's fine translations of Spinoza's texts. A special thank you to Susan James, who introduced me to Spinoza in 1997, when I was an undergraduate at Cambridge. Without her inspiring lectures and attentive supervision, I might never have understood the ethics well enough to fall in love with it. I happened to meet my future husband at those lectures, too. I'm also grateful to Susan for her friendship and collegiality in more recent years. Being part of the London Spinoza Circle, which she founded, invariably brings me joy. I am grateful, as ever, to King's College London for supporting my research, and to my great colleagues there, particularly my collaborators in the King's History of Philosophy Seminar and the King's Theology Seminar, and Daniel Hodis, Latinist extraordinaire. And thanks to everyone at Princeton University Press, especially my editor Ben Tate, who has been cheerfully committed to this book from proposal to publication. Clare, Carlisle. Autumn 2020.